Chapter 1 Super Spree. Treasure chests open for 3 consecutive times. Eu Huang Pas. Ou Huang Pas. This time I must give me something good. In the world of Demon Slayer, in a house in a gloomy town, a young man with a beautiful face and a firm look muttered silently to a blue box in front of him, and then slowly stretched out his hand to open the treasure chest and saw the items in the treasure chest, his complexion Yuxi. The young man is named Handaraiwichi. Of course, this is not his real name. His original name is Tianyu. He is a young man from a flower planter. He was originally just staying up late to review and dozed off on the desk for a while. What did I think of waking up? Appeared in such a dangerous place. Where is this place? It's the Demon Slayer animation world. This is a world where demon are rampant. All kinds of demon emerge in an endless stream. Not to mention Kibutsuji Musen, the ancestor of demon, and 12 Kizuki under his hand, but that ordinary demon are not something he can handle as an ordinary teenager. As for humans, there are even more powerful demon killing teams. The column level demon hunters are not something he can deal with now. After all, he is just an ordinary person now. That's it. Read more at fictionzone.net. Fortunately, as a traverser, he also has cheat. His cheat is a treasure chest system. According to the system, he can rely on killing demon to explode treasure chests. The treasure chests are divided into 5 levels, namely wooden treasure chest, bronze treasure chest, silver treasure chest, gold treasure chest, and the highest level of supreme treasure chest. According to the system, different levels of treasure chests can open out a variety of different items from the world of heavens. These items may be a treasure, a skill, a technique, or even some characters. Everything. The name Handaraiwichi is also the identity of the system arranged after he came into this world. An orphan whose parents have died is registered with the government. And because he is just an ordinary person now, the system also gave him a newcomer gift package, and gave him 3 blue treasure chests at once. The blue treasure chest does not belong to the 5 treasure chest levels. The 3 treasure chests of the newcomer gift package have no level restrictions, and the level of the items opened is also a random level, which is only the treatment that the newcomer gift package has. And the first treasure chest, he had already opened it before, and got a very strong call. Sucking method, the breathing method of burning sun with flames can be regarded as giving him the capital to become stronger. Originally, Handaraiwichi was not going to open the treasure chest continuously. He was going to wait for the next day to wash his hands and bath before opening it. However, on this night, demon had already been killed in the town he was in. Yes, listening to the low and weird smile coming from outside the door from time to time, Handaraiwichi took a deep breath and picked up the long knife in the treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations to host, for getting the unlocked Zanpakuto, Zanjutsu. Zanpakuto has a soul damaging effect, but Shikai's Zanpakuto has a slightly lower ability and can only be effective against ordinary demon, and is not effective against demon of 12 Kizuki and above. Shikai after that, it is effective for demon of the Ghost Moon level, and after Bankai, it is effective for all demon. As soon as he picked up Zanjutsu, Handaraiwichi's head sounded a system prompt. Zanjutsu. Ha ha ha. Not bad. Zanpakuto, a weapon that specializes in killing demon and spirits. With Zanjutsu in hand, even if it is not unlocked, I can be considered a powerful weapon. Handaraiwichi was delighted. He has already used the flame-burning sun-breathing method that he opened earlier, but the training of breathing method takes time. It makes him invincible at the beginning. That is impossible. The body strength is not enough, unless he can get from the treasure chest. There is a possibility that what kind of elixir and immortal medicine are prescribed. Wow! Help! At this time, the sound on the street outside the door became more intense, accompanied by the shouts of demon. There were also some people in the small town calling for help. Heinderaiwichi paid no attention to this, but solemnly turned his head and glanced at the door, hoping that demon would not rush into his home at this time. There is one last treasure box. Heinderaiwichi looked back at the last blue box in front of him, and must give me a high-level good thing. Thinking of this, he immediately reached out and touched it for a while, and then decisively opened it. Box. This is. The new book is here, please collect comments and flowers. You can collect this book at ease. In front of Litzy, there are two Shuangwan comrades with more than 1 million words, one piece beginning with hundreds of billion skill points, Dragon Ball in Marvel World, the character guarantee, please give your support. Gaikyu. Chapter 2 Observation Hacking. Please collect flowers. Heinderaiwichi moved his eyes and looked into the box. Inside the box was a book with a few words written on it, Observation Hacking. Observation Hacking. Heinderaiwichi's eyes lit up. Is this one of the Conqueror's hacking in Pirate World? That's great, he picked up the book with joy. Ding. Congratulations to host, for acquiring the skill Observation Hacking. After learning, you can perceive the various movements of enemies in a certain range around you, increase the range and number of predictions based on mental power, and consume mental power when using it. May I ask host, do you learn? The sound of the system is like a machine, without the slightest emotion. Listening to the voice of the system, Heinderaiwichi paused. He seriously doubted that he would come into this world because of this system. He asked about it before, but unfortunately, the treasure chest system ignored him at all, as if it was just a section of the program is basically seldom actively spoken to him, and occasionally speaking is only to answer the relevant functions of the treasure chest system. Learn. Observation Haki, this is the powerful Haki in the pirate world. In terms of attack power, it may be far inferior to the Armed Color and Conqueror's Haki, but it can sense the enemy's movements. It is definitely a good skill. It is worthy of being a random treasure chest opening. The skills that came out, the skills of this level will be opened in the future, and it is estimated that at least a silver treasure box will be needed. As Heinderaiwichi's voice fell, the book in his hand turned into a stream of light and sank into his forehead. Then, a message flowed in his mind. Heinderaiwichi's face showed a trace of a sudden, and he already understood Observation Haki's use methods and related capabilities. Taking a deep breath, Heinderaiwichi stood up slowly, holding Zanpakuto tightly in his hands, and the air sucked into his lungs was like a pump, spreading through his internal organs to the whole body, making his physical strength gradually strengthen. Although he has just practiced the breathing method for only a few hours, he is different from ordinary demon-killing team members. The breathing method he learns does not need to be slowly understood. The system directly integrates the breathing method into his mind. Only his body needs it later. Only by exercising constantly can you become more familiar with the use of breathing methods and become more powerful. Breathing, plus Zanjutsu. Heinderaiwichi looked at Zanpakuto with a grim expression, thinking, plus Observation Haki's advantage in predicting the enemy's movements, even if my body strength is still low, I can barely deal with this outside. Goblin. System, call up my attribute panel. Heinderaiwichi said quickly and silently, then, read more at fictionzone.net. A panel of his personal attributes quickly appeared in front of him, including the treasure chest. Only he could see these things, and others could not see them. Only after the treasure chest was obtained by him, others can only see what he has obtained, and the empty treasure chest is recovered by the system and disappears. Host, Heinderaiwichi. Race, human. Age, 16. Occupation, swordsman. Physique, 13. Strength, 12. Agility, 13. Spirit, 18. Skill. Flame and Sun Breathing Method, LV1, this breathing method has a total of 9 levels. After practicing, it can greatly increase attack power and additional damage to demon. Practice under the scorching sun to speed up the progress of training. You can attach weapons to attack, or attach fists, etc. Attack on body parts. Observation Haki, LV1, Haki permeates the body, perceives everything around him, and predicts the enemy's movements. Zanpakuto Zanjutsu, from the unlocked Zanpakuto in the Shinigami world, Zanpakuto has a bonus to soul damage, but Zanpakuto without Shikai has a slightly lower ability and can only be effective against ordinary demon. It is not effective against demon of 12 Kazuki and above. After Shikai, it has no effect on demon. Monthly level demon are effective, after Bankai it is effective against demon. Seeing his attribute panel, Heinderaiwichi smiled with satisfaction, knowing that when he first came to this world, his four-dimensional attributes were only single digits, not even 10 o'clock. And now he has only practiced the flame-burning sun-breathing method for less than a few hours, coupled with the training of the observation Haki skill, his four-dimensional attribute has broken through the single digits, and the highest spiritual attribute has even reached 20 points. With the current attributes, plus breathing method, Haki, and Zanpakuto in hand, you finally have the capital to fight evil spirits. Heinderaiwichi waved his hand to remove the attribute panel, and then stared at the opposite evil spirit. Observation Haki diffused out, shrouded all the surrounding scenery in a certain area around him in his perception, all movements within a radius of more than 10 meters unable to escape his perception, coupled with the additional damage of Zanpakuto and breathing methods to demon, he didn't believe it and killed a low-level demon in the undead zone. Boom! A loud noise came from the door. Heinderaiwichi turned her head, but saw a hideous evil spirit looking at him with a grinning smile. Chapter 3 First Battle Evil Spirits. Seeking collection of flowers comment. Ha ha ha, what did I see, a little guy with fine skin and tender flesh. The evil spirit touched the ground with 4 claws, his neck twisted and stretched, his head was covered with veins, and his eyes were full of bloodshot eyes, and after seeing the food, greedy, staring at Heinderaiwichi, his mouth full of fangs is dripping with saliva, and his scarlet tongue is constantly squirming, as if he can't wait to eat Heinderaiwichi. Come here very quickly. Although Heinderaiwichi had a little fear in his heart, after all, he was an ordinary person who just came into this world a few hours ago. At this moment, he suddenly saw such a vicious demon trying to kill him. He even wanted to eat himself. He was still a little afraid. However, he now has breathing method and observation Haki in his body, and Zanjutsu is holding in his hand, his heart is held down by him, his face is no longer hesitating, but he calms his mind, and looks at the opposite evil with a firm face. Ghost, you killed a lot of people in the town, right? Ha ha ha, there are no demon killers in this small town. This is simply my paradise. The evil spirit laughed at the words, and then looked at Heinderaiwichi with a smile. Little guy, I just ate a few people, now I'm not full, I want to come, your flesh and blood will be more flavorful. Hey, I'm not welcome. Brush. When the evil demon's words fell, he did not hesitate at all, and directly attacked Heinderaiwichi. The tongue of the evil spirit turned into a black shadow like lion majesty, and under the cover of the night, it was almost difficult to see the appearance of the tongue that was attacking quickly. Boom. Huh. The evil spirit had a pause, and looked at the opponent with a little shock. He felt that the attack just now failed to kill the opponent. How could this be possible? Call. Heinderaiwichi stabilized his figure, exhaled, and squeezed Zanjutsu in his hand. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He raised his head to look at the evil spirit on the opposite side. Is this your attack? Not so much. Read more at fictionzone.net. Damn it, kid, how could you avoid my attack? The evil spirit was furious, then moved his eyes and looked at Zanjutsu in Heinderaiwichi's hand, wondering, what kind of knife is this? I can feel this handle. There is no disgusting sun scent on the knife, this is not Nichiren blades, hee hee, not Nichiren blades means that you are not a demon killer. Boy, just take a knife and want to deal with me? Are you dreaming? This kind of knife can't kill me. The evil spirit slapped the ground fiercely with all four limbs, his body leaped high, and rushed at him cruelly. Handaraiwichi wants to get rid of Handaraiwichi quickly. Handaraiwichi pressed her lips tightly and looked firmly at the evil spirit on the opposite side, without the slightest fear in her heart. At the moment when the demon's tongue attacked, he could clearly feel the trajectory of the opponent's attack. Under the coverage of observation haki, this demon's attack appeared to him like an ant under a magnifying glass. Handaraiwichi squeezed her feet, and her figure flickered, avoiding the sturdy body of the demon that was violently hit. Take me a knife. Handaraiwichi didn't wait for the demon to recover, but Zanjutsu was unsheathed in his hand and slashed fiercely. Wow! A painful roar spread far away, and those in the small town who were hiding at home in horror heard clearly. This is... What's going on? Someone said curiously, why is this like that demon screaming? Yeah, I heard it too. Someone echoed. Could it be that the demon killing team came? A person's eyes lit up. Wow! Then we can be saved. The other man suddenly became excited. It seemed that the demon killer swordsman of the demon killing team was his idol. Go, let's go out together to see how the swordsmen deal with evil spirits. Someone immediately suggested. This. Let's not do it. There are also people who are timid and don't dare to go out at all. Ghosts are too terrible, but they can eat people, so they are not afraid. You cowards! A strong young man said angrily, if you don't go to me, who else wants to come with me? I, and me. Suddenly, a few people responded, followed the young man out of the shelter, and headed towards the place where the demon roared. They were going to pay homage to the demon killer who could kill the demon. And in Handaraiwichi's home, the evil spirit with miserable scars all over his body roared at Handaraiwichi, damn it, you are obviously not Nichiren blades in your hand, how can you cause such great harm to me? Chapter 4 Kill the Evil Spirits. Everyone was shocked. In my hand. Handaraiwichi smiled calmly, although this is not Nichiren blades, its real power is much stronger than Nichiren blades. After Zanjutsu Shikai, Nichiren blades in this world are really far inferior to Zanjutsu. Handaraiwichi looked at the faintly fearful evil spirit on the opposite side, and he must know that this evil spirit was fearful. Also, Zanpakuto's additional damage to the soul is not just talking about it. It is a trivial matter if it is cut with a knife. It is even more trivial to these demon. They have a powerful self-healing ability, let alone injured, even if it is. The stumps and arms were broken, and the whole body was split into countless sections. As long as the neck was not cut off by Nichiren blades, they would be able to recover through their own self-healing ability. These demon, except for a few effective methods, can't be killed at all. For the so-called effective methods, the first choice is of course the sun, which is their absolute nemesis, and then the Nichiren blades, which have some solar power. Nichiren blades are forged from jade, and jade is a kind of after absorbing the sun's rays, and or possessing powerful solar power can cause great damage to demon. The last one is a kind of plant, wisteria flower, which is a plant that can cause great harm to demon. This plant itself is disgusted by demon, and the medicine produced by it is a horror drug that can poison demon. In addition to these three methods, there is a legend that can cause huge damage to demon. Hundreds of years ago, there was a great human swordsman who practiced a terrifying breathing method called, the breathing method of the sun. This breathing method itself allows the practitioner to have the power that is close to the brilliance of the sun. Causes terrifying additional damage to demon, but this breathing method has been lost for a long time. According to legend, the founder of this breathing method once defeated Kibutsuji Muzan by relying on the method, and even hunted down the demon ancestor for a long time. Several breathing methods in the world, such as inflammation breathing method, water breathing method, wind breathing method, etc., all come from the original day breathing method. Closer to home, although Zanjutsu in Heinderaiwichi's hands does not contain the power of the sun, his breathing method is similar to the sun breathing method, and has similar effects. It can have a powerful additional damage to demon, plus Zanjutsu soul the additional damage caused the evil spirit in front of him to fear Heinderaiwichi. Impossible, you are obviously not a demon hunter, and what you have in your hand is just an ordinary long knife. How could it have done so much damage to me? The evil spirit roared, looking at Heinderaiwichi's eyes with a little flicker. Huh. Heinderaiwichi has no fear at all in her heart. This evil spirit is just stubborn. Seeing his eyes flashing, he obviously knows how powerful Zanjutsu is in his hand, and feels the damage to him by the hot breathing method attached to Zanjutsu. This guy is planning to escape. Under the cover of observation haki, Heinderaiwichi's eyes moved, and the figure had already caught up. At the same time, the evil spirit has already smashed its limbs. Bullet, the figure rushed outside, and the voice sounded, "Boy, wait for me. When I eat a few more foods and become stronger, I will come to trouble you again. When the time comes, I will swallow you." Eat? Want to run? Heinderaiwichi said coldly, "You are afraid there is no chance. Brush, read more at fictionzone.net. Laugh. A flash of light flashed. What? The evil spirit screamed, and under the pain, he looked at one of his arms in horror. One of his arms had been cut off, but at the break of the arm, there was a kind of hot pain spreading to the forehead. Not only that, he also felt a pain like tearing his soul. It was heartbreaking. "No, it's impossible. Why can't my arm recover?" While the evil spirit was rolling in pain, his expression was extremely shocked, and he felt that the flesh and blood in the broken arm couldn't regenerate no matter how it squirmed. As a demon, he has an extremely terrifying regeneration ability, but at this moment, he has lost the most powerful regeneration ability of a demon. How can this not shock him? No. Don't kill me. Just when he was still horrified that his arm could not regenerate, a figure behind him had already chased him over. "I promise you. It's late." Heinderaiwichi said coldly, "Since you cannibalized people, no one has been able to save you." Laugh. The light of the knife flashed, and the evil spirit's begging for mercy stopped abruptly. A crack broke in its neck, his head rolled to the ground, his body twitched constantly, but there was no way to regenerate. "Please, please, forgive me, forgive me." The head of the falling evil spirit is not completely dead, but it has no vitality, and murmured strenuously. Boom. Heinderaiwichi suddenly smashed the head of the evil spirit with one foot. "Give me peace of mind to die." Heinderaiwichi stayed up all night in the dark street, watching the first evil spirit he killed with his own hands. Her heart was very comfortable. There was no fear of seeing this evil spirit at first sight before, but her heart was filled with a wave. Pride. Ding. At the foot, a ding sound came, and a wooden treasure chest burst out, making Heinderaiwichi's face moved, and the corner of her eyes looked at the treasure chest with joy. The treasure chest is out, not bad. At the same time, at the corner of the street not far away, a few bold youths looked at Heinderaiwichi's figure dumbfounded, and muttered, Is this Heinderaiwichi? That coward orphan? No, impossible. Yeah, how could it be him? He actually killed an evil spirit. Oh my god. See how decisive he was killing just now. Is he still the coward in our mind? Everyone looked at each other, one by one was inexplicably horrified. Update the rules. Lazy Eye has written 2 million character books, namely One Piece beginning with hundreds of billion skill points and Dragon Ball in the Marvel world. So please believe in Litzy's character. As long as you give your support, I will never be an eunuch. In terms of updates, 50,000 manuscripts have been saved. 3 chapters are guaranteed every day, one more chapter for every 1,000 more collections, one more chapter for every 5 more rewards, one more chapter for every 1,000 more evaluation votes. So I hope everyone can support the author. After all, the data looks better, and the chestnut code is more motivated. If you have a shortage of books, you can also read the 2 books in front of me, thank you. Chapter 5 Physical Potions and Psychotropic Potions. Beg. Heinderaiwichi turned his head slightly and glanced at the corner of the street. He was with observation haki, and he was aware of the movement around him. Even though those people were tens of meters away from him, how strong was their strength? In addition, these people did not deliberately hide them, and from time to time they penetrated and looked at this side. Naturally they were aware of the movement. But Heinderaiwichi didn't pay attention to them, but set his sights on him. In front of him, the evil spirit that had attacked the town had been slashed by him. Under the double damage of Zanjutsu and the flame-burning sun-breathing method, even the demon with extremely tenacious vitality had to fall down. The demon died, but it was a wooden box that burst Heinderaiwichi's face with joy. Wooden chest, the lowest level treasure chest, I don't know what can burst out. Heinderaiwichi knelt down, reached out, and opened the wooden treasure chest. There was more than one item in the chest. Huh? There are several items in a treasure chest. Heinderaiwichi was curious, and then looked at the items in the box and shook his head for a while. Obviously, he could see that the contents were all relatively ordinary things. That's right. After all, it was a wooden box. How could it not be as random as the blue color before? Treasure chests are average, exploding high-level items and skills such as Zanpakuto and observation hacking. Ding. Congratulations to host, get a bottle of stamina potion. Ding. Congratulations to host, I got 1,000 yen. Read more at fictionzone.net. Ding. Congratulations to host, get a bottle of psychoactive potion. With 3 things in hand, Heinderaiwichi put them in his bag with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Physical potions and psychotropic potions are not bad. They can replenish physical strength and spirit at a critical juncture. However, this treasure chest is also full of money. Is this evil? Will demons still spend money to buy things? That's a fate. The empty wooden box disappeared, and it was obviously recovered by the system. Then Heinderaiwichi got up, the evil spirit had been turned into ashes and disappeared, turned his head and glanced at the dilapidated home that he had fought with the evil spirit, and sighed. Shaking his head, it seems that this family can't stay any longer. 2. I am not an ordinary person anymore. I am in the flames of the burning sun breathing method. As long as I practice diligently in the future, from the perspective of the breathing method alone, my future achievements will not be lower than those of the grade A demon hunters, not to mention that I am still alive. With Zanjutsu in hand and observation haki, even promotion to the column level is not empty talk. Moreover, coupled with his biggest cheat, the treasure chest system is in. Every time he kills an evil spirit in the future, he will be able to explode a treasure boxes. The stronger the evil spirits, the higher the level of the treasure chests they burst, and the better things they can open, just like Zanjutsu and observation hacking. The most advanced treasure chest, what kind of treasure can the supreme treasure chest open? He is very much looking forward to it. Well, there is nothing to miss in this home anyway. Heinderaiwichi glanced at the home arranged for him by the system, and said indifferently, this identity is an orphan with both parents dead, I can naturally come and go freely. And this time to kill the evil spirits, it can be regarded as breaking the entanglement with this small town. Thinking about it, Heinderaiwichi walked into the house, began to pack his clothes, and was about to leave. Heinderaiwichi entered the room, and the young people outside who saw the whole process of his killing demon all started talking. 2. It's terrible. Among them was a short-haired young man whose lips trembled and his eyes were even more terrified. Is this the Heinderaiwichi we know? That's a demon. Another chunky young man said with difficulty, I've heard of this evil spirit before. It has been wandering outside our town for several months. It will be late at night every few days. When they came to the small town to kill people and devour them, the mayor and others couldn't help him. They even sent demon hunters to kill demons several times, but this guy hid as soon as he arrived. Hey, he didn't hide this time, he was killed by Handaraiwichi. The last tall and thin young man seemed to be relieved. It's great, our town won't be threatened by demon anymore. Handaraiwichi did a great thing this time. Everyone, let's go back quickly. Let's report to the mayor and other people immediately to tell you the good news. Someone suggested excitedly. Yes, hurry up. Go, I'm going to find Handaraiwichi. The tall and thin young man suddenly said at this moment. Huh. The short and fat young man was stunned and looked at the tall and thin young man. He couldn't help looking at Handaraiwichi's residence, and his mind moved. Fuji-I, do you mean it? The tall and thin young man nodded his head heavily, and then stepped towards Handaraiwichi's residence. Handaraiwichi just packed his things, and then prepared to take a rest. He will leave tomorrow morning. After all, he has been fighting with demon for so long just now. He has learned breathing for the first time, and his body is still a little tired. But at this moment, there was a sound of footsteps outside the door. Handaraiwichi observation haki moved, and immediately showed a clear look, knowing who the person is. Chapter 6 Resolutely Refuse. Rectify old books. Fuji-I Iman. Handaraiwichi raised her brows and turned around, looking at the young man in front of him. Handa. Fuji-I looked at the boy in front of him, and sighed in his heart. No one was looking at this orphan boy before. How could he know that now, the other party has suddenly become what he is now? Could it be that he has passed the demon-killing team test? Have you practiced? Ghost Hunter, that is the biggest dream in his heart. He also wanted to be a demon hunter before. Unfortunately, there was no way. Without a master to teach him breathing, there would be no way to practice, let alone participate in the test. Practiced? What's the matter with you? Handaraiwichi asked. Handa, are you a demon hunter? Fuji-I asked nervously. Although he saw Handaraiwichi killing demon, he still wanted to ask. No. Handaraiwichi shook her head, wondering about Fuji-I's intentions. No. Fuji-I Yuman was a little suspicious, thinking that the other party was lying to him, and some unbelief said, Impossible, it's not a demon hunter, how did you kill that evil spirit? Do I need to tell you this? Handaraiwichi said indifferently. Fuji-I Yuman was a little embarrassed, and then said sincerely, Handa, I think, what I want to say is, if you are a demon hunter, can you accept me as a disciple, teach me to practice, and I also want to go. Participating in the Fujiki-yama trial, I also want to be a demon killer. Tangzishan trial. Handaraiwichi's eyes flickered. He also wants to participate in the Fujitsu mountain trial. He is now on the path of a demon hunter, with breathing methods, he has a training method, and the cheat on him needs to kill demon and explode treasure chests. Those who have to be in contact with demon are the demon killers who are most involved with demon in this world, so he will definitely go to the Fujiki mountain trial in the future. Not enough before that, he still has some time to practice. However, he is different from ordinary testers in that he has huge advantages that others do not have. Breathing method and observation haki, plus Zanjutsu in hand, can go directly to Fujiki mountain, practice all the way, kill demon all the way, and wait until the Fuji assaulting the mountain. His strength will definitely increase by more than one level after practicing all the way and killing demon, which is enough to complete the test of Fuji assaulting the mountain. Read more at fictionzone.net. And now, Fuji-I asked himself to accept him as a disciple? What are you kidding about? How can I have this idle time? Immediately, Heinderaiwichi refused. I am not a demon killer and cannot accept you as a disciple. Go back. Heinda, just accept me, it depends on our previous love. Fujiai immediately became anxious, and said quickly, I will definitely practice hard. I said, I am not a demon killer, and I am not qualified to recommend you to participate in the trial. You should go back. Heinda shook her head and said, I have to rest, and I will leave the town tomorrow. Leave the town. Fujiai was surprised, where are you going? I don't need to tell you where I'm going, right? Heinderaiwichi stopped paying attention to the other person, tidied up his things, and prepared to rest. Heinda, can't you help me once? My biggest dream is to become a demon hunter. As long as I can become a demon hunter, you can do anything you want me to do. Fujiai said anxiously. Impossible. Heinderaiwichi is not a nanny, let alone the virgin who is soft-hearted when seeing other people's requests. Seeing this, he refused. Heinda. Fujiai gritted his teeth and knelt and said, if you don't accept me as a disciple, I will not be able to kneel. For the sake of our people in the same village and growing up together, please accept me as a disciple, please NS. Fujiai knelt deeply on the ground, looking very sincere. Heinderaiwichi stopped and looked at Fujiai who was kneeling on the ground blankly, with an inexplicable anger in her heart. Is this persecuting me? Thinking that by doing this is sincere, you can change your mind? Heinderaiwichi has a cold face and calmly said, since you want to kneel, then kneel. Not much to say, not even staying, picked up the packed things, and walked directly out of the door. Originally, he was thinking about taking a rest for the night before leaving, but now it looks like it's no good. The people who saw him killing demon are not only Fujiai Iman alone, and the others are not here. They should have gone back to report the news, and they will get the news at that time. People will definitely come over, or keep themselves, as the guardian of the town in the future, stay here to help them guard the town and prevent demon from coming again. These people seemed sincere, but in fact they were only for themselves, not for others. Heinderaiwichi was very uncomfortable and decided to leave immediately. Heinda. Ignoring the voice of Goto Iman, Heinderaiwichi left quickly. Received Filu's notice, this big move, Litzy is going to rectify the old book, it is really uncomfortable, 2 books with more than 1,000 chapters need to be self-examined, today I will be here, the book will not be broken, no break more. If nothing happens after 2 days, Litzy will make up for it. This time, the Filu action is too big. Please understand Litzy, the chapter ode will definitely be made up. Pray that nothing will happen, Litzy will count on the cost of the manuscript to live, thank you for your support. There should be no problems in the new book. Please feel free to vote for your favorites. Chapter 7 Encounter. Sabato and Makomo. First more. In this world, there will always be people who feel that it is only right for others to help him. Heinderaiwichi was really unacceptable for Fujiai Iman to persecute himself in such a way that he could not kneel down, so no matter how Goto Iman shouted, Heinderaiwichi went straight away. Behind him, Fujiai looked at Heinderaiwichi's leaving back, with a bit of resentment in his eyes. Huh. Heinda, if you don't accept me, it's your biggest loss. Fujiai stood up and snorted towards Heinderaiwichi's back, and said unwillingly, waiting for me to become a demon hunter in the future will definitely make you regret it. Wait, then. At this time, Fujiai Iman almost cried out 30 years of Hadong and 30 years of Haxi, don't bully the young man to be poor. Heinderaiwichi didn't stay at all and didn't know what Fujiai was thinking. Even if he knew it, he wouldn't think about it. At most, he smiled. This kind of person is not worth helping. He still has his own things to do. Where is the leisure time? At night, The quiet forest trail outside the town is surrounded by crops and there are dirt roads in the middle. However, it has not rained in recent days and the roads are still solid. Heinderaiwichi wears zanpakuto around his waist, and carries a package in his right hand, which contains several pieces of clothing and miscellaneous items, such as identification certificates, and nothing else. No, there is a bottle of physical potion and a bottle of psychotropic potion, well, plus some money. Isn't this physical potion and mental potion equivalent to red potion and blue potion? Heinderaiwichi squeezed the red potion in her hand and looked at it carefully, then put it in her arms. Goo goo. After passing the forest path, and just entering a dense forest, the birds in the forest screamed, "Read more at fictionzone.net." Heinderaiwichi couldn't help tightening Zanjutsu tightly around his waist. Although he killed a demon, he felt that the dense forest in the middle of the night was a bit dark and scary, but there was no real fear that even the demon were killed. Is it a beast in the woods? In such a dense forest, there should be at most some beasts, there will be no demon, right? Heinderaiwichi secretly said, the previous evil spirit is already the only evil spirit around this town, and this dense forest has also existed before. The demon-killing team entered the place that had been explored, and I don't know if it was the place where the evil demon was hiding just now. Heinderaiwichi shook his head, holding Zanjutsu around his waist with his left hand, and walked calmly through the dense forest without encountering any beasts. The next day, it was another whole day on the road, and finally came to a small village in the evening. The sun set to the west and the sky was getting late. Heinderaiwichi was about to enter the village and settle down. Although he was an orphan, his parents also left some money, but not much, only a few hundred yen. Relatively strong, far less inflationary than later generations, plus the 1,000 yen obtained by killing demon and opening treasure chests. Daily food and drink consumption is still no problem. Heinderaiwichi was about to enter the village, but suddenly turned his head and looked at the entrance of the small village. This is... Heinderaiwichi's eyes flickered, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. I actually met the characters in the plot. Seeing the appearance of these two people, they are Blue Rabbit and Makomo. In this case, the timeline for my journey through this world is a bit earlier. The protagonist haven't officially become demon hunters, and the Green Rabbit and Makomo have not been buried in Tianai's womb. Yes, the two people Heinderaiwichi saw at the entrance of the small village turned out to be the Blue Rabbit and Makomo who were killed by Tianai in the original plot. With that said, he estimates that it should be about 2 years before the plot officially opens. Now although my strength is good, I can kill ordinary evil spirits solo, but it is still far from enough to deal with 12 Kazuki level. Heinderaiwichi still understands his current strength in her heart. After all, she just got the breathing method and Zanpakuto. Zanjutsu are not Shikai yet, and with observation haki, there is no problem with self-protection. When encountering powerful demon, they are still incapable. You must hurry up and find a place to practice well. And now, he has a good opportunity. Urokadakase Kanji, as the teacher of the protagonist in the plot, his own strength is absolutely no less than the ordinary column-level demon hunter. As a trainer, the disciples he teaches are also strong, although most of them are in the Fujiaki Yama trial. He was killed by Tianai, but his strength was not weak during his peak period. Tianai was arrested by him at the beginning and placed on Fujiki Mountain as a trial boss. And Fukanji Yuo, the proud disciple of Urokadakase Kanji, is one of the 9 pillars of water, and his strength can be ranked among the top ones. It can be seen that this educator is not such a simple figure. The disciple is very skilled. Heinderaiwichi smiled at the corner of her mouth. Right now she met Blue Rabbit and Makomo, but they were still in danger. They just came to help. After contact, they can travel together. Maybe you can go to Sajiri Mountain to practice for a while. Boom. There was a bang in front, which made Heinderaiwichi regain his senses, and when he looked up, Sabato flew upside down, and Makomo insisted in front. Damn it, this demon seems a bit strong. Sabato looked a little ugly. Makomo, you also be careful. Understood. The girl in the fox mask responded and wanted to retreat, but the demon attacking her in front of her didn't intend to let her go. Seeing this, she quacked and tore it off with a paw and tore Makomo into pieces. Shattered. Ah! Makomo exclaimed, despair in his eyes. No. Sabato saw the scene and immediately planned to go to rescue, but unfortunately it was too late. At this moment, a sword light flashed. Chapter 1, there will be updates later. The chapter owed yesterday will also be written. Thanks for your support. Chapter 8 Kill. The shock of Sabato and Makomo. Laugh. A cutting sound came out, followed by a burst of demon crying and wolf howling. Zanpakuto and the flame-burning sun-breathing method can still cause considerable damage to demon. Although it is not as fast as Nichiren blades cutting off the neck, it is also a damage that cannot be ignored. Who is this? Sabato looked at the person who suddenly appeared from behind and rescued Makomo from the demon claws. He was relieved immediately, but then stared at Hindariwichi's back. This person's the strength is not weak, but he also wonders who this person is. Depending on his costume, he doesn't look like a demon killer. Thank you. On the other side, Makomo looked at Hindariwichi standing next to him with a knife. Although there was no expression on her face with a fox mask, she could tell from her movements that she was relieved. While looking at Hindariwichi gratefully, she was also cautious. Looking at the wailing demon ahead. This man's clothes are ordinary, and he is not holding Nichiren blades. He can cause such great harm to demon. Who is he? Makomo is a little curious. No thanks. Hindariwichi glanced at Makomo and smiled slightly. Other things will be discussed later. I will kill this demon first. Kill. Makomo shook his head and said, we don't have Nichiren blades. We can't kill demon. Hee, that's not necessarily. Hindariwichi smiled lightly, and then looked at the demon who had recovered a little from the other side, with a calm expression in her eyes. Damn it! The demon on the opposite side is a demon standing like a normal person, but its head is bare, its forehead is full of blue veins, its eyes are blood red, and its fangs do not have the evil demon that Hindariwichi killed at home. He is fierce and sharp, but his fingers have sharp long claws, and the claws are still bloody, but they shouldn't belong to Makomo and Sabato. Hindariwichi's eyes moved. He saw several villagers lying in a pool of blood on the ground at the entrance of the village. He knew that this must be a demon who had come out in the dark to attack. It happened to be discovered by Sabato and Makomo passing by. As a reserve member of the demon killing team, it is impossible to treat such a harmful demon as invisible. However, the two are not formal demon hunters, and they are not equipped with Nichiren blades. Even though they are not weaker than this demon, with the powerful resilience of demon, they dragged them into such a dangerous situation. Although according to the plot, Sabato and Makomo will not die here even if they are not there. In the original plot, they died in Fujiaki Mountain, not here. But if he intervenes, Sabato and Makomo's tragic results can be changed. Boy, who are you? The demon in front of him looked at Hindariwichi coldly, his eyes flashing fiercely, but he didn't rush to make a move, but kept looking around Hindariwichi's body, obviously looking for the best time to make a move. Just now, Hindariwichi's knife slashed in his abdomen, and now there is a faint tingling sensation. It is not only a sharp pain in the body, but there is also a strange flame power in the wound that prevents the body from healing. The speed, what made him feel life-threatening for a while, was that the cut made him feel the pain that burst into his bones. Read more at fictionzone.net. It was a pain like tearing the soul, it was unforgettable. Who am I? Hindariwichi smiled, but did not answer. Instead, he threw the scabbard and package in his left hand together. Bien, then his eyes flashed with cold light, his whole body rushed towards the demon in front of him, and he yelled in a low voice, "I am the one who killed you. Damn it, you can't kill me without Nicaran blades." The demon smiled low, and there was a trace of fear in Heinderaiwichi's long knife in his eyes. Although he is not a supernatural demon, he does not know blood demon, his whole body power on the paws that are concentrated, the speed of the body is paramount. Heinderaiwichi's physical fitness is not high, but Zanpakuto and breathing are the strongest. This demon probably guessed it after looking at it just now. So, at the moment Heinderaiwichi rushed over, he grinned, stepped under his feet, surrounded Heinderaiwichi, went around behind him, and quickly tore off Heinderaiwichi's back with one claw. Carefully. No, avoid it. When Sabato and Makomo saw this, they exclaimed and gave warnings. Ha ha ha, die for me. Anyone who dares to stop me from eating will die. The demon laughed out loud, his voice was as bad as a night owl, with a smug smile at the corner of his mouth, as if he had seen Heinderaiwichi's death. Generally. However, he didn't know that Heinderaiwichi is not only good at Zanpakuto, but also good at breathing. He also has a very powerful skill in close combat, observation hacking. You seem to be happy too soon. Heinderaiwichi whispered indifferently. Zanjutsu in his right hand was originally slashing from top to bottom. At this moment, following the strength, holding Zanjutsu with his right hand, he swiftly followed the rib of his right arm and pierced it out quickly. Laugh. Oh. The demon froze for a moment, and then he felt a pain in his heart. When he looked down, a long knife passed through his heart. The severe pain struck again. This heart-piercing pain made his whole person stand unstable and tear. The claws that came out also trembled and stopped. Heinderaiwichi turned around, drew the knife fiercely, and then slashed it out again. At this moment, the demon is being hurt by Zanpakuto's soul being superimposed by the blazing sun breathing method. It is so painful that it is trembling all over. Where is there any ability to avoid this knife? Ever since. After a puff, the demon was cut in half by Zanjutsu, and the whole body fell to the ground in 2 petals, but with the powerful vitality of the demon, it was not dead, but was wailing on the ground. Die to me. Heinderaiwichi won the power and did not forgive. He quickly slashed the demon into dozens of corpses. The flame and burning sun breathing method was also used to the extreme, finally killing this demon from the soul level. NS. Ding. A wooden treasure chest exploded from the place where the demon died. It's amazing. Sabato walked over slowly at this moment, looking at Heinderaiwichi in surprise, with a shocked expression. You don't have Nicaran blades? Yes, why, how did you kill the demon? Yeah. How did you kill demon? Makomo also walked over and looked at Heinderaiwichi curiously. Even though it was covered by a fox mask, Heinderaiwichi could still imagine that her face must now be with a look of innocent curiosity. Heinderaiwichi smiled when he saw this. Chapter 9. Go with me. Go to Sajiri Mountain. Seeking support. Because of my breathing method. Heinderaiwichi stretched out his left hand, and a high temperature rose above his palm. Then, a thin flame rose. Although the flame was very weak, it carried a strong hot breath. The breathing method of inflammation. Sabato was shocked. You actually practiced the flame breathing method? Makomo was also surprised. As a disciple of Urokadaka Seikanji, they know a lot of information. The flame breathing method, one of the top breathing methods, the current demon killing team among the 9 pillars, there is one person who lives in the position of the flame column. He practices the flame breathing method. This breathing method causes more damage to demon than all other breathing methods, so they are not surprised. Is he the legendary Yanzu? Makomo bit his lower lip lightly, blinking his big eyes to look up and down Heinderaiwichi. Naturally, Heinderaiwichi could not be Yanzu, but he didn't know what Makomo was thinking. Instead, he looked at the two of them and asked pretendingly, "I'm Heinderaiwichi, a samurai swordsman, and my family used to be a demon hunter. What about you?" "My name is Sabito. I am Makomo." The two introduced themselves separately. "We learned from Lintaki trainer, and follow the master to practice in Sajiri Mountain." Sabito said, looking at Heinderaiwichi, "Mr. Heinda, since you have such strength, why are you not a demon killer?" "What?" The two are more curious about this. With Heinderaiwichi's ability to kill demon alone, not to mention, at least he can become a demon hunter of the Aoi grade. The most important thing is that the other party still has the breathing method of inflammation. "Yeah, you have the flame breathing method, it's amazing." Makomo looked at Heinderaiwichi with some admiration. Read more at fictionzone.net. The breathing method of inflammation. Heinderaiwichi paused, knowing that the two of them were thinking of a bad relationship, and explained, "The breathing method I practice is not the breathing method of inflammation, but the breathing method of flame burning sun. Its effect is the same as the breathing method of inflammation. The method is similar." "Is that so?" Sabito and Makomo looked at each other, and their doubts were cleared in their hearts. "Besides, you should have noticed that my physical fitness is very poor, because I practice alone and have not systematically learned combat methods. I can kill an ordinary demon, but if there are too many demon, it's hard to kill." Heinderaiwichi said. "Practice alone." Hearing this, Sabito and Makomo's eyes suddenly brightened, and the two looked at each other and said, "Ahem, Mr. Heinda, you should have heard of the master, right?" Of course, the reputation of Lintaki's educator is still very loud. Heinderaiwichi smiled, and his heart was bright, knowing what the two people wanted to say, but it was just what he wanted. "If Mr. Heinda doesn't dislike it, I can introduce your tutor on your behalf. I believe that the teacher will be delighted to see your talent," Sabito said with a smile, and officially issued an invitation to Heinda. "This is also a reward for you to us. It's a life-saving grace for the two. It's not too far away from Mount Sao, and it can be there in a few days. If Mr. Heinda wants to, just walk with us, right?" "This. Okay." Heinderaiwichi pretended to ponder, thought for a moment, and then nodded in response. "Great." Makomo smiled and clapped his hands. "Heinda, your strength is so strong, as long as you learn combat skills, spend time and work hard to practice breathing, and improve your physical fitness, you will definitely be a powerful demon hunter." Thanks to you." Heinderaiwichi smiled. "Well, let's go back later." Sabito nodded and said, "This time we came out and the teacher informed us that there are demon in this village. We came to drive them away. I didn't expect to meet Mr. Heinda. What a happy event." "Okay, wait a minute." Heinderaiwichi said, turned around and walked to the place where the demon died, knelt down and looked at the wooden treasure chest in front of him, and opened it with his hand. The treasure chest opened, lying in the chest with a bottle of medicine and a short dagger. "Ding! Congratulations, host, I got a bottle of healing potion, which can treat most injuries, but it can't treat diseases." "Ding! Congratulations to the host, for obtaining a shadow dagger. This dagger can be used in the dark to increase the user's agility by 5 points and 3 points of strength." "Huh?" "The healing potion will not be mentioned. Although it is a good thing, this shadow dagger is actually a weapon that can increase its attributes." Heinderaiwichi's eyes lit up, took the potion and the dagger, and put them in his arms. The two behind did not notice. They just felt that Heinderaiwichi was squatting there and didn't know what he was doing. He was curious in his eyes, but not much. "Say what? Let's go." Heinderaiwichi got up and picked up the Zanjutsu scabbard and package that he had dropped earlier. "Well, The corpses of the villagers here are cleaned up by the people in the village, let's go. Seibito nodded, and then left with Makomo and Heinderaiwichi. The group of three, smiling along the way, headed towards the MT Go. I beg for your support, I am grateful. Chapter 10 Urokadakase Kanji. Seeking support. Find a safe and quiet place to practice well, and then go to Fujisaki Mountain to test, become the experience of the demon-killing team. This has been his thoughts for the past 2 days. Although I can find a way to get the qualification for the trial by myself alone, it must be a lot of trouble. From Urokadakase Kanji, with the recommendation of the other party, it is easier to solve this problem, and you can also practice here. It is better than practicing alone. Therefore, when Heinderaiwichi saw Seibito and Makomo, his mind of traveling around aimlessly for cultivation immediately changed. 2 days later, Heinderaiwichi followed Seibito Makomo to the foot of a high mountain. Here, I'm finally back. Makomo cheered and pointed to the mountain. Look, this is where we practiced, Mount Sajiri. The scenery on the mountain is beautiful. Really, then I have to take a good tour. Heinderaiwichi smiled. I believe you will definitely like it here. Makomo had already lifted the mask at this moment, revealing a pleasant face, and said delicately, I will be your tour guide then and show you all the fun on the mountain. Place. I want to go too. Seibito saw that Makomo was so good to Heinderaiwichi, and suddenly pouted, arguing to play together. Heinderaiwichi couldn't help being laughed at. After all, he was just a child. To count it, Heinderaiwichi is now 16 years old, while Seibito and Makomo are now at the age of 13 or 4. They are still children, and it makes sense to be playful. Well, let's play together at that time. Heinderaiwichi said, now, shall we go up the mountain? Okay, I will lead the way. Seibito rushed to the front. We have to be careful. There are quite a few traps on this mountain. They are all arranged by the master for our practice. You will also use Heinda in the future. Oh. On the mountainside, in front of a simple house, an old man with a red tengu mask was standing in front of the door, looking at the 3 figures coming not far away. His expression moved, his eyes were on the strange figure. But no other actions. Read more at fictionzone.net. Master. Makomo's eyes lit up, and he obviously saw the old man standing not far away, and hurried over. Master, we are back. Seibito also yelled loudly. Heinderaiwichi looked at the old but stiff figure with a calm complexion. He thought very simply, Urokadakase Kanji will stay here if he accepts himself. If he doesn't accept him, he will leave and practice alone. He has cheats in his body, and the future is unlimited, and he can try to get it in the future. There is no need to rush for a while. It is impossible for him to kneel down and beg the other party to take his own. In this case, what is the difference between him and Fujiiman? Master, let me introduce it to you. Makomo took Urokadakase Kanji's hand, looked at Heinderaiwichi and said, this is Heinderaiwichi. We met when we exorcate demon. He is also a swordsman with the breathing method handed down from the family, but because there is no systematic practice method, nor taught by a famous teacher. So Seibito and I brought him here. Master, you see, can you accept him as a disciple? Makomo blinked cute eyes and looked at Urokadakase Kanji with an expression of pity. Hello, Mr. Lintaki. Heinderaiwichi smiled and nodded in greeting. Hello. Urokadakase Kanji nodded in response, then did not speak, as if thinking. Seibito also feels good about Heinderaiwichi, and at the moment he also said something nice. Yes, Master, Heinda is not weak. Originally, we almost died at the hands of demon in this exorcism. Fortunately, Heinda arrived in time and took that one. The demon is killed. Kill. The scales were calm, but he suddenly moved when he heard this. He looked at the long knife on Heinderaiwichi's waist, his eyes flashed, and he said, "I remember you don't have Nichiren blades on your body, right? This little brother, the knife on your waist doesn't have the breadth of Nichiren blades. How did you kill the demon?" "Master, let's talk about the breathing method passed down by Handa's family." Makomo said delicately, "Brother Handa's breathing method is very powerful. It is called the flame breathing method of burning sun, which has similar abilities to that of the flame breathing method. Can cause huge damage to the demon, that head was just killed by him." Flaming sun breathing method. Urokadakase Kanji suddenly looked at Handaraiwichi dignifiedly. He knows the breathing method of flames. As one of the 9 pillars of flame breathing practice, this breathing method is much more harmful to demon than other breathing methods. NS. But is it possible to kill a demon just by the powerful breathing method? Urokadakase Kanji shook his head in his heart. It couldn't be that simple. Even the flame breathing method only restrains demon from recovering and healing power. It is difficult to kill demon by this. The key point is that Urokadakase Kanji's eyes are burning. He can see that Handaraiwichi's physical fitness is very poor, not even as strong as Sabato and Makomo. Such a person can kill demon. It is definitely not just a question of breathing. Urokadakase Kanji's gaze was once again placed on the saber on Handaraiwichi's waist. This long knife gave him a different feeling. That feeling was different from the fiery breath of Nichiren blades, but a strange sharpness. "I want to come. The reason for being able to kill demon is here. Little brother, come in for a cup of tea in advance." Urokadakase Kanji's voice was calm. He didn't immediately say whether to accept Handaraiwichi, but changed the subject and invited him into the room to drink tea. Chapter 11 Practice. Soaring Strength. Seeking Support. In the end, Urokadakase Kanji accepted Handaraiwichi as his disciple. It's not because of Sabato and Makomo stalking pleading next to each other, but because of Handaraiwichi himself. Urokadakase Kanji needs tests to accept disciples. However, the tests he arranged are really too simple for Handaraiwichi. As long as he is within the range of his physical ability to accept, he can do it. Ever since, Handaraiwichi succeeded in apprenticeship. "Brother Handa! Hurry up!" Makomo screamed happily in front of the dense forest of Sajiri Mountain. "Hello." Handaraiwichi shook his head helplessly. "According to my age, I am older than you too. You should call me brother." "Hey." Sabato was next to Handaraiwichi, with both hands behind his head, and said leisurely, "But we got started earlier than you. According to the rules of the teacher, we are your brothers and sisters." Yeah. Makomo nodded in front of him. "Quickly, ask senior sister to listen." "Not called." Handaraiwichi turned her head proudly. "No." Sabato smiled and said, "That's not good. The master said before, let the two of us teach you the basic skills. Your physical fitness is too poor, because the basic skills are not in place, but your fighting intuition is very sharp. As long as you cultivate your basic skills well and improve your physical fitness, you will definitely be a top demon hunter. If you don't call, be careful we don't teach you." Makomo said with a grin. "Man, don't bark if you say you don't." Handaraiwichi said stiffly. "Why don't we make a bet?" Handaraiwichi rolled her eyes and started to be careful. "What bet?" Sabato and Makomo were immediately attracted. "You teach me for a month. After a month, let's try it, no real knife." Handaraiwichi suggested. Handaraiwichi's strength is actually not as good as Sabato and Makomo. The strength of the two is not covered. After all, they have been practicing with Urokadakase Kanji for several years, and even now they have the opportunity to go to Fujiaki Mountain to test. The time for the two of them to test is set 2 months later. It is Fujiakima's annual test time. The two of them are ready to go to the test when the time comes. Heinderaiwichi intends to be in these to increase your strength within the month and go to the trial with the two of you, otherwise, you may have to wait another year before you can go to the trial. Read more at fictionzone.net. Heinderaiwichi didn't have the slightest doubt about whether he could defeat the two in a month. What are you betting on? The two asked. If I win, you call me senior brother. Heinderaiwichi smiled. If I lose, I will naturally call you senior brother and senior sister. It is good. The two looked at each other and nodded confidently in agreement. The two did not feel that they would lose. Heinderaiwichi was able to defeat the demon they couldn't defeat by relying on the breathing method, while the two of them practiced the water breathing method, which has a natural restraint on the fire attribute breathing method. Not to mention, Heinderaiwichi's own strength is still very low. Both Sabato and Makomo can easily defeat Heinderaiwichi. They don't believe that within a month, Heinderaiwichi can beat them. Ever since, in the following time, in addition to occasionally playing with the two in the mountains, every day in the intense practice training, various basic skills, such as squatting, running, climbing with heavy weights, trespassing in traps, and even practicing against two people directly make Heinderaiwichi's spirits tense. Every day is very fulfilling, but he can also do it all the time. Feeling that I am strong and getting stronger every day, the speed of improvement really scared Makomo too. Time flies quickly, and 1 month has passed. That night, Heinderaiwichi, who was resting on the tatami mat, slowly opened her eyes and glanced at Sabato and Makomo who were sleeping on both sides of her side. Heinderaiwichi thoughtfully controlled and said, "System, open my attribute panel." Ding. Host, Heinderaiwichi. Race, human. Age, 16. Occupation, swordsman. Physique, 22. Strength, 19. Agility, 22. Spirit, 21. Skill. Flame and Sun Breathing Method, LV2, this breathing method has a total of 9 levels. After practicing, it can greatly increase attack power and additional damage to demon. Practice in the hot sun can speed up the progress of training, attach weapons to attack, or attach fists, etc. Attack on body parts. Observation Haki, LV2, Haki permeates the body, perceives everything around him, and predicts the enemy's movements. Zanpakuto Zanjutsu, from the unlocked Zanpakuto in the Shinigami world, Zanpakuto has a bonus to soul damage. However, Zanpakuto without Shikai has a lower ability and can only be effective against ordinary demon. It is not effective against demon of 12 Kazuki and above. After Shikai, it has no effect on demon. Moon level demon are effective, after Bankai it is effective against demon. Shadow Dagger, when used at night, it can increase the user's agility by 5 points and 3 points of strength. 1 bottle of healing potion, 1 bottle of psychoactive potion, and 1 bottle of physical potion. Heinderaiwichi looked at his 4-dimensional attributes, and suddenly smiled. Such 4-dimensional attributes are almost the same as Makomo and Sabato, and should be close to the attributes of most demon killers, at least at the Kwai level. Heinderaiwichi guessed that the 4-dimensional attributes of a demon hunter of level A, B, C, and D should all be around 50 points, and he, besides his strength, is still a little short. The other 3 attributes have reached 20 points. Both breathing method and Haki have reached the 2nd level, and the 4-dimensional attribute can reach such a high level. There are also factors in this respect. Heinderaiwichi's current physique has increased a lot. While his physical stamina has improved rapidly, his breathing method has not fallen. He also constantly uses observation Haki when practicing, so his observation Haki level has also been raised to the 2nd level. The only pity is, Heinderaiwichi looked at Zanjutsu, with a trace of regret in her eyes. Zanjutsu does not have Shikai yet. It seems that if you want Shikai, you still need a real bloody battle. He has a hunch, once Zanjutsu Shikai, it will definitely have a terrifying effect on him. Even the shadow dagger capital from the wooden treasure chest can increase so many attributes. After Zanjutsu Shikai, how many attributes can be added? Will it directly make me reach the level of a grade A demon hunter? Chapter 12 Contest. Strength is crushed. 3rd. The next morning, in the open space in front of the house, Urokadaka Seikanji stood with his hands on his back and did not speak, but from his eyes, he could still tell that he was very satisfied with Handaraiwichi. The talent of this disciple really doesn't have to be said. Among all the young people he has met, he belongs to the top-level genius. 1 month, this is only 1 month. In a short period of 1 month, his strength has gone from being slightly stronger than ordinary people, reaching the current least Kwai level strength. There is still a month to go before Fujitsuyama's trial, and this month it is estimated that he can continue to grow stronger. By then, he will be able to participate in the trial. Urokadaka Seikanji is very relieved that the 3 disciples now are all good. The big disciple Tomioka Jiyua has passed the trial last year and has even reached the level of grade A. If these 3 little guys succeed in the trial, they will be considered as good. Peace of mind. But Urokadaka Seikanji thought of the evil spirit on Fujiaki Mountain, and there was a gloom in his heart. The disciples he had taught over the years were far more than these. Many disciples who died in trials over the years were many. Died in the mouth of that evil spirit. Hope. I hope Handa can surprise me. Urokadaka Seikanji murmured. How to compare? In the field, Sabato asked eagerly, with the wooden sword in his hand pointing to the ground, looking at Handaraiwichi with scorching eyes. Let's go together. Handaraiwichi also holds a wooden sword in her hand, stands tall in the court, with a black hair shawl and a calm smile at the corners of her mouth. She looks at Sabato and Makomo and says, as long as you can defeat me, you are brother and sister, but don't forget, if I win, you have to call me senior brother. Let's go together. Makomo bit his finger and thought for a moment. We two beat you alone. Isn't this a bit unfair? Yeah. Sabato nodded. Also, if we lose, it's okay to call you senior brother, but if we want to call senior brother, you have to ask senior brother Jiyua. Is Tomioka Jiyua? When he comes back, I will naturally try to compete with him. Handaraiwichi confidently said, now, it's our test, let's go, don't keep your hands, my progress this month, but you guys I saw it all. Yeah. Sabato nodded, Handaraiwichi's horrible progress this month, they can all see it, this person is simply a monster, every day is improving, every day is getting stronger, the speed of getting stronger, it's just appalling. The two looked at each other, and they also vaguely felt that if they were alone, they might really not be able to beat Handa. Yes, the two went to the opposite side of Handaraiwichi together. Read more at fictionzone.net. It has started. Go. Sabato and Makomo looked at each other, nodded together, and rushed out together, swift as lightning. One of them was on the left and the other on the right. The two wooden swords quickly pierced Handaraiwichi's back and shoulders like a snake. Look at the move, water type, stab. The shape of water, water-cutting thorns. Good job. Handaraiwichi groaned, and when the wooden sword in his hand moved, his figure also moved. Under the coverage of observation haki, no matter how fast he was, he couldn't cause any damage, because he knew all his attacks. Ding ding. The wooden swords fought, Handaraiwichi blocked the two wooden swords, and then the sword flew out. The flames burn the sun, rise. The Handaraiwichi wooden sword rotates, and the blade is split out with a rotating force. The shape of water, the car of water. Makomo was shocked, feeling that Handaraiwichi's sword moves carried a terrifying rotating force, and he was about to deviate from what he was carrying, and quickly turn the wooden sword to attack. Want to defuse this offensive? On the other side, Sabato saw this, and immediately attacked again, trying to relieve Makomo, the shape of water, flow, water cut. The wooden sword crossed Heinderaiwichi's waist with a splash of water like fallen leaves floating on the surface of the water. Flaming sun. Fiery. The smell of fire. Heinderaiwichi's expression remained unchanged, and the wooden sword in his hand turned and attacked with another move. This time, both of them were included in the attack range. The hot flame breath evaporates the water vapor in the two swords. Not good. At this moment, Sabato's expression changed and he was about to change his hand, but it was too late. Heinderaiwichi moved quickly to the left. The wooden sword in his hand flew Sabato's wooden sword. The tip of the sword nodded on Sabato's forehead, and then quickly rushed towards Makomo. Sabato was already defeated and could only watch Heinderaiwichi rush towards Makomo. Makomo saw Heinderaiwichi rushing forward, biting his silver teeth, holding swords in both hands, trying to block Heinderaiwichi's attack. Pity. Boom. The wooden sword flew out, and the wooden sword in Heinderaiwichi's hand was already on Makomo's shoulder. You are defeated. Heinderaiwichi replied. Brother. The two looked at each other and shouted. Chapter 13 Zanjutsu Shikai, Seeking Support. Not bad, not bad. Urokadakase Kanji stepped forward and looked at the three with satisfaction, especially Heinderaiwichi. Heinda, you are very good. You have made rapid progress during this time. It's all well taught by the teacher. Heinderaiwichi was not arrogant, and nodded calmly and said, Sabato and Makomo are also very strong, and there is no problem in completing Fujiakiyama's trial. Yeah. Lintaki laughed, and there was nothing else to say to Heinderaiwichi, and turned to look at Sabato and Makomo. You two look at Heinda. Although Heinda is an apprentice, he didn't accept it before. After system training, you have been with me for many years, but now you have been compared with me. You still have to practice harder in the future. Knowing the teacher, we will definitely work harder to practice. Sabato and Makomo quickly answered respectfully. Lintaki glanced at Heinda again and asked, Heinda, did you comprehend the tricks you used in the previous battle? Yes. During this period of training, Heinda is not only practicing the breathing method, but also has some insights on combat moves. He has already understood several strategies against the enemy. As long as he studies and understands for a period of time, he can definitely form an orderly system. Perfect move. Very good. Read more at fictionzone.net. Urokadakase Kanji first nodded in appreciation, and then sighed, your breathing method is of the fire attribute, and my line has always inherited the water attribute breathing method, and various combat moves are also extended from the water attribute breathing method. What you have explored is very different from your attributes. The teacher can only give you some guidance in practice, and you need to work hard on the understanding of combat moves. The disciple understands, thank the teacher for caring. Heinderaiwichi is not discouraged. In fact, compared with the inherited fighting style, it is more difficult to comprehend by yourself, but once you comprehend it, it is completely yours, and the fit with yourself is not much to say. For Heinderaiwichi, there is no better choice. It's fine if you understand. Lintaki smiled slightly, you go and practice first, and I want to tell them some of the mistakes that Biduzhong made just now. Heinderaiwichi nodded and left. Urokadakase Kanji reprimanded the two of them from behind, when you fought just now, you weren't fully concentrated at all. I have told you how many times before, full concentration, and the combination of mind and breathing. Only when you are fully concentrated can you exert your strongest strength. Heinderaiwichi stepped aside, ignored the two people who looked at him eagerly, and began to look at himself. He now has a more urgent problem to solve, and nothing else, it is Zanjutsu Shikai problem. Next month, he will take Sabato and Makomo to Fujiaki Yama for the demon-killing team trial. If it is only a simple trial, he is fully confident that he can handle it, but he will definitely encounter Tianai in the trial, with the power of Zanpakuto. It is impossible to kill Tianai, so he wants to put Zanpakuto Shikai before the trial begins. In this way, he will be confident to solve the Tianai and prevent Sabato and Makomo from dying by Tianai. Alone came to the small woods behind the house. He saw a huge round stone. This should be the stone that was split by the protagonist Tanjiro in the original plot, because only by splitting this stone can he be qualified to participate in the trial. Sabato and Makomo already have the ability to split boulders, and Heinderaiwichi, who can beat the two, is of course not to mention. Of course, the stone they split was not this one, but another place. Heinderaiwichi sits quietly on the top of the stone, sitting cross-legged, with a calm face and a calm expression. There is a black long knife on both knees. It is Zanjutsu. For Zanjutsu Shikai, he had some guesses and thoughts before, and now is the time to try Shikai. Let's start. Heinderaiwichi slowly closed her eyes, completely covering Zanjutsu's spirit, and tried to communicate with the spirit of Zanjutsu. The internet is disconnected at home and I am using the code word of my mobile phone. I will try my best to write a few more chapters. Chapter 14 The Spirit of Zanjutsu. Chapter 14 The Spirit of Zanjutsu. Zanpakuto without Shikai can be used by anyone, because there is no recognition of the Lord, and Zanpakuto after Shikai can be Shikai only by the one who made Zanpakuto Shikai pass. This sentence seems a little redundant. Simply put, anyone can use Shikai's Zanpakuto, and if Heinderaiwichi Shikai takes Zanjutsu, then even if Zanjutsu gives you someone else, other people can only hold Wei Shikai's Zanpakuto chopped and slashed, and only when he returned to Heinderaiwichi could Shikai be able to exert its tremendous power. Although Heinderaiwichi's Zanjutsu comes from Shinigami time, this world is still a little different from the Shinigami world. At least there is no Ryutsu here, and there are some things that can't be done. For example, after Ichigo's Zanjutsu Bankai in Shinigami, Ryutsu is too strong. The form of Death Tyrants has changed drastically, but it is not necessarily here. Heinderaiwichi was calm and concentrated, and his mental fluctuations began to synchronize with Zanjutsu, and even the soul was communicating with Zanjutsu. Buzzing. After a long period of time, just when Heinderaiwichi was a little bit about to give up, he suddenly felt a haze in his mind, and then his eyes went dark and bright. When he looked again, he had come to a strange place. Is this the spiritual world of Zanjutsu? Heinderaiwichi looked at this peculiar space and thought, no, this is the spiritual space formed by Zanjutsu using my spiritual power. This is a very strange space. The whole world is turned upside down. In the sky is a city hanging upside down. It looks familiar when you look closely. It is also a city under your feet, which seems normal. In fact, the whole city is empty and silent. This is the city I was in before crossing. Heinderaiwichi moved her eyes and muttered to herself. These two opposing cities are much more luxurious and developed than the city where Demon Slayer is located. The high-rise buildings are far from being comparable to cities in the world today. Laugh. Boom. Heinderaiwichi's expression suddenly changed, and Zanjutsu in his hand suddenly fell to one side, blocking a terrifying attack. Is this the spirit of Zanjutsu? Read more at fictionzone.net. Heinderaiwichi turned his head to look, and saw a gloomy, handsome boy looking at him holding Zanjutsu, his face full of murderous intent. Hey, you are worthy of holding Zanjutsu. The handsome boy looks 90% similar to Heinderaiwichi, but his personality is completely different. The look in Heinderaiwichi's eyes does not hide his murderous intent. You are the sword spirit of Zanjutsu, I didn't expect it to look like me. Feather. Tianraiwichi is not afraid at all. Maybe this guy is more proficient in using Zanjutsu than himself, but he also has things that the other party doesn't. A very strange point: in this spiritual world, you cannot use weapons other than zanjutsu, nor can you use breathing methods, but Heinderaiwichi discovered that he can use observation haki. Heinderaiwichi can understand it after a little thought. This may be because observation haki is originally a spiritual skill that can be brought into this spiritual world and used. You can predict my attack. There is a trace of doubt in the handsome young boy's low and hoarse voice. How is it possible that here, I am the existence that can perfectly exert my strength, and you can predict the direction of my attack? Heinderaiwichi glanced at zanjutsu in his hand, and then at zanjutsu in his opponent's hand. There was no difference, and he said, "Is it right, as long as I beat you here, I can finish zanjutsu shikai? I still have a little brain." The handsome boy smiled coldly. "Yes, as long as you can beat me, you can shikai zanjutsu, and then zanjutsu will officially recognize you as the master, and you will gain shikai's ability at any time. You will not succeed, because you are definitely not my opponent. Kill." The handsome boy gave a low cry, and the whole person rushed over and slashed at Heinderaiwichi. Since the opponent can predict his own things, he should not launch a surprise attack and directly attack the opponent with absolute strength. "Good job." Heinderaiwichi's eyes flashed, and he rushed over with the knife, and fought with the opponent. Bang bang bang. There was a sound of weapons clashing, and the two fought fiercely. Although Heinderaiwichi has observation haki, the opponent also has a home court advantage. It is also equivalent to a copy of Heinderaiwichi. Except for the absence of observation haki, other personal abilities are the same as Heinderaiwichi. With the home court advantage, it is better than Heinderaiwichi. Heinderaiwichi is stronger. There is almost no concept of time in the spiritual world. This battle has been fought for a long, long time, and both of them are very tired, but they are still attacking each other frantically. Go to hell. Suddenly, the handsome boy caught an opportunity and pierced Heinderaiwichi's heart with all his strength. At this moment, Heinderaiwichi, who seemed to have made a mistake and leaked a flaw, showed a smile. "You are fooled. Cut out in one fell swoop. Do not." Chapter 15 Big Kitchen Knife Zanjutsu. The Soaring Four-Dimensional. Heinderaiwichi opened her eyes slowly, a flash of cold light burst in her eyes, and then slowly receded. Looking down at his knees, a huge sharp kitchen knife was lying in front of him quietly. "Shikai's Zanjutsu." Heinderaiwichi smiled at the corner of her mouth and reached out and picked up Zanjutsu in front of him. At this moment, Zanjutsu has completely changed its appearance. The blade is huge and long, and the blade looks extremely sharp, just like the Zanjutsu in the hands of Kurosaki Ichigo in Shinigami anime. Ding! Congratulations to host, Zanjutsu Shikai is successful. Zanjutsu, Shikai. Shikai's Zanjutsu can cause huge soul damage to 12 Kazuki level demon. The blade is extremely sharp. After Shikai, increase 10 points of strength, 10 points of physique, 10 points of agility, and 10 points of spirit. Added so many attributes. Heinderaiwichi took a deep breath when he saw this. It seemed that there were not many attributes at 10 points, but 4 attributes were added. The 4-dimensional attributes added up to a total of 40. Clicked. Call up my attribute panel. Heinderaiwichi said solemnly. Ding. Host, Heinderaiwichi. Race, human. Age, 16. Occupation, swordsman. Physique, 32. Strength, 29. Agility, 32. Read more at fictionzone.net. Spirit, 31. Skill. Flame and Sun Breathing Method, LV2. This breathing method has a total of 9 levels. After practicing, it can greatly increase attack power and additional damage to demon. Practice in the hot sun can speed up the progress of training, attach weapons to attack, or attach fists, etc. Attack on body parts. Observation Haki, LV2, Haki permeates the body, perceives everything around him, and predicts the enemy's movements. Zanpakuto Zanjutsu, Shikai, Zanjutsu after Shikai can cause huge soul damage to 12 Kizuki level demon. The blade is extremely sharp. After Shikai, increase 10 points of strength, 10 points of physique, 10 points of agility, and 10 points of spirit. After Bankai, it has great damage to all demon. Shadow Dagger, when used at night, it can increase the user's agility by 5 points and 3 points of strength. 1 bottle of healing potion, 1 bottle of psychoactive potion, and 1 bottle of physical potion. This attribute. Heinderaiwichi himself was taken aback, and at this moment, he could clearly feel his own strength. This strength is all round, because after Zanjutsu Shikai, the increase is not a single attribute, but a physique. Strength, agility, and spirit are all strengthened. Except for the strength of 29 points, the other 3 attributes all reached 30 points, which gave him a terrifying improvement in all aspects. The current me. Heinda. Raiwichi slowly got up and stood proudly on the boulder with Zanjutsu, feeling the strength of his body, full of confidence in his heart. Now even if I meet the last string in 12 Kizuki, I will be able to fight, even being able to kill by myself. After all, I still have the damage bonus of the flame and burning sun breathing method. Before Heinderaiwichi guessed the strength of the column class and 12 Kizuki's lower 6 strings, in his thoughts, the existence of this class, its single attribute, at least one of its single attributes reached 50 points, while the other 3 attributes, on average, would not below 30. Heinderaiwichi's current 4-dimensional attributes may not be comparable to this level of existence in a single attribute. But he now has Shikai's Zanjutsu and fire-breathing methods, plus observation Haki. He is confident to fight one. Even if it is a grade A demon hunter, it is definitely not my opponent now. Heinderaiwichi, only a stronger presence can fight me. Heinderaiwichi feels a little swollen, hope that a powerful enemy will appear to suppress him. Heinderaiwichi carried Zanjutsu and jumped off the boulder, then glanced at Zanjutsu, and with a move, Zanjutsu's blade shrank instantly and returned to its original appearance. The 40-point blessing attribute on Heinderaiwichi's panel has not been reduced. The attribute points blessed after Shikai will not be reduced because of this. After all, Zanjutsu has already recognized the Lord at this moment. As long as Zanjutsu is still in his hands, the blessed attribute points will not be reduced. Will disappear. Heinda, brother Heinda. At this time, a clear voice rang. It was Makomo, calling him. I'm here. Heinderaiwichi responded, shoving Zanjutsu and leaving here. Brother Heinda. Makomo walked over and asked, where have you been? So long. Long time. Heinderaiwichi doesn't know how long she has been in the spiritual space. The battle with the spirit of Zanjutsu has indeed passed for a long time, but the time in the spiritual world is not synchronized with the time in the real world, so he has to ask. Only Makomo can know how long has passed in reality. It's been a long time. Makomo pouted, and then said happily, by the way, the master asked me to come to you. The big brother is back, let you see you. Big brother? Tomioka Jiyua. Heinderaiwichi raised her brows and smiled at the corners of her mouth. The current Tomioka Jiyua, I don't know if he inherited Urokadakase Kanji's position in the water column. Perhaps, the opportunity to test his strength has come and fight Tomioka Jiyua. In one game, you can also test what level you are in. Yes, it's brother Jiyua. Makomo nodded. Then let's go and see him. Continue to the code word, everyone give some flowers evaluation votes, thank you. Chapter 16 Challenge of Tomioka Jiyua. Tomioka, this is Heinderaiwichi. In front of the wooden house, beside Urokadakase Kanji stood a black-haired man in the costume of a demon slayer. The man had a handful of Nichiren blades on his waist. His expression was cold and expressionless. He was not someone else. He was one of the 9 pillars of Tomioka. Gyuo, I don't know if he has officially served as the water column. At this moment Urokodakase Kanji is introducing him to Handaraiwichi. Hello. Tomioka Gyuo looked at Handaraiwichi with a facial paralysis, didn't say much, just nodded briefly, and then said these 2 words. Hello. Handaraiwichi looked indifferent, with a slight smile, and nodded to Tomioka Gyuo, which is considered acquaintance. Tomioka, Handa's talent is very good. Urokodakase Kanji saw that the 2 met and said to Tomioka Gyuo, the speed of cultivation is not worse than you used to be. In the future, you will work with the demon killing team. You have to take care of him. As long as I am within my duty and do not violate the demon killing team law, I will take care of him. Tomioka Gyuo replied. You are coming back this time because of the succession of Shuehuo, right? After a pause, Urokodakase Kanji asked, what did the leader say? The leader is okay, but for the other posts, some people seem to be reluctant to see me take over the water column. Speaking of this, Tomioka Gyuo frowned slightly. He wants to take over as the teacher's water column. The resistance is not on the leader's side, but other columns. To get their recognition, you must be able to hold them down. The strength of the job. However, he has no worries about his own strength. He is confident that he is enough to serve as a water column. Read more at fictionzone.net. Don't hesitate, don't be indecisive. Urokodakase Kanji said solemnly, believe in yourself and accept their challenge, Tomioka. Understand the teacher. Tomioka Gyuo said sternly, I will prove it with my strength. The position of the water column is definitely mine. Others can't take it away. As the proud disciple of Urokodakase Kanji, if the water column position removed by the teacher is taken away by others, it is the biggest humiliation to him. In any case, he will not let this happen, even if it is to fight his own life. And keep the water column in place. Tomioka Gyuo has a firm look and stays still. Urokodakase Kanji glanced at Tomioka Gyuo with relief. His proud disciple did not disappoint him. Okay, let's have a meal in the house. After dinner, Sabato and Makomo grabbed Tomioka Gyuo who was about to rest. The 2 of them had a strange face, and they whispered a few words to Tomioka Gyuo. Tomioka Gyuo looked up at Handaraiwichi, with a curious look. Handa, did you defeat Sabato and Makomo? Tomioka Gyuo asked. Yeah, I tried it this morning. Handaraiwichi said, glaring at both of them. Sabato spit out his tongue at Handa, then looked at him triumphantly, his eyes sparkling, and his heart secretly said, you can defeat us, but now the big brother is back, the strength of the big brother is very strong, and he will definitely be able to defeat you. Hee, it's later than we started, and let us call you brother, Makomo looked at Handaraiwichi with a little embarrassment. She and Sabato teamed up against Handaraiwichi, but they still lost. Handaraiwichi defeated them by virtue of their true ability. He shouldn't have taken Tomioka Gyuo to find a place, but Sabato wants to do it. She can't help it. Of course, this is just a discussion within the door, and there is no big argument. I heard that Handa, you have just started for a month, and you can make such a huge improvement. It is really rare. Tomioka Gyuo also nodded, and he also admitted that he can beat Sabato and a few years of learning within a month of learning. Makomo, this talent and cultivation speed are indeed surprising. This is because my physique matches well with the breathing method. Actually, when it comes to practicing hard work, the 2 of them are not bad. Handaraiwichi said. Indeed, Sabato and Makomo have nothing to say in terms of cultivation, sometimes even working harder than him. He was able to defeat the 2 in such a short time because of the system in hand. The Zanjutsu who opened the treasure chest, and the breathing method and haki are all absolute proof of his current strength. Handa, let's compete. Tomioka Jiyuo said seriously, tomorrow I will leave and go to the demon killing team headquarters to participate in the column level assessment. It may be rare to have time to come back in the future. Before I leave, I want to compete with you. No problem. How could Handaraiwichi refuse? He also wants to know that after Zanjutsu Shikai, his attributes have soared, and his strength has not reached the column level. Well, let's go out and find an open space. The four of them left quietly, and they didn't want the teacher to know about the fight this time. Chapter 17 Bloom. Zanjutsu. Stunned. The narrow misty mountain at night was particularly quiet, with only the slight rustling noise of the leaves blowing in the night wind, and the occasional humming of insects. In a clearing far away from the wooden house, Sabato and Makomo stood aside, watching the field nervously. In the clearing, Handaraiwichi and Tomioka Jiyuo stood facing each other. They were about the same height, but looked a little different. Tomioka Jiyuo has a cold face and facial expression. At this moment, his left hand is holding the scabbard around his waist, and his right hand is gently resting on the handle of the Nichiren blades, but he is not out of the scabbard. He is waiting for Handaraiwichi to take the first shot. How to say, he is also a big brother, it is impossible to make a move first. Seeing this, Handaraiwichi was not polite to Tomioka Jiyuo either. Handaraiwichi slowly pulled out Zanjutsu from his waist. The blade was on the moonlight, shining with a cold light. The tip of the blade pointed at Tomioka Jiyuo and whispered, "Brother Tomioka, during the day I competed with 2 juniors and sisters. A small bet, in our competition, should we do it again?" "What bet?" Tomioka Jiyuo calmly said, "Is it the same bet?" "I will call you brother after I lose." "Right." Handaraiwichi smiled calmly, "Will you accept this bet?" "Did you lose?" Tomioka Jiyuo asked, surrendering the position of the big brother if he loses, but for the other party, it is impossible to empty the white wolf. "If I lose, call you big brother." Handaraiwichi shrugged. "Shameless." Sabato rolled his eyes and couldn't help complaining, "Brother Handa, can we not be so shameless?" Makomo stroked his forehead, speechless. Tomioka Jiyuo, who was opposite Handaraiwichi, twitched his mouth and said nothing. "Ahem, just kidding." Handaraiwichi has no shame in the slightest, and his thick skin is shocking. "Well, if I lose, I will be the junior in the door from now on, regardless of whether the teacher has other disciples in the future. I'm the last, how about it?" Upon hearing this, Tomioka Jiyuo didn't feel much. Anyway, he is a big brother, and he is confident that he will be better than any other brother. Read more at fictionzone.net. Sabato and Makomo are different. Sabato's eyes are brighter. "Brother Tomioka, promise him, promise Handa, he, how could he be your opponent? If you win him for us, he will become our little brother again." NS. Sabato looked at Handa triumphantly, as if he had seen Handa calling his brother. "What a kid." Handa looked at Sabato silently. "Sabato, you, keep your voice down." Makomo pulled Sabato's sleeves, "Don't be heard by the master." "Well." Sabato immediately covered his mouth, turned his eyes steadily, glanced at the direction of the wooden house, and found that there was no movement there, and then heaved a sigh of relief. "Okay." Tomioka Jiyuo nodded, "I agree to this bet. Then, I'm going to shoot." Handaraiwichi grinned, "Brother Tomioka, please give me some advice." This should be the first time he called someone else brother, and it may be the last time. "Let's do it." Tomioka Jiyuo nodded, but his expression did not relax at all. He is not a person who underestimates the enemy. Even facing the weakest demon, he will use all his strength to fight, let alone a genius like Handaraiwichi, who can be in a month after cultivating. He defeated Sabato and Makomo to join forces, and was truly praised by the teacher. The strength is definitely not bad. Chang. Ding! A cold light flashed, and Heinderaiwichi had already rushed forward with a knife, and with an ordinary slash, he slashed towards Tomioka Jiyuo. Tomioka Jiyuo Nichiren blades came out of the sheath and simply blocked Heinderaiwichi's knife. Take out your true strength. Tomioka Jiyuo gave a fierce push, and the blade of Nichiren blades creaked with Zanjutsu, pushing Heinderaiwichi away. For me, there is no such attack. Any meaning? Warm up first, don't worry. Heinderaiwichi's expression condensed, and he was ready to make a full shot. Bloom. Zanjutsu. Heinderaiwichi whispered, and the Zanjutsu in his hand immediately changed its shape, revealing the Shikai appearance of his big kitchen knife. Unlike Kurosaki Ichigo's Shikai's Zanjutsu at the beginning, his Zanjutsu is the most original version. After he personally defeated the spirit of Zanjutsu to recognize the Lord, he has the same slogan as opening a spell. Even though he shouted such slogans, it made a cheeky guy like Heinderaiwichi feel a little blushing, coughing, it was really a second timer. However, Zanjutsu after Shikai has a shocking power. On the opposite side, Tomioka Jiyuo's eyes shrank sharply, looking at Zanjutsu in Heinderaiwichi's hand with a solemn expression. What kind of knife is this? On the sidelines, Sabato and Makomo stared at Heinderaiwichi dumbfounded, or rather, staring at Zanjutsu in his hand. I have never heard of any kind of sword that can change its shape. This is not Nichiren blades either. Chapter 18 Suppress Tomioka Jiyuo. Big brother. This is a special weapon from my family, Zanpakuto. Heinderaiwichi said nonsense. Family weapon? Is it that strong? Sabato looked at Haki Wushuan's Zanjutsu with bright eyes. Such a huge knife looked extremely mighty. Tomioka Jiyuo's eyes were dignified. This knife, not only looks mighty, the fierce aura that suddenly rises from the opposite body, but also the terrifying breath on the knife that almost makes the soul tremble. It's definitely not easy. Tomioka Jiyuo's solemn horizontal sword is in front, and he is fully prepared to use all his strength to fight Heinda. Please take the move. Heinderaiwichi said loudly, the flames of the sun, the shape of one, the breath of fire. In this month, Heinderaiwichi has summarized the advantages of her breathing method and knife method, and successfully realized a few tricks that belong to her, and this is the first one to start. The breath of fire uses the flame power of the flame-burning sun breathing method to increase the fire damage in your attack. If the previous ordinary attack was only accompanied by a slight flame attack, then the breath of fire will fill your body with flames. Power, every move has a strong flame aura. The shape of water, the flow of water. Tomioka Jiyuo's heart moved, and he didn't put any big moves. He just made a simple move, and it dangerously blocked Heinderaiwichi's move. This guy is really strong. Tomioka Jiyuo was shocked. His ordinary blow, it was also a pillar. Although he has not formally qualified for the water column, he has tried before with someone in the other columns, regardless of the outcome, although each has their hands, but being able to compete with the column regardless of the outcome, this already means that he has the column level strength. And now, Heinderaiwichi can even win against him. Next, it's time for you to pick me up. Tomioka Jiyuo said in a deep voice, and then deceived him, and the hand knife Nichiren blades flashed, the shape of the water wheel. Call. Wow. In the horrible water vapor boiling, the power of the breath of water almost turned into a real water flow, following the Nichiren blades into a huge round water wheel, rumbling, with a crushing force, towards Heinderaiwichi shocked. Flaming Sun, Type 2, Rising Flames. Boom. Just like an explosion, Heinderaiwichi's body was violently fired up into the sky, carrying a raging fire, turned into a red long knife, and forcibly chopped the Yakugawa in half, completely defeating Tomioka Jiyuo's attack. This trick is very powerful. This is the real flame. Read more at fictionzone.net. It is very different from the previous fire breath. The breath of fire is to increase the surrounding temperature, which is equivalent to bringing the battlefield from winter to summer. This will bring huge and incomparable advantages to fire-attributed breathing method practitioners. And the flames rise. This is completely turning one's body into a land of flames. Heinderaiwichi is like a flame elf, standing proudly in the flames with a big knife in his arms, sparks still flashing in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth split. The teacher should already know about such a big movement. If the trouble continues, the teacher may have to reprimand. Okay, then one move will determine the winner. So did Tomioka Jiyua. He nodded, and his eyes were solemn to the extreme. Now he didn't dare to look down on the little junior who had just started a month ago. He was ready to take out the strongest trick he had just learned and defeat Heinda. Then, take the move. Heinderaiwichi said in a deep voice. At the same time, similar to Tomioka Jiyua, he is also preparing to take out the third move he has understood. He believes that the third move with extremely powerful offensive power can definitely be defeated. Tomioka Jiyua. Flaming Sun, Type 3. Dragon Flame. Heinderaiwichi took a deep breath, and then, the intense flames that rose up around him, like birds returning home, all gathered on Zanjutsu. Ouch! With a sound like a dragon groaning, Heinderaiwichi dragged his sword and rushed towards Tomioka Jiyua. On top of the sword Zanjutsu, the attached dragon-shaped flame roared and rushed towards Tomioka Jiyua fiercely following the sword's momentum. This! What a powerful trick! Tomioka Jiyua's complexion changed suddenly, and he hurriedly responded to the attack, and shouted in a deep voice, Water Breath, Type 11, Shisui. Ding! A jingle. It seemed that the whole world had calmed down. Tomioka Jiyua stood there calmly, as if not afraid of any attacks. Brother Heinda is so strong. Makomo muttered to himself. Both Sabato and Makomo stared blankly. I thought that Heinderaiwichi had already used all his strength when he competed with him in the morning, but now when I saw his test with Tomioka, I realized that Heinda simply kept his hands in the morning. Of course, that can't be said. In the morning, Heinda hadn't recognized Zanjutsu as the master. Although she did retain some of her hands, it was definitely not as strong as it is now. Brother Tomioka is also very strong. Sabato watched the battle between the two. Both of them are so good, Makomo, it seems that we have to practice harder. Yeah. Makomo nodded heavily. Over there, Longyan's attack has officially come within Shisui's range. Boom. A violent roar, smoke and dust all around. At the same time, because of the collision of flames and water vapor, countless water vapor rises, which reduces the visibility of the surroundings a lot. Sabato and Makomo couldn't see clearly what was going on inside, and they didn't dare to rush in, so they could only wait anxiously. Ding 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 ding, bang bang bang. After the roar, the smoke and dust not only did not fall, but more, because the two were fighting fiercely. Boom. There was a loud noise again, and finally, everything was calm. Obviously, the two have already decided the winner. Who won? Who won? Sabato waited anxiously, seeing the two people slowly walking out of the smoke, and quickly walked over. Heinda. Tomioka Jiyua looked calm and glanced at Heinda beside him. After I take over the water column this time, I will find a chance to continue fighting with you. Welcome anytime. Heinderaiwichi smiled lightly, not afraid of Tomioka Jiyua's challenge. Is it Heinda? Sabato's eyes widened, and Makomo on one side did the same. The eyes of Heinderaiwichi were full of shock and admiration. Heinda can beat Tomioka Jiyua. God, this is too scary. Chapter 19 Heinderaiwichi's Ambition. Independence 1. Brother Heinda, did you really defeat senior brother Tomioka? Makomo was still a little unbelievable. She couldn't hide her thoughts, and immediately ran to Heinda's side and asked him. Seeing Makomo blinking big eyes and looking at herself curiously as a baby, Henda nodded gently, half a move. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a narrow win. This half-stroke win was based entirely on observation Haki's foresight. Otherwise, even if Henda did not lose, he would at best be tied with Tomioka Jiyua. However, he has observation Haki, and he beat Tomioka Jiyua abruptly. Henda smiled, winning half a stroke is also winning. If you can beat Tomioka Jiyua by half, then you can be sure that you do have column-level combat power now. This gave him a clear understanding of his own strength. Later, when he encounters 12 Kazuki's lower 6 strings, he definitely has a chance to win, even the possibility of killing the opponent. Even if he encounters the upper 6 strings, he is not without the power of a battle, at least there is absolutely no problem with saving his life. The most important thing is that he has only practiced for a month. An existence that has not yet become an official demon killer, already has column-level strength. This is definitely a terrifying concept. Henda. On the other side, Tomioka Jiyua ignored Sabato, who was a little disappointed. Instead, he looked at Henda Raiwichi. You are indeed very strong. Don't miss this trial. Maybe, the pattern of the demon killing team's 9 pillars will be due to you change. To defeat him, in his heart, Henda Raiwichi already has the opportunity to compete with the column-level swordsman. If you can defeat Yanzu, Tomioka Jiyua said solemnly, maybe you can become a new Yanzu. Read more at fictionzone.net. Wow! As soon as he heard this, Sabato, who was still a little lost before, suddenly widened his eyes. The column-level demon hunter of the demon kill team, that is the top existence of all demon hunters. They are the core level of fighting against demon. Except for 12 Kazuki and the final boss Kibutsuji Musen, any demon face them as a gift. In the minds of all demon hunters, they are heaven and invincible existence. And now? Sabato stared at Henda with wide-eyed eyes, and his heart surged. Henda, brother Henda, I call you big brother, you must be a pillar. Ha ha ha, in that case, we will have 2 pillars. Makomo also laughed happily. While both of them were surprised by Henda's strength, they were also happy for him. Maybe. Henda Raiwichi thought for a while, shook his head and said, but I'm more likely to be an independent pillar. Independent Yazu? Tomioka Jiyua's eyes tightened. Staring at Henda Raiwichi, you really plan to do that? Yeah. Henda smiled and nodded. That's harder than you defeating Yanzu to take his place. Tomioka Jiyua said, if you want to be an independent pillar and become the 10th pillar, you have to defeat all pillars alone. The difficulty is too great. Big. How can I know if I haven't tried it? Henda Raiwichi is confident. The key is not to fight those pillars now. How long has he been practicing? Now he is not an official demon killer, and there will be time in the future. After becoming a demon killing team, he has the information channel of the demon killing team to obtain information about demon that appear in various regions. With this information, he can quickly kill demon, open treasure chests, and obtain various treasures, various powerful skills and so on. With these, if he hasn't had the confidence to defeat all the pillars, it would be really useless. You, just have confidence. Seeing Henda Raiwichi confidently, Tomioka Jiyua said nothing. But Tomioka, the trick you just did is really unexpected. Henda Raiwichi looked at the other person. Although I didn't learn the tricks taught by the teacher because of the nature of the breathing method, I still understand a lot. The teacher only taught 10 tricks. Yes, what you just used was the 11th trick. Did you comprehend this by yourself? Yes, yes. Sabato and Makomo's eyes lit up, and they immediately remembered the powerful trick Tomioka Jiyua had just used. The teacher didn't teach them 2 such tricks. Yes. Tomioka Jiyua did not conceal, this is a trick that I have comprehended. You too, don't think too much now, First learn all the tricks taught by the teacher, and then think about comprehending it belongs to yourself. The trick. Understood, Brother Tomioka. The two responded respectfully. Okay, let's all go back and rest. Tomioka Jiyuo said, already taking the lead to leave. Go back and have a good rest. Heinda also nodded to the two of them, led them towards the wooden house, and said as they walked, I will go to Fujikiyama for a trial in a while, although I lead the team, it can be there. When encountering an enemy, you still need to fight yourself. We understand. Makomo nodded, Senior Heinda, don't worry, our strength is not bad. Yeah. Sabato said with a smile, the demon on Fujiaki Mountain were all arrested. They are not as powerful as the demon outside who eat a lot of people. That's not necessarily. Heinda Raiwichi glanced at the two of them, but they didn't know that you two died in Fujikiyama in the original plot. Of course, they don't know it personally, but this time with Heinda Raiwichi, T and I will naturally have him to deal with. Sabato and Makomo, let's deal with ordinary demon. Chapter 20 Go to Fujikiyama. The trial begins. Back to the wooden house, Urokadaka Seikanji's house was quiet. Several people were relieved and all went back to the house to rest. Heinda Raiwichi took a deep look at Urokadaka Seikanji's house. The next day, Tomioka Jiyuo left and went to the demon killing team headquarters to test his water column. And Heinda Raiwichi and Sabato Makomo continue to practice in Sajiri Mountain. Urokadaka Seikanji has more training requirements for the three of them. The three of them are really tossed. Even Heinda Raiwichi feels a match. Sabato Makomo even clenched their teeth. The effect was also significant. After a month, the strength of the three was greatly improved. The time has officially come when Fujiaki Mountain is about to start the trial. In front of the wooden house, the three of them packed their bags and food, and all stood in front of Urokadaka Seikanji, accepting the teacher's instructions before leaving. Along the way, you two should listen more to Heinda. Although Heinda has only been in the market for 2 months, he is not only stronger than you in terms of strength, but also a few years older than you, and there are some things that you know better than you. I know the teacher. Sabato and Makomo nodded respectfully. Heinda, I will give you the two of them. Urokadaka Seikanji instructed Heinda, then after a pause, he took out a mask from his arms and handed it to Heinda, saying, every disciple under my sect has a pair mask, this mask is made by myself, it has the effect of exorcising demon. Now, I will give you one too. Thank you teacher. Heinda solemnly took the mask. This is a lynx mask, the size is just right for Heinda to wear, and the style is similar to Sabato and Makomo's. Teacher, we are not here, so you have to take good care of yourself. Makomo said a little bit sadly. Yes, sir, after we pass the trial, we will come back to see you from time to time. Sabato also said. Nonsense, if you can pass the trial, you will be an official demon killer, and you will naturally have various tasks assigned to you. It is your duty to hunt demon and save sentient beings. Urokadaka Seikanji reprimanded. When the two heard this, they immediately lowered their heads and listened to Urokadaka Seikanji's words honestly. Teacher. Heinda Raiwichi smiled at this time. Ghost hunting missions are naturally done, but Tenten can't have them if they want to come. Tomioka also said that demon killers have vacation time after completing their missions. Then we can find time to come back to visit you. Yes, Brother Heinda is right. Sabato nodded quickly, we can come back during vacation. Just you. Urokadaka Seikanji nodded Sabato's forehead, shook his head and said, the old man was also a demon hunter, or was the last water column? Can you not know these things? You come back to visit me when you are on vacation, I have no objection, but you must remember to abide by the rules of the demon killing team, the demon is strong, and the demon killing team must unite to fight the demon, you know. Got it? Several people nodded. Then, you guys go. Urokadakase Kanji nodded, then turned around and stood still with his hands on his back. Read more at fictionzone.net. Then, teacher, let's go. The three of them reluctantly left, and Sabato and Makomo turned their heads in 3 steps. Behind the two ends, at the foot of Tengzi Mountain, the clearing of wisteria trees was filled with the fragrance of wisteria flowers. Many trial personnel have already gathered on the square here, because today is the day when the trial officially opens. The three of Heinderaiwichi arrived here a day ago. Most of them arrived a day earlier. Of course, some people arrived today. According to the test rules, if the tester hasn't arrived before the start of the test today, it is equivalent to giving up the test and can only continue to participate in the test next year. Wow, so many people. Sabato looked at the nearly 100 people in front of him in surprise. The square at the foot of the mountain is not too big, but it is already full of people at the moment, and the number is almost over 100. Heinda also looked at these people and nodded secretly. It's no wonder that the human world can still be defended under the attack of those long-lived demon. These nearly 100 people, even if 80 to 90% of them died in the cruel elimination, there would still be a dozen or 20 people left. Every year, so many people are added to the demon-killing team. The new blood that has been added over the years will let the demon-killing team. It can always be relatively equal to the strength of the demon. The so-called relative balance is between ordinary demon and ordinary demon hunters from grade A to Kwai. And 12 Kizuki has 9 poles to deal with. As for the demon ancestor Kibutsuji Musen, the strength of this guy is definitely strong and terrifying, but this guy has a weakness that is not a weakness. Fear death. Correct. Such an old demon ancestor who has lived for thousands of years, his biggest weakness is actually fear of death. This is probably beyond the expectations of many people. Of course, this is the information that many people know among the senior leaders of the demon-killing team. Since ancient times, in the history of the demon-killing team for thousands of years, Kibutsuji has been encircled and suppressed many times, but he has escaped. This novel was first published by Dragon. QQ4929238872. Don't be fooled by other fakes. Unique Filu Novel Standby Group 6721711357. Filu Novel Internal Group 114-252-9731. Filu Novel Internal Group 9290829161. More exciting Filu novels are in the hands of the owner. Welcome to the group. I hope you will not be fooled by those deceptive groups. Attachment: this work comes from the internet and published books. The work is only for readers' preview. Please delete it within 24 hours of downloading. It must not be used for commercial purposes. If you think this book is good, please buy a genuine book. Thank you for your support. Key points: I hope I can keep this paragraph when reprinted. It's a bit hard to organize, but retention is a virtue. The closest to success was a few hundred years ago. The founder of the Rizi breathing method fought with Kibutsuji and hit Kibutsuji hard at the cost of his own death. Therefore, this guy was even more afraid of death. It is normal not to show up for decades. Operate. Just when Heinderaiwichi was thinking about this, there was suddenly noisy ahead. Heinderaiwichi looked up and saw that someone had arrived. The people here are not others, but the two maids of the leader of the demon-killing team, two little girls with a little scary face, one with black hair and the other with white hair. The two of them have a lifeless expression and walked over without expression. Chapter 21, Into the Mountains. Was concerned. Above, the two girls are explaining the rules of the final selection. On the other side, something that Heinderaiwichi could not predict has happened. Hey, look, what are the three little demon over there, wearing masks? Suspicious of the team of 3 people, one of the tall and thin-hip sword men smiled and looked at Heinderaiwichi, pointing to the masks on the faces of the 3 people. Hey, don't you know this? Another short, fat boy grinned and said, "That's the sign of the water column of the demon killing team." Water column. The last person didn't seem to be clear, and was shocked when he heard that. That's all in the past tense. The tall and thin man said with disdain, "That person's Shuizu identity has long been removed, and he is now hiding on a hill to teach his apprentices. It seems that these three are his apprentices." So it is. Come on, big guys. Only by defeating such a celebrity in the trial can we prove our power. Haha. Not bad. We can also find a chance to yell at them later, he he he. The tall and thin man finally gave a gloomy sneer. On the other side, Sabito and Makomo are listening carefully to the explanations of the two young ladies. And Heinderaiwichi, even more indifferently, glanced at the few people on his side with wanton and disdain not far away. Read more at fictionzone.net. These guys, let's just survive by themselves. They haven't started the trial yet, so they started to count others. These are all guys who think they don't have enough life, and don't worry about it. Okay, I have said everything that should be said. Only those who can survive in the end can pass the assessment. From now on, the trial is open, and you all go into the mountains. Ahead, the black-haired lady said indifferently. Let's all go in, we are here waiting for you to return alive. The white-haired lady was also expressionless. Wow! Someone cheered suddenly, as if they had become a demon killer, and quickly rushed into Fujiaki Mountain. It's starting, I will definitely become a demon killer. Master, I will not let you down. A girl with long black hair walked into the Tengxue Mountain with a resolute complexion, and the wisteria flowers fell down, looking strange. Beauty. Mom and Dad, you wait. When I become an official demon hunter and get Nichiren blades, I will immediately find that demon to avenge you. A short-haired boy with a ferocious gaze rushed into the vine with murderous intent. Hit the mountain. Heinderaiwichi looked calm, looking at all kinds of people around him. He also knew that these people came to the trial for various reasons, not to mention that there were many disciples from various genres like them, those ordinary trialists. And most of them are the victims of demon, and some are the families of casual demon hunters and swordsmen. Not to mention this, Heinderaiwichi, before he spoke, Sabito and Makomo urged him. Brother Heinda, let's set off too. Sabito said anxiously, everyone else has gone in. It will be too late if we don't go. What's late? Heinda rolled her eyes and said, this is a survival mode. As long as you can survive in the end, you will pass the level. Go early and face the demon earlier. Then we should go in early. Makomo said, look, they all went in. Okay, let's go in too. Heinderaiwichi nodded helplessly. These two guys are really fearless. Several people stepped forward and walked into Fujiaki Mountain. Although the two girls with black hair and white hair were still expressionless, their eyes were on the three Heinderaiwichi who entered last. The white-haired girl on the left whispered, are these three disciples of the former Shuizu? It seems to be. The black-haired girl said blankly, the leader specially took care of us before. What do they have to pay attention to? The white-haired girl said, it's just a simple tester, although one of them looks good. I heard that one of their senior brothers is competing for the new water column position. The black-haired girl said. Oh, that's quite strange. The white-haired girl thought for a while and said, let's pay attention to it a little bit. Yeah. The black-haired girl said, after all, there are really few targets that can be told by the leader to pay attention personally. Hopefully, they won't let the leader down. If you let the leader disappointed, then die. The white-haired girl said indifferently, her eyes were lifeless and there was no emotion. Chapter 22 Encounter Demon. Here comes the treasure chest. From time to time, there was a roar and explosion in the Fujiaki Mountain. There are battles everywhere, and most of the people who come to participate in the trial are not afraid of demon, and of course they don't rule out those who are cautious. For example, here. Brother, the mission requirement is to live for a week. As long as we hide, we will complete the mission. Ha ha ha, it's so easy. A young man with a wretched expression smiled. Don't underestimate the enemy. The boy called the big brother is a sturdy boy. Although he is not old, he looks more mature. He said in a deep voice, we are no better than those swordsmen who have a history of learning. We are just casual swordsmen. The low-level breathing techniques handed down from the family, years of practice may not be as good as the progress of those famous disciples in 1 year, so we must be more cautious and cherish this opportunity. Big brother is right. The wretched young man said with a solemn expression, Big brother, what do you say? I will listen to you. Well, the 3 people in front seem to be very powerful. Let's follow them and pick up the bargain behind them. Pay attention and walk lightly. Don't let them find out. Handariwichi 3 people who were 10 meters away whispered. Understand, brother, don't worry. The wretched young man chuckled and followed up gently. Handariwichi's ears moved, and he had obviously noticed the movement behind him. Observation Haki's ability was not a joke. In this environment, for him, like a fish in water is the most normal adjective. But Sabato and Makomo didn't notice the movement behind them. Instead, they looked around curiously. Why haven't I seen the demon yet? My sword is already hungry and thirsty. Seeing Sabato's arrogant appearance, Handariwichi's mouth twitched without speaking. Makomo also had the same expression, and said helplessly, Sabato, it is better for you to be more careful. After all, this is the final selection. The master told us before we left. Don't worry. Sabato wiped his nose confidently. Brother Handa is here. Brother Handa beats the existence of Brother Tomioka. But you can't rely entirely on Handa, brother. Makomo pouted. If you want to complete the trial, it's better to rely on our own strength. Of course I know. Sabato said, I mean there is Brother Handa in the battle, we don't have to be afraid. I really met a demon, I must be the first to go up. Read more at fictionzone.net. Suddenly, Handariwichi's expression changed, and she suddenly raised her head to look at the forest ahead, with a smile on her mouth. Don't worry, the demon you want, isn't this just coming? Huh? Are you here? Where is it? Sabato's eyes lit up suddenly, and he quickly turned around to look around, his eyes staring round. Here. Handariwichi's eyes flashed cold. Zanjitsu, who was Nachikai, quickly unsheathed from her waist, flashing a sword light. Zanjitsu had already been sheathed, and a big tree more than 10 meters away had collapsed. Boom! The big tree fell, and behind the tree, a hideous demon was a little dumbfounded. How is it possible? The demon murmured, I'm hiding in hiding. I'm about to surprise them. There will be a surprise attack. First kill one person, and then tease the other 2 well. Why did they do it? Found me so soon. Wow, there is a demon. Sabato saw this, did not hesitate, brushed out the long knife from his waist, and laughed, like a thief who saw a treasure, quickly rushed to the dazed demon on the opposite side. Pick me up. Damn it, you can spot me in advance, but what's the use? The demon sneered, not afraid of Sabato's attack, and greeted him brutally, with his claws torn sharply, and brought it up. A fierce wind cracked, give me to die. Small bugs. Sabato was not surprised by this. Seeing the demon rushing up with his sword light, his face was full of wanton smiles. The breath of water, the water wheel. It turned out to be a horizontal water wheel as soon as it came up. A huge water wheel suddenly rolled towards the demon on the opposite side. Boom! After a bang, the demon couldn't hold on for a round, and was crushed and killed by Sabato. Hey, this demon is nothing more than that. Sabato suddenly laughed when he saw the demon being crushed by one of his own tricks. I thought how strong it is, much worse than the demon we encountered outside. This is normal. Makomo said, outside demon can eat people. The master said that the strength of demon is determined by the number of cannibals. Normally, the more demon that cannibalize, the stronger the demon. And here, after all, is the test site for the final selection. The mountain is surrounded by wisteria trees, and demon can't get out at all. When they are hungry, they can only kill each other, and their strength is naturally not much stronger. Sabato, don't underestimate the enemy. Heinderaiwichi said suddenly at this moment. What? Sabato was still a little bit inexplicable. Boom. With a roar, the demon that was hit by Sabato jumped out again. The broken body is quickly repairing and healing. The demon's self-healing ability is indeed desperate. It can still exist under the strangulation of the demon-killing team for hundreds of thousands of years. These demon are naturally unique. Damn it, I must kill you. The demon roared fiercely, then stepped on its feet and rushed fiercely. No, hide. Makomo quickly reminded Sabato. It's too late. Seeing Sabato, who was still stunned, Heinderaiwichi whispered, her figure had disappeared, and she appeared in front of Sabato in a flash. Her eyes were light, and she said softly, however, that's all. This kind of kid, to me, is just a gift box. Brush. Laugh. The sword light flashed, everything was silent, and a treasure chest burst out. Chapter 23 Invincible Secret Skills. Third chapter. Forward. Sabato scratched his head a little. Brother Heinda, you are amazing. Heinderaiwichi sighed, you know, demon are not that easy to kill. Only Nichiren blades can kill them by cutting their necks, and you don't have Nichiren blades in your hands. Yet. Makomo also walked over, and said with some lingering fears, if Brother Heinda hadn't taken the shot, you had been hit by this demon just now. Thank you Brother Heinda, I remember it. Sabato nodded his head heavily. Heinderaiwichi took 2 steps, bent down and touched the ground. Sabato and Makomo behind could not see the treasure chest, and looked at Heinderaiwichi inexplicably. Brother Heinda, what are you doing? Makomo asked as curiously as the baby, the last time you killed demon in that small village, what's the point? Oh. Heinderaiwichi said pitifully, these demon were also human before, I am praying for them. Wow, Brother Heinda is so kind. Makomo said, staring at the stars. Okay, let's go and move on. Although Heinderaiwichi kept a pitiful look on her face, she was actually a little speechless in her heart. Because, a skill he opened out of the treasure chest that this demon exploded, really made him speechless. Read more at fictionzone.net. Ding. Congratulations to the host, or the invincible secret skill repeated horizontal jump. This skill uses repeated horizontal jumping to avoid attacks. After using it, it increases agility by 8 points. It can improve the level of the secret skill by enhancing physical fitness. Invincible secret skills. Jump repeatedly. That's it? Heinderaiwichi said firmly in her heart, even if I die, I won't use this secret technique anymore, I can't afford to lose this person. Heinderaiwichi glanced at Sabato and Makomo next to him. Perhaps, such a secret technique is a good choice for them to use. Moving on, but for a while, I met a demon again. This time Makomo stepped forward to meet the enemy, with Sabato and Heinderaiwichi behind. Makomo successfully defeated the demon. In fact, with the strength of the 2 of them, these little demon are really not their opponents. After all, they are Urokadakase Kanji, a disciple who was taught by Shuizu. In terms of strength, it is definitely the top presence among the personnel in this trial. Of course, the last cut of these demon was made by Heinderaiwichi. Only the demon he killed by himself can explode the treasure chest. Besides, they don't have Nichiren blades in their hands. It is still a bit difficult to kill the demon. And Zanjutsu in Heindaraiwichi's hands is now in Shikai state. It is not too simple to kill these little demon. Behind them, the two teenagers looked shocked at the moment. Big brother. These three people, why are they so terrible? The wretched young man couldn't say clearly at this moment, his upper and lower teeth slapped, making a chuckle. Not to blame him, it is really true. I saw something terrifying along the way. Is this really just a tester who is just beginning to be selected? How can I see them killing demon as simple as killing chickens? Yeah. How come these guys are so strong? The sturdy young man called the big brother looked at the front and muttered with straight eyes, could it be that we are really far from these well-earned swordsmen? Is it that big? When they come down the road, no fewer than 7 or 8 demon have been killed, right? If this goes on, wouldn't the entire demon of Tangzishan be killed by them? The wretched young man felt a chill in his heart. This is for trial. Many people don't want to kill demon. Many people are planning to survive for 7 days. Even if they have completed the task, how dare they? How dare they do this? Yeah. The strong young man took a deep breath. Don't they know that if they do this, they will cause the demon of the entire Fujisaki mountain to riot? At that time, the demon of the entire mountain will attack them. No matter how strong they are, they won't be the opponents of the demon of the whole mountain, right? Big brother, I think we are better. It is better not to follow them. This is simply to die. The wretched boy stammered, I don't want to die here like this. I also want to be a great demon hunter. People. Yeah. The sturdy young man thought for a while, then turned and left with the young man beside him. We can't follow, although it seems safer to follow them now, but wait a while, they are going to die. Yes, they must be finished. Chapter 24, Fujiaki Mountain Ghost Group Riot. NS. Before the trial began, the time had come to the 3rd day. On this day, in front of a house at the foot of the mountain, a crow flew to the shoulders of 2 young ladies with black hair and white hair. Oh! The demon rioted. The black-haired lady was a little surprised. Did something happen? The white-haired lady asked. This situation has not happened several times in the past. Every time it appears, it is caused by a top demon hunter participating in the trial. Isn't it this time? There has been a demon hunter who is extremely talented and powerful. Yes, Shui Zhu's disciple, killing demon, many. They are all dead. Crow croaked. Shui Zhu's disciple. The 2 young ladies looked at each other, and both saw the unconcealable shock in each other's calm eyes. Unexpectedly, they really gave us a surprise. Go back and pay attention. The 2 gave the crow an order. Understand. The crow flew away. Do we need to report to the leader? The black hair asked. Not for the time being. Bai Fa said. But demon riots, this might awaken that thing. The black hair said hesitantly, that thing is not something that ordinary demon hunters can deal with. If it appears, this group of testers is expected to die. It may even be wiped out. Isn't there those 3 people there? They caused this riot, and they will deal with it naturally. As for the others, whether they can survive this demon riot depends on their luck. Bai said indifferently. In Fujiki Mountain, the demon riots at this moment have intensified, almost reaching the peak. Almost all the demon on the mountain have started hunting from the Lao Chao cave. The demon on the mountain are not too many, and they are definitely not too many. There are nearly 100, which is about the same as the number of people who participated in the trial. However, although the demon here are generally weaker than the outside world, it is not something that these testers who do not have Nichiren blades in their hands can resist. Originally, the requirement of this test is not to kill demon, but to survive the hunting of demon. Read more at fictionzone.net. And now, because of the demon riots, their survival probability is lower, and it is much more difficult than the previous trials. Quick, run. A tester greeted several companions around him, shouting loudly. Go over there, hurry up, the demon behind is about to catch up. Another companion was also running, cutting the bushes blocking the way with a long knife from time to time. Quack, run, run, I see where you can go. Behind a few people, a strong demon with blue-faced fangs is chasing these people. Not only that, there are 5 or 6 other appearances behind this blue-faced demon. The demon, they were arguing with each other on the way to chase. I discovered these people first, I'll eat them later. A demon yelled, watching more and more around him. The other demon in the heart have grievances but can't tell them. He, you have a share when you see it. When the other demons saw this, they laughed and looked at each other. They didn't pay attention to the demon's call at all. Instead, they stared at the escaping testers with shining eyes, as if they were looking at a bunch of delicious things. Food. It's true, these testers are really a bunch of delicious food for demon who have been hungry for a whole year, and they can only taste delicious food at this time of the year. Fortunately, the movement of this riot was big enough, otherwise some of them might have missed it. This is because to resist hunger at ordinary times, you have to go to sleep, otherwise you need to kill each other. The point is that cannibalism cannot satisfy them. Where is the meat of demon that tastes good? Can barely fill the stomach. In the direction where these testers were escaping, 3 people were walking leisurely. In Fujiaki Yamanaka, they could still hang out, except for Haindaraiwichi. Brother Hainda, it has been 3 days, and we have 4 days to complete the trial. Sabato said with a smile, we will be the official demon killers by then, and we will be able to have a handsome team with official members on board. Take it, and Nichiren blades. With our own Nichiren blades, killing demon is much easier. Yeah. Makomo also smiled and said, I heard that the women's uniforms of the Ghost Slayer team are also very beautiful. I'm really looking forward to it. There are 4 days left. Haindaraiwichi nodded, and then said, but these 4 days may not be so easy to spend. What's wrong? Sabato was a little puzzled, although we have encountered a lot of demon these days, the strength of those demon is so weak. Makomo and I can deal with it, let alone Hainda brother. That's because we haven't encountered a great one yet. Haindaraiwichi said. Awesome. Sabato curiously asked, are there any awesome demon here? Aren't they all demon for the testers? They were all caught by the demon killers. What's so amazing? Awesome demon are still there, but they haven't come out yet. Haindaraiwichi looked up and looked forward, with a smile on her mouth. Before this, we may need to deal with the trouble ahead. The trouble ahead. Sabato's eyes lit up, and he was a little eager to try. Are there demon coming to die again? Boom. Bang bang bang. There was a bang, and then people were constantly knocked into the air and fell to the ground. Some people vomited blood, and more were killed or thrown to death. These people are seriously injured. Makomo looked at the people who fell on the ground, each of them was broken, and some of the people who did not die were also seriously injured. Quack, brothers, let's have dinner. Amidst a grinning laugh, a demon jumped down from the big tree in front and fell in front of a broken body tester. He quacked and prepared to eat. Chapter 25 All Treasure Chests. Harvest. So many demon. Sabato and Makomo widened their eyes and looked at the large group of demon that suddenly appeared in front of them. They were a little surprised, but then they were a little bit worried. After all, they can deal with 1 demon and 2 demon. Not 1 or 2. The number of demon attracted by these people has increased from 4 or 5 at the beginning to a dozen now. With so many demon, 2 of them can't handle it. However, After turning his head and looking at Heinderaiwichi behind him, Sabato Makomo suddenly let go of his heart. With Heinda brother, I believe that even if there are many demon, there is no problem. Brother Heinda, shall we go? Sabato asked. Of course. Heinderaiwichi nodded, can't watch them eat people in front of us, right? Let's do it together this time. Okay. The two nodded, took out their weapons one after another, and rushed towards the demon ahead. A dozen demon in the front finally chased the group of testers. They just killed a large number of testers. Several others were seriously injured and fell to the ground. They were about to enjoy a delicious meal. This saw Sabato and Makomo rushing. Come over. The demon were not angry either, but they all showed joy. One of the demons smiled, ha ha ha, there are 3 more to die, brothers, come on, I will eat 2 mouthfuls to pad my stomach. Shameless. Upon hearing this, a demon next to him couldn't help rolling his eyes, let us go up and fight, you eat in the back. Why don't you go up? Isn't my hungry legs weak? The cunning demon grinned, and then saw a few demons stopped and stared at him, as if to prevent him from stealing food, and quickly changed his words, okay, okay, let's go together, and enjoy the food together later. Brothers, let's go together, today is really a happy day, so many foods are delivered to the door, ha ha ha, come on. One by one, the demon rushed over insane, fighting with Sabato and Makomo. Seeing this, Heinderaiwichi did not watch the game from behind as before, but slowly pulled out Zanjutsu, and whispered calmly, Bloom, Zanjutsu. Brush. Zanjutsu's big kitchen knife is shown, Heinderaiwichi is full of warfare, with a hint of murderous intent at the corner of her mouth, hey, do you think we are food delivered to your door? I also think you are a treasure chest to door, so many, more than 10 a demon, after beheaded, there must be more than a dozen treasure chests. Even if they are all wooden treasure chests, some good things can be opened with good luck, and maybe there will be bronze treasure chests. Bang bang bang. Read more at fictionzone.net. Sabato and Makomo are fighting fiercely. Everyone is fighting against several demon. Even if they are good at strength, it is a bit difficult for one person to face so many demon. Heinderaiwichi dragged the big kitchen knife and walked over slowly. There is another one here. What's the use of holding such a big knife? A demon was watching Sabato and Makomo being besieged. He saw Heinderaiwichi approaching from the corner of his eyes, and rushed over with a sneer, wanting the result. Heinderaiwichi, as for the big knife in Heinderaiwichi's hand, he didn't see it, after all. If it weren't for Nichiren blades, no matter how mighty weapons seemed to be able to cause fatal damage to them. Give me to die. The demon attacked Heinderaiwichi fiercely, ready to give Heinderaiwichi a fatal blow. Brush. Kang. With a simple knife, Heinderaiwichi didn't even use any tricks, and slashed it with a simple and clear knife. With a light sneer, this demon has been split in half from head to toe. Ah! The demon cried miserably, it's so painful, it hurts, how could it be, how could this be? What kind of knife is this? It would cause such severe pain and injury to me, my body, why is it not healed? Heinderaiwichi walked up to the demon with an indifferent expression, do you think you can't be killed without Nichiren blades? Huh, now Zanjutsu, even facing 12 Kazuki can cause huge damage, let alone a kid like you. With a few more strokes, this demon was completely wiped out. Boom. A wooden treasure chest burst out. Heinderaiwichi ignored it. There is no need to open the treasure chest in a hurry. Now there are so many demon on the field. After he kills all these demon first, he will slowly open the treasure chest. Heinderaiwichi moved forward steadily. After encountering the demon, he raised his sword and killed these ordinary little demon one by one. With his current strength, these demon were really not enough to see. In the end, except for the 6 demon that were besieging Sabato and Makomo, the other 11 demon were all killed by Heinderaiwichi. How could it be? What kind of monster is that? A demon who was besieging Makomo suddenly noticed this situation. He saw that all the 11 demon around had disappeared, which made him tremble. Not only him, but the other 5 demon also found out. All of them suddenly shrank, and they couldn't use their full strength to attack the 2. Ha ha ha, Brother Heinda is really amazing, so many demon can be solved by one person. Sabato also noticed the surrounding situation and was overjoyed. Yeah, Brother Heinda is so strong. Makomo exclaimed, we are so strenuous to face 3 demon, but he killed 11 demon alone. It's really amazing. Brother Heinda, come and help. Sabato yelled. Come. Heinderaiwichi flickered and appeared in the battle group where the 2 were. Flaming Sun, the shape of one, the breath of fire. There is no need for 2 strong tricks. The first trick of the flames and Fin Yang is enough to deal with these demon. Under the raging flames, the light of the big kitchen knife flickered, and accompanied by the screams of evil spirits, the whole scene suddenly became quiet, and only the wooden treasure chest was left on the floor. Among them, there was a bronze treasure chest with a blue light. Seeing this, Heinderaiwichi suddenly smiled. Good luck, a bronze treasure chest was exploded. Chapter-1-50 appears. Sweep the testers. Looking at the treasure chest in this place, Heinderaiwichi is happy but also worried. System. Treasure chest system, are you there? Heinderaiwichi shouted in her heart. At the host, do you have any questions? Although the treasure chest system has no emotions and is similar to a mechanical program, it will answer some related questions raised by Heinderaiwichi. These treasure chests, can I save them and open them together? Heinderaiwichi asked, the current situation here, there is no time for me to open the treasure chest slowly. Yes, does host store all the treasure chests in front of you? The system asked, the treasure chests are stored in the system and can be stored for 10 days. After 10 days, if the host does not open the treasure chests, these treasure chests will be unconditionally by the system. Recycle. 10 days. Heinderaiwichi thought for a while, then nodded, okay, store all the treasure chests. It won't take 10 days. When this trial is over, I will find time to open all the treasure chests. Understood. The system responded, and all the treasure chests on the ground disappeared at once, and they were obviously stored by the system. Wow, so many demon were solved by Brother Heinda. Sabato and Makomo took a break and walked over. They both faced the 3 demon individually, but they took a lot of energy. How are you feeling now? Heinderaiwichi asked. No problem, just tired. Sabato said, just take a rest. Well, we are fine. Makomo also nodded. Okay, let's move on. Heinderaiwichi said. Although the demon he killed just now are many, but for the entire Fujiaki Yama, it is only a small part. There are other demon that he needs to deal with. After all, this a mountain of demon, but it's so rare. If you want to kill demon in the future, you can only find and kill them one by one through the intelligence of the demon killing team. Where are the demon on the whole mountain in his eyes? One by one shiny treasure chests. With a rare opportunity, Heinderaiwichi is ready to fight all these demon, especially the hidden boss Tianai, which he must win. According to the estimation of strength, how can this Tianai give him a good one? The treasure chest, conservatively estimated, is at least the silver treasure chest. 12 Kazuki should explode a golden treasure chest. And the supreme treasure chest of the highest level, needless to say, it is estimated that only Kibutsuji Musen can explode in the entire world. Read more at fictionzone.net. At this stage, Heinderaiwichi is definitely not going to be bored and trouble with Kibutsuji. As a demon world leader, the legendary old monster who has lived for more than 1,000 years, whether it is strength, wisdom, or more than 1,000 years of accumulation, the experience he has come down has made him more cunning than anyone else and difficult to deal with. For more than 1,000 years, even a pig has become fine. Besides, is it still a powerful demon? Ghost demon, this guy is talking about? To deal with this guy, first of all, Zanjutsu in Handaraiwichi's hand wants Bankai, and then the breath of flame and sun has to rise to a very high level. Finally, we need to prepare some more whole cards, and then I will look for this old guy and just look at it. Of course, before that, Handaraiwichi will definitely find a chance to kill a few demon. You, not only cut off Kibutsuji's wings, but also wanted to explode a high-level treasure chest. He looked forward to what good things could come out of the golden treasure chest that Gyo exploded. Brother Handa. At this moment, Makomo suddenly said, pointing to the corpses of the nearby testers, and asked, "What about these corpses?" Handaraiwichi frowned and said, "First put it here. The organizers who want to come to the final selection should also know what happened here. They will naturally send someone to clean up the scene later. But, there are still a few seriously injured and not dead." Makomo looked at some of the testers who were lying there wailing. Handaraiwichi frowned deeper. He didn't want to delay what he wanted to do by taking care of the wounded. "Brother Handa." At this time, Sabato said, "Why don't you go ahead alone, the two of us stay here to take care of them, and when the rescuers arrive, we will continue to go and find you." The two were kind-hearted and didn't want to let the wounded fend for themselves. Seeing this, Handaraiwichi didn't force it. Although he was a little cold, he would feel guilty even if he watched these people die like this. "Okay, then you stay here first, and I will move on." Handaraiwichi nodded. All the demon on this road have been cleaned up. If you think about it, no more powerful demon will come. However, you still need to be careful. Everything is self-important. In case you encounter an overwhelming demon, immediately flee decisively. "I see, Brother Handa." The two knew that Handaraiwichi was caring for them, and quickly nodded with a smile, and then proceeded to give simple treatment to the wounded. Handaraiwichi remembered that he still had a bottle of healing potion in his arms, but there was only one bottle of this potion. There was no way for the severely injured Triolus in front of him. He also wanted to keep this bottle of potion for use in a critical moment. Once he encounters a strong enemy in the future, such as encountering several Gyos at the same time, maybe this potion can become his trump card. Handaraiwichi moved on alone, and in a cave in front of him, a huge monster had awakened. I woke up again, slept for a whole year, really hungry. Tianai woke up, the body was hungry for the first time, then his eyes flashed scarlet, and he laughed lowly. "Is it the annual final selection again? Ha ha ha, I can smell a sweet smell, little babies, here I am." The hidden boss in the trial place was dispatched, and the remaining trialers on the mountain suddenly came to an end. Everywhere Tianai went, all the trialers were wiped out, and there was no one who could escape from Tianai. Ah! The whole mountain forest is full of all kinds of desperate screams. Tianai swept all the way, all the testers killed by him were swallowed, and Tianai's power was constantly recovering, and even because of the increase in the number of eaten testers, his strength had reached its peak. Even more powerful. And Handaraiwichi, who also swept all the way, heard the screams in front of him, and a smile suddenly appeared on his stern face. "Tianai, did you finally meet? Don't let me down, buy yin the treasure chest." Chapter 27 Fleeing Testers. NS. No, no. No. Ah. A terrifying voice came into Handaraiwichi's ears. He raised his head and looked among the trees in front of him. He saw a huge and sturdy arm flying out like a rope. He grabbed a fleeing tester and went back to try. The yelling of fear did not last long before it stopped, and I knew what had happened to him even after thinking about it. In addition to this tester, there are other testers who are running for their lives, all of them look ugly. Some are more calm, pursing their mouths and running away, while some have been scared. He yelled, his eyes were blank, and he ran aimlessly, obviously he was frightened. Run. Suddenly, a girl fled to Heinderaiwichi. Seeing Heinderaiwichi was still walking here, she immediately reminded him anxiously, there is a powerful demon here, run. Heinderaiwichi's eyes moved, and she glanced at the girl. The girl looked ordinary and held an ordinary long knife. Although she looked terrified at the moment, she was determined not to panic too much. There is a group of people running for their lives behind the girl. Damn it, I don't want to die here. A young man snarled, I haven't avenged my parents. I must not die here. I must escape. Teacher, I may not see you anymore. The other young boy looked gloomy, and saw someone behind him being killed and swallowed by Tianai again. He was desperate in his heart. Such a demon is simply not something they can contend. He saw with his own eyes that several self-sustaining and powerful testers united and launched an attack on this demon covered in hands. However, to Tianai, their attack was inferior to the tickle. Do not move his powerful body. This is desperate to the extreme. Read more at fictionzone.net. Big brother, me, us, do you want to die? A wretched teenager said while looking at the sturdy teenager beside him while running for his life. No, we will definitely escape. Although the strong young man has no bottom in his heart, he still has to say so, he himself has a strong desire to survive. Blame those guys. The wretched boy suddenly said viciously, if they didn't kill demon like that, how could it cause riots? If it doesn't cause demon riots, this terrifying big guy might not appear. Heard. As for the wretched boy, the strong boy is also nodding his head, and his eyes also show resentment towards the three Heinderaiwichi. They are all of them. If it weren't for them, they would certainly not encounter such a terrifying demon. Suddenly, the sturdy young man looked up and saw Heinderaiwichi's figure. His eyes moved, he sneered in his heart, and he whispered, brother, look over there. It's him. The wretched boy also flashed his eyes, and then said, big brother, do you want to? Yes, let's go over there. Although this guy, damn it, his strength is really good, let him block this demon for us. The strong young man immediately took the wretched young man behind him and turned his head towards Heinderaiwichi. Rush over there. On Heinderaiwichi's side, he looked around calmly, then slowly stopped and stood in a relatively empty place. This is the battlefield he chose. Why aren't you leaving? The girl who shouted at Heinderaiwichi to remind him had fled to Heinderaiwichi. She looked at Heinderaiwichi anxiously, there is really a terrible demon chasing after him. He has already eaten it. There are dozens of people, he is really too strong, we can't hurt him at all, if you don't run for your life. You run away first. Heinderaiwichi waved her hand and interrupted her words directly, looking very calmly in the direction where Tianai was. His right hand slowly pulled out Zanjutsu from his waist, and looked at Zanjutsu in his hand carefully, and his breathing began to become heavy. The fighting spirit began to boil slowly, and at the same time, a scorching breath began to flow around Heinderaiwichi. This breath is still weak at the moment, and in addition to being in a state of fleeing, the girl did not feel it. Seeing Heinderaiwichi's sluggish appearance, the girl was a little angry, but Heinderaiwichi couldn't help it. Since you want to die, don't blame me for not reminding you, I will run away first. The girl gritted her teeth and finally turned and ran away. Amid the rush of footsteps, several more trialists ran over, including the young man who wanted to avenge his parents, another disciple from a certain inheritance, and the strong young man and the wretched young man in the end. Two brothers. The first two teenagers looked at Heinderaiwichi a little strangely, and when they passed by, they still reminded Heinderaiwichi and told him to run away. Seeking flowers for support, evaluation votes for support. Chapter 28 Arrogant TNI. Quiet you. As for the sturdy and wretched teenagers, before running away from Heinderaiwichi, they already smiled and said to Heinderaiwichi, "Hey, master, there is a demon behind us, only slightly stronger than ordinary demon. Oh, we people are low strength, and we still can't beat them. He will leave it to you to deal with, what do you think?" Yeah, big master, you are so powerful, and it must be no problem to deal with such a slightly stronger demon, right? The wretched boy also followed flattery, but his eyes were filled with resentment and gloat. They are afraid that Heinderaiwichi will run along when they see TNI. In that case, TNI will still catch up with them. Heinderaiwichi didn't speak, but just glanced at them calmly. The expression in that look was like looking at a dead person. "Hey, what do you look like?" Seeing Heinderaiwichi's calm eyes, the sturdy young man suddenly became angry, and became angry when he saw the wretched young running figure beside him suddenly stopped, and then he stopped. In his horrified eyes, the wretched young man let out a scream, and his figure was pulled back by TNI. "Brother, eldest brother, help me, ah!" The cry for help was not over yet, but his life was over, apparently already in TNI's stomach. The strong young man ran away without turning his head. However, no matter how fast he runs, he is not as fast as TNI's flying arms. Brush. Another arm flew up, grabbing the sturdy boy. "Hee, my little baby, what are you running?" TNI's figure squeezed a big tree, forcibly squeezed the tree off. The huge figure has an invisible terror pressure. At this moment pinch the strong young man and throw it into his mouth. "No, don't eat me, please, don't eat me, help. The strong boy's eyes were full of fear and despair. Seeing that it was useless to beg for mercy, he couldn't help looking at Heinderaiwichi and yelling to Heinderaiwichi. However, Heinderaiwichi ignored him and stood there calmly. Crunchy, grunt, read. More at fictionzone.net. TNI threw the stout boy into his mouth, accompanied by the stupid boy's screams, chewing for a while, and finally swallowing it in a satisfying bite. Then, he looked at Heinderaiwichi, who was standing on the clearing with great interest, with saliva at the corner of his mouth. He said, "There is another one, you didn't even run? Hey, is this ready to be my food? For your self-consciousness, I will swallow you in one bite and won't let you feeling painful. Oh, then I have to thank you." Heinderaiwichi is in a good mood now, watching. TNI's eyes were full of kindness. Isn't it? This is a silver treasure chest. It must be kind. Opposite TNI was a little confused. What did he see? A tester who was about to be devoured by himself, looked at his own eyes with a little kindness. This F***ck is really hell. No, I am a demon. TNI twitched the corners of his mouth, sorted out his complicated mood, and said, "Little guy, I see the mask on your head is a bit familiar. The three of Heinderaiwichi have always come to participate in the trial with masks. Heinderaiwichi's lynx mask does not completely cover the face, but like the original protagonist Tanjiro, with the left forehead above the ear, he is a little unaccustomed to covering it. The face was a little sulky and uncomfortable. I don't know how Urokadakase Kanji insists on taking it every day, and he almost never took it off. Mask." Heinderaiwichi lifted her left hand, touched the mask on her head, and said calmly, "Who caught you here? Have you forgotten it?" "The one who caught me. I remember." When TNI heard this, his eyes immediately turned red, and he looked at Heinderaiwichi grimly. "So you are also that guy's disciple? I want to take back what I just said. I will crush the bones of your whole body and then slowly tear it apart. Your arms, legs and feet have caused you to be swallowed in despair and pain. Oh, Heinderaiwichi nodded calmly. Then I'm looking forward to it. Expect. Tianai said angrily, are you underestimating me? Yeah, why should I look up to you? Heinderaiwichi's calm voice made Tianai extremely angry. He had never seen such a person, especially after seeing his powerful body. He was able to maintain such a calm demeanor. He was either strong enough to ignore his own strength, or a fool. And what kind of strength can someone who has only participated in the trial now? A mere tester who has not yet become an official member of the demon-killing team is so arrogant that he must be suppressed and killed, otherwise he will go to heaven in the future? If Heinderaiwichi knows what he thinks, he will surely smile, and finally someone will come to suppress him, otherwise he must be swollen to heaven. Boy, since you are looking for death, then I will fulfill you. Tianai no longer hesitates, and is ready to take action against Heinderaiwichi. I haven't killed the disciple of Lintaki. I have eaten a lot of him over the years. Disciple, there is not much more than you, but I like eating his disciples very much. Chapter 29 Hanging. Confused Tianai. It's a pity. Heinderaiwichi shook his head and sighed. What a pity. Tianai was a little stunned. He felt that he couldn't keep up with the other party's rhythm. What was a pity? Because, you won't be able to eat it anymore. Heinderaiwichi looked up at the other person. Isn't it a pity? It's a pity. Tianai nodded following Heinderaiwichi's words, but instantly reacted, what is a pity? Is Urokadaka Seikanji dead? Are you his last disciple? If that's the case, then I can have to laugh, although it's a pity that I didn't kill him with my own hands. No, my teacher is healthy, eats steamed buns, and runs on the mountain every morning. I guess he won't die if you die. Heinderaiwichi said seriously. Boy, you're really looking for death, do you know? Tianai's forehead jumped sharply, talking to this guy, almost to death. I'm looking for death. Heinderaiwichi suddenly showed a gentle smile. I didn't joking with you, because you are definitely going to die in my hands today. Ha 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 ha. Tianai's laughter shook the forest. Boy, just you? Even you want to kill me? Ha ha ha, you don't want to kill me, you want to laugh at me. It's no wonder that Tianai is arrogant and confident, because he is sure of his own strength. He was caught by Urokadaka Seikanji. There is a reason. What is Urokadaka Seikanji's strength? At the peak of the year, but the pillar-level strength, the former Shuizu, he was also a well-known figure among the 9 pillars. When he shot, Tianai naturally couldn't escape. And now? Although he was trapped on this vine-rayed mountain by the wisteria tree, his strength was reduced due to hunger, but every time he woke up, he would devour a lot of testers. At this moment, his strength has been restored to the extent that he swallowed many testers. Pinnacle, even more diligent, Heinderaiwichi wants to kill him? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Tianai didn't believe that he was killed. Can the boy in front of him kill himself? The most important thing is that he saw the knife in the opponent's hand. It was not Nichiren blades. Not Nichiren blades. Still want to kill yourself? Read more at fictionzone.net. Dreaming. Moreover, even with Nichiren blades, he does not believe that the other party has the ability to cut off his neck. His neck is the hardest part of his body. So, he doesn't believe that Heinderaiwichi can kill himself anyway. Boy, you have angered me. Tianai yelled, and several hands on his body were stretched out, and his arms grew crazily, like a giant python, and grabbed Heinderaiwichi. Go to me to die. Bloom. Zanjutsu. Heinderaiwichi whispered. Zanjutsu instantly grew bigger and turned into a big kitchen knife. Then Heinderaiwichi suddenly raised her head. Her eyes were no longer indifferent, but full of cold murderous intent. God to die, it's you. Flaming sun, the shape of one, the breath of fire. Heinderaiwichi. The scorching breath suddenly soared, and the big kitchen knife carried a little spark, and quickly slashed to the flying arm. Chi 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 chi. After the 3 swords, the scene fell into calm. Heinderaiwichi looked up at Tianai indifferently. And Tianai. At this moment, his eyes widened and he looked at Heinderaiwichi blankly. Then, as if he had a big nerve and some slow response, Tianai suddenly took a deep breath, and then wailed loudly. It hurts, it hurts. No. How is it possible? What's the matter? Tianai's wailing voice was filled with disbelief. You, what kind of knife are you? It's definitely not Nichiren blades, but it's not Nichiren blades. How could it have done so much to me? Hurt? Damn it! How do you feel? Heinderaiwichi said, isn't it cool? There is a feeling of refreshing in the soul. Tianai feels that his brain is about to explode. There is really a terrifying pain of tearing the soul. Damn it, who the hell are you? Tianai yelled and questioned, your breathing method still carries the power of fire. This is definitely not a simple breathing method. Could it be that you are Yanzu? The tester came in to kill me. Heinderaiwichi's mouth twitched. Would Yanzu do such boring things? This guy is too high on himself, he is just a little boss in the trial ground. Does he really take himself seriously? Tianai wailed for a while, finally took a breath, and then looked at Heinderaiwichi with a trace of fear in his eyes. The 3 knives just now not only cut off his 3 hands, but those 3 hands have not yet been able to. Healed and reborn, the scorching breath from the broken arm abruptly blocked the speed of his body's self-healing, coupled with the terrifying power that pierced the soul. Tianai twitched his eyes. He felt that his current strength was cut by 20% by that simple 3 sword. This guy is terrible. Tianai secretly said, is Urokadaka Kanji's current disciple so strong? No, there must be something wrong with it. Maybe, the 3 knives just now are already his limit, maybe he intends to use his full strength as soon as he takes the shot, trying to scare me, and then he can run away. Tianai felt as if he had seen everything. Suddenly, his body and mind were full of confidence again. Boy, don't want to deceive me, it's impossible to escape. Tianai was certain in his heart, feeling that he would not have thought wrong, and immediately prepared to attack Heinderaiwichi again. Heinderaiwichi? He really has a black question mark on his face. Why doesn't he know that he wants to escape? Where did this guy tell that he was about to run away? Drink! Tianai yelled, and the whole huge figure jumped up abruptly, and then pressed down towards Heinderaiwichi like Mount Tarzan. If this skin drum is seated firmly, it is estimated to be 1 head at Tianai's tonnage. The elephant is going to be squashed, and even Heinderaiwichi can't hold on to such an attack. Chapter 30 Kill Tianai. Silver Treasure Chest. Of course Heinderaiwichi wouldn't be so stupid. The moment Tianai slammed down, the person had disappeared in place and appeared on a tree next to him. More agile? This Tianai is so big, awkward, and his biggest flaw in speed. How can he be faster than Heinderaiwichi? Boy, don't run away. Tianai said angrily. It was a shame just now. If you sit down, you can definitely kill this boy, but it's a shame. Oh. Heinderaiwichi nodded, it seems that you have healed the scar and forgot the pain. Okay, I won't hide now. This battle has been going on for a long time, and it should be over. Heinderaiwichi took a look at Tianai. The cuts in the arms he had previously chopped off were already turning flesh and blood. It seemed that the burning power had slowly subsided, and Tianai had once again gained a strong healing ability. Therefore, Heinderaiwichi is not prepared to delay any longer. Although the more delay, the better for him, but now he has the ability to kill Tianai, why bother to delay? He can defeat the existence of Tomioka Jiua, and deal with Tianai. If he really wants to use his full power, it is not impossible to kill. Ha ha ha, okay. If you don't hide, Then I'll show you my true power. Tianai laughed, with a little disdain in his heart. Humans are really deceived, so they give up their advantages if they are excited, really. If you don't hide, you can use your strength to the limit, and you can definitely kill the damn it guy in front of you. Wow! Tianai screamed, his figure swelled fiercely again, and the 3 broken hands were also reborn again. This seemed to be an overdraft power. At this moment, he took out all his power and vowed to strike at this blow. Completely kill Handaraiwichi. Flaming Sun. 3 type, Dragon Flame. Handaraiwichi's eyes were cold, the countless flames around her body turned into a dragon-shaped sword light, and Tianai's movements became stiff as he slashed out. Then he stopped moving. Longyan's impact is extremely strong, and the power of the sword light is not something Tianai's level can resist. To be honest, even if an ordinary last string wants to resist Handaraiwichi's sword, there is not much possibility. The current Handaraiwichi is much stronger than the average last string. Read more at fictionzone.net. Boy, you're cut, good, so strong. Tianai said intermittently, and then with a bang, the entire huge body split in half from the middle and crashed to the ground. This knife. Handaraiwichi walked up to Tianai's corpse with a large kitchen knife and looked at the corpse slowly dissipating, and said indifferently, "This knife is indeed very strong. Soul, and the broken incision can't heal at all, at least, with Tianai's level, you can't heal such an injury." Ding! With a soft sound, a white box appeared next to Tianai's corpse, which immediately made Handaraiwichi's eyes move. Silver treasure box. Handaraiwichi finally smiled at the corner of her mouth. It's not in vain. System, first store the silver treasure chest. It's not the time to open the treasure chest. Anyway, there are already a dozen treasure chests stored. This silver treasure chest will be opened when the trial is over. Okay, host. The system moved quickly, and the silver treasure chest disappeared in a flash. Kang. After removing Zanjutsu Shikai and putting it into the scabbard, Handaraiwichi patted the dust on his body and walked back leisurely with his hands on his back, not knowing how Sabato and Makomo are now. Where Sabato and Makomo were, many people gathered at the moment. I mean, let's escape to the foot of the mountain. The girl who had persuaded Handaraiwichi to escape before now persuaded Sabato and Makomo to leave. No, we won't leave. Brother Handa hasn't come back yet. Sabato shook his head flat and rejected the other party's proposal. Besides, there are a few seriously injured people here, Brother Handa said, there will be someone later. Come to the rescue. No. On the other side, there was a shabby teenager who said in disbelief, here, our trials have only passed for a few days. We haven't reached the 7-day time limit. There shouldn't be anyone coming to the rescue, right? But these seriously injured people can't wait for the trial to be over. Makomo shook his head and said, I don't think the demon-killing team will just watch these people die like this. It doesn't matter whether they die or not, it is not our business. Said a cruel boy, but what I want to say is that the terrible giant demon has appeared. We have fought with him before, and a lot of people have died. In his hands, his strength is too strong. Yeah, the Handa brother you said, how could it be the opponent of that terrible demon, so let's run. The girl thought of Tianai's terribleness, and she suddenly showed fear in her eyes. Now I regret that I shouldn't have come to participate in the trial. She would have never come if she knew it was so terrible. We believe in Brother Handa. Sabato and Makomo looked at each other and said confidently, Brother Handa will definitely be able to defeat the terrible demon in your mouth. Oh. Why don't you listen to it? If that's the case, let's go. The girl looked at the other people and found that most of them were the same with her own, with fear, looking in one direction, and proposed to go together. Run away with one more person. If you are caught up by the time, you can also delay for some time. You can run away, and I won't run away. A resolute young man suddenly stopped and said bitterly, "I must complete the trial and become a demon killer, and I will avenge my parents in the future." Hearing this boy's words, the cold boy's footsteps just about to leave also stopped, and there seemed to be bursts of teachers teaching in his ears. His face twitched, and he stopped. "I won't run away." You. The girl suddenly became anxious. "They won't run away, let's run away," someone else suggested. At this moment, Sabito and Makomo suddenly turned their heads, looked in the direction where Heinderaiwichi had left, and suddenly brightened their eyes and shouted, "Brother Heinda! Chapter 31 Complete the trial! Choose Yugang!" Suddenly they heard the shouts of the two, and everyone immediately turned their heads. Sure enough, they saw that the young man they had met before was walking leisurely. The appearance of strolling in the courtyard was the same as wandering in their own backyard. Are you okay?" The girl who had persuaded Heinderaiwichi to escape before asked blankly. "I'm fine, very good." Heinderaiwichi said gently, "That demon has been killed by me. Don't worry, you can play with those little demon. After the last few days, it's complete." "Tried? What? You, did you kill that huge demon? That demon with all hands was killed by you? How could it be? It's a lie." Everyone on the scene looked unbelievable. It was incredible. How many people dealt with the DNI together? Dozens of people, and a total of dozens of people. When so many people shot together, it's still unbelievable. After being counter-killed by the opponent, most people died in one fell swoop, and the remaining less than 10 people could only escape in despair, and on the way to escape, many people were still chased to death by DNI. Think about the scene before, they are still chilling. And now, I suddenly heard Heinderaiwichi say that the terrible DNI was killed by him. How could this not surprise them? Let me just say, Brother Heinda is the best. Makomo looked at Heinderaiwichi with a small star, and said proudly, "Brother Heinda is out, the giant demon you are talking about is definitely not an opponent, Brother Heinda, but what about a genius swordsman?" "Yeah, since Brother Heinda has taken the shot, the demon with his hands must have been wiped out." Sabito also nodded and said affirmatively. Everyone else looked at Heinderaiwichi dumbfounded. Anyway, it was unbelievable. Think about the deaths of dozens of testers. If you met Heinderaiwichi earlier, wouldn't they have to die so miserably? Maybe they would pass the test. Heinderaiwichi did not show a proud look, but calmly glanced at the people around him. There were not many people. Those who wanted to participate in the trial were almost dead. With the seriously wounded here, there were only a dozen people left. Read more at fictionzone.net. Excluding the seriously wounded who are destined to be eliminated, there are only 8 or 9 people left here. There may be hidden trialists in other places, but there will definitely not be too many. This is the home of demon. If you keep hiding, don't you reality? Those demon are very good at finding people on this mountain. They have a long lifespan. They are more familiar with this mountain than the testers. It is very difficult to spend 7 days in hiding. If it does, it will not achieve the purpose of the trial. Brother Heinda, what shall we do next? Sabito asked. Wait a moment, I believe the demon killing team already has news from this side. Heinderaiwichi said, and walked to the side. Several young girls next to them were still talking, looking at Heinderaiwichi from time to time. Here, there was still shock in his expression. After a while, a team of men in black quickly ran over. Hello, trialists, we are a member of the demon killing team, a member of Hidden. A leader glanced around and said, we will take these seriously injured people for treatment. It's not there yet, it's not yet a complete task. That. The girl hesitated. Asked, I want to know, did these seriously injured people fail the trial? Yeah. The leader Zhen nodded his head, They have already lost their qualifications for the trial, and they can choose to join our yin or other demon-killing team subordinate organizations if they are injured, but they have lost their qualifications to become a demon-killing team. Is there no chance to continue participating in the trial in the future? The girl asked. Look at them, do you still have the courage to participate in the trial? The leader asked blankly. Sure enough, a few people looked over, the eyes of the seriously wounded were dull and stunned. Thinking about this trial has left an indelible shadow on them, and letting them participate in the trial is just killing them. The severely wounded were taken away, and the remaining people continued their trials. Although most of the demon in Fujiki Mountain have been wiped out, but the mountain is so big, there must be fish that slip through the net. On Handaraiwichi's side, a large number of people followed. They also learned to be smart. Yuchi was acting alone and encountered demon desperately. It's better to follow Handaraiwichi. If you want to survive the remaining few days, there is absolutely no problem. Sure enough, in the remaining few days, although they encountered a few demon, they were all stopped and killed by Handaraiwichi. A few days later, when the trial time came, a few people went down the mountain together. In the square at the foot of the mountain, a girl with black hair and white hair was standing there with no expression on her face. Everyone walked out one by one and stood on the square. After waiting for a while, in the end, a lonely short-haired boy walked down in tatters. The moment he came down, Handaraiwichi and a group of people saw him. That's a lone traveler. It's amazing. You can go down the mountain. Someone said while looking at the lonely boy. Yes, this trial is really thrilling. It's great to survive. Another person also sighed. Congratulations. At the beginning, the white-haired girl said, you have completed the trial of the vine attack on the mountain and successfully lived on the mountain for 7 days. One of them killed the strongest demon on the mountain. His strength will be lost. The ghost-killing team is exceptionally promoted. After entering the ghost-killing team, you will directly gain the status of a grade A swordsman. When you think about it, you also know the identity levels of the demon hunter swordsman of the demon killing team, from high to low, A, B, and C, all the way to the lowest Kwai level, and the rest of you have just entered the demon. After killing the team, you can only have the status of Kwai level. The black-haired girl said indifferently. Handaraiwichi listened. Her complexion did not fluctuate, but her eyes looked strange at the black-haired girl. If she guessed right, the two black-haired and white-haired girls are both children of Yubayashiki Kagaya, the leader of the demon-killing team, but in fact there are 5 children, 4 daughters, 1 son. The daughters are all white-haired, and the son is black-haired. In other words, the black-haired girl who is talking in front of her is actually a little boy. The boy in the delivery house will be raised as a girl until he reaches adulthood. After he reaches adulthood, he will regain his male appearance and become a demon-killing team. The heir to the leader, this black-haired little boy named Yubayashiki Kirya, is also the one who took over as the leader of the demon-killing team after the death of the current leader of the demon-killing team. Since the 9 of you have completed the trial mission, the next step is to choose the Jade Kong who forged Nichiren blades, your team uniforms, and the letter crows. The white-haired girl continued, and then moved away. A long table appeared behind him, on which were placed 9 ore shining with sunlight. Chapter 32 Crazy Letter Crow. Third chapter. Jade Gang is the ore from the highest mountain. The ore on that mountain has been exposed to the sun all year round. The ore contains a lot of solar power. The forged knives are called Nichiren blades. The demon has caused huge damage. Using Nichiren blades to cut the demon's neck can kill the demon, said the white-haired girl. Now, you can choose Yogong. The black-haired little boy also said. Handaraiwichi took a look at the others and found that they were all looking at him. They didn't dare to make a move before they made a choice. Handaraiwichi was about to step forward to choose. At this time, the tattered boy who went down the mountain alone took the initiative. He walked directly to the long table, picked up a stone and walked to the side. He didn't speak and was silent. At first sight, he looked like a few words. You. Beside Heinderaiwichi, someone gloated at the silent boy, and someone was a little angry. Sabato even wanted to shout, but was stopped by Heinderaiwichi. The group of people around him made him feel good, but he wouldn't fight against this young man who had chosen Yugang first. Let's go, everyone, let's choose Yugang too. Heinderaiwichi greeted the people next to him, and brought Sabato and Makomo to the long table and began to choose Yugang. Heinderaiwichi doesn't care about the choice of jade. In fact, there is no good choice for these jade. After the jade was mined, the miners have already tested the texture. There are high-quality ones, and they won't flow. Here I gave them a choice for this group of ordinary members who succeeded in the trial. Those high-level demon-killing team might have already taken away the high-quality ore through means and relationships. Where can I get them? And Heinderaiwichi has no idea about this. For him, Nichiren Blades is just a supplement. His main fighting power is still from Zanpakuto. Nichiren Blades can only kill demon by cutting off the demon's neck, while Zanpakuto is different, cutting off the demon. Any place can cause damage to demon, and in conjunction with the blazing sun, it can cause huge damage to demon. But speaking of it, although Nichiren Blades has flaws, it also has a huge advantage, that is, it can cut off the neck of the demon, and it can cause a one-shot kill. Read more at fictionzone.net. Zanpakuto can't. If his current level of strength is to deal with ordinary imps, he can kill with a single knife, but when dealing with 12 Kazuki, Zanpakuto can't kill with one blow even if he cuts off the neck of the demon, even if he has the flames of the sun and the Zanba. The effect is still not possible. But Nichiren Blades can. From now on, Heinderaiwichi, with Nichiren Blades on the left and Zanpakuto on the right, with both knives, what the hell? Can you block it? Yugang has been selected, and someone will register it later. Then, the professional swordsmith of the demon-killing team will cast the Nichiren Blades for you. After the knife is forged, it will be delivered to the address you left. Now, come to collect your uniform. The black-haired little boy waved his hand, and several hidden members came over holding the uniform. Now these hidden members look at the few people on the square, and they are full of respect. This is not the seriously wounded, but it can be said that it is basically equivalent to the official demon-killing team, whether it is strength or later in the demon-killing team. Their treatment is not comparable to them. The team uniforms have been distributed directly to you, and the rest is to choose your own letter crow. The white-haired girl looked up at the sky, and everyone followed up. I saw a black crow hovering in the sky. At this moment, it seemed that he understood all the words of the white-haired girl. His eyes lit up, and they all flew down, stopping one by one on Heinderaiwichi's shoulder. Seeing this, Heinderaiwichi couldn't help being ignorant. Why are they all here? Choose me and choose me, I'm the best. A letter crow flapped its wings and shouted at Heinderaiwichi. Choose me, go away, you black guy. The other crow was immediately upset. You are the black guy, and your whole family are black guys. The first crow screamed, and the two crows stood on Heinderaiwichi's shoulders and slapped, pecking, fanning with their wings, and even grasping with your feet is really omnipotent. On the other side of Heinderaiwichi's shoulder, a few crows quietly said to Heinderaiwichi, choose me, my flight speed is fast, and sending you a letter is definitely the best. Choose me, I'm the most beautiful. The other one was also promoting himself, and raised his neck as he said, stretching his beautiful figure. Choose me, master. At this time, a letter crow had a clever eye, and flattered at Heinderaiwichi, I am not beautiful and I am not fast to deliver letters, but I can say that among all the letter crows, I am the most obedient. Oh? Are you the most obedient? Heinderaiwichi narrowed her eyes. Yes, I will listen to what you say in the future, and I will never have my own thoughts? The letter crow promised, patting his chest. Okay, then I'll choose you. Heinderaiwichi nodded, confirming that this is her letter crow. Seeing that Heinderaiwichi had already selected this letter crow, the other letter crows suddenly lost the thought of continuing to fight and could only go to other people. Chapter 33 Shop. Oyu Shen opens the treasure chest. Seeing the trainers completing the trial, the white-haired girl indifferently said one by one from the back, "That person really killed Tianai. Yes, it is worthy of being the person that the leader is paying attention to. Tell the boss what happened here," said the black-haired little boy. Bifog glanced at the other person, did not speak, and nodded. Under Heinderaiwichi's inquiry, the letter crow he chose had a name, called Rice Ball. Yes, you heard that right, Rice Ball. I think you might as well call it a rice bucket, right? Heinderaiwichi looked at the rice ball gently. The rice ball blinked and looked at Heinderaiwichi. Although you are a wise master, my rice ball is not an idiot. The little eyes seemed to say, Master, do you think I am a fool? I want to call me a rice bucket, huh? Well, it seems that this guy is not that simple. It is not so much the most obedient crow as the smartest crow. It seems that this letter crow really has something. Indeed. In fact, why do so many believers rush to choose Heinderaiwichi? The reason is simple. After the letter crow chooses the owner, he has to follow him for the rest of his life, and he will choose again unless the owner dies. That being the case, choosing a powerful master is also what they most want to do. You don't know that the 9 posted crows are the highest ranking ones among them, and they even hold their heads up when flying. Read more at fictionzone.net. But this time, the letter ravens, including it, were given instructions by Black Hair and White Hair to go to Fujiki Mountain to monitor what happened on the mountain, and by the way choose their future master. During this observation, many letter crows discovered the existence of Heinderaiwichi, and even saw his invincible ability to push all the way, killing and killing. In the end, they even saw Heinderaiwichi actually killed the powerful Tianai. This immediately made all the believers excited. Such a powerful master must be grabbed. In the end, the rice ball relied on his own ingenuity to finally grab the master. Now, at this moment, the rice ball is flying in midair with 2 younger brothers. Behind it, there are also 2 letter crows. It is the letter crows of Sabato and Makomo. Of course, they have recognized the rice ball as the big brother at the moment. These 2 little brothers, one is called radish, the other is mushroom, and a rice ball, they can be cooked together. The letter crow flies in the sky, and Heinderaiwichi and Sabato Makomo are walking below. The final selection trial has passed, so they don't have to rush on the road in a hurry. Even with such a slow rush, I will be able to return to Shanwei Mountain tomorrow evening. Brother Heinda, there is a more prosperous county in front of us, let's go there for the overnight stay. Sabato said while looking at the place where some lights gathered in front. Brother Heinda. Makomo's eyes were a little shining. I heard that there are sacrificial activities in this county at night. There are a lot of people and it's very lively. Why don't we go and see it? You can tell if you want to see it. Looking at Makomo's expectant look, Heinderaiwichi nodded, then go to the county for a night's stay. It just happens to be repaired. I haven't been able to eat and drink properly on Fujisari Mountain these days. I hope the county has something delicious. Bar. Hey, don't worry, Brother Heinda, there are a lot of delicious things here, I will take you to eat later. Sabato rubbed his nose and smiled, as if he had eaten here before. 2 hours later, the 3 of them walked into the county town together. It was indeed many times more lively than those small villages and towns. The streets were full of pedestrians, many people were playing with their children, and even couples were walking along the street together. What kind of sacrifice is this? Heinderaiwichi asked, looking at a dozen weird people walking back and forth in the center of the street. It seems to be a sacrifice to the river god. Sabato's eyes were attracted by the various food stalls on the street. Hearing Heinderaiwichi's question, he replied naturally, "There is a river that has passed through the county seat for thousands of years. Raising the people of this county seat, this sacrifice has been going on for more than 1,000 years, and it has become a local custom." Oh! Heinderaiwichi had some thoughts in her mind, thinking that the sacrifice might be an evil spirit. If such a thing as a living sacrifice happens, he can't bear it, but it is impossible to think about it. Such a big county is really going to happen. It is estimated that the demon killing team has known about that kind of thing a long time ago, and now it seems that I have been thinking too much. Do you want to eat these things? Heinderaiwichi couldn't help laughing secretly at the eyes of the two people attracted by various snacks. As expected, they are still only a child. Although they have begun to fight the demon life and death, they still can't ignore their age. Only 45 years old. Sabato was embarrassed and touched his forehead, but Makomo lowered his head. "It's nothing, eat whatever you want." Heinderaiwichi took out the money from his arms and started shopping, but after a while, the three of them took a lot of food. The mouthfuls of the three of them were greasy, but the children passing by were greedy. Not long after, the three of them ate and drank, and came to a hotel to rest. Heinderaiwichi is not bad for money, so he directly opened 3 single rooms, intending to take a good rest. Although he is strong, the trial of this week has made him a little tired. The main reason is that the food and drink are not in place on the mountain and the place to sleep is not. Under the tree is the tree, or find a bush to deal with, where there is a comfortable bed to sleep on. The three of them slept separately, but Heinderaiwichi did not immediately close his eyes to rest, but opened the treasure chest system with bright eyes. System, release all the stored treasure chests. I want to open more than a dozen treasure chests in a row today. You have to bless me with some good things. System, what kind of things are opened depends on the host's own luck. Ding. The release is over. A faint light flashed, a large treasure chest appeared in his room, and Heinderaiwichi's eyes lit up. These are all treasure chests, and one of the bronze treasure chests and the silver treasure chest are even more conspicuous. Let's start. Oyu Huang, no, Oyu Shen possesses, this time there will be something good. Heinda muttered and started to act. Let's wish you all a happy Mid-Autumn festival. Have you eaten mooncakes with your family today? I have eaten the chestnuts, and I am now busy with code words. I don't have time to cheer up. I wish you all a happy day. Chapter 34 Storage Bag and Pure Body. Ding. Congratulations to host, I got it from 10,000 yen. Ding. Congratulations to host, for getting a pair of magic walking shoes. After wearing these shoes, they will increase their agility by 3 points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for getting a necklace for improving eyesight. After wearing this necklace, it can increase the vision of the eyes. Congratulations, host, I got 3,000 yen. Ding. Congratulations, host, get a pair of Julie gloves. After wearing this glove, you will increase your strength by 3 points. Ding. Congratulations, host. The treasure chests opened in the front are of course all wooden chests. To be honest, wooden chests are the lowest level treasure chests. Heinderaiwichi does not expect them to explode top treasures such as Zanpakuto. It is already good to explode some of these things in front of them. Most of the wooden treasure chests have only one thing exploded, and some have exploded different things. They are all gadgets and small things. For Heinderaiwichi now, it can only be said to be useful, but not very useful. It's a shame to lose, and the tasteless things may be given to others to use in the future, but it is a good choice for gifts. Heinderaiwichi continued to open the treasure chest, and finally finally opened the most precious bronze treasure chest and silver treasure chest. A dozen wooden treasure chests, but a lot of money was opened, as well as psychoactive potions and physical potions. A few more bottles of healing potions were opened, and a lot of other miscellaneous things were opened. Heinderaiwichi looked at the last two treasure chests in front of him, with a certain mind, and started to do it. Read more at fictionzone.net. Ding. Congratulations, host, get a small storage bag. The storage bag has an internal space of 2 meters long, wide, and high, which can be opened by mental power to store items. The bronze treasure chest immediately gave Heinderaiwichi a big surprise. Storage bag, the legendary thing was taken out by me, ha ha ha, sure enough, you Shen possessed. Heinderaiwichi couldn't help showing a smile. No loss or loss, this wave really does not lose, I will go out in the future. Finally, there is no need to carry things in large and small bags. The storage bag is really not a low-level item, not to mention its technological content. This kind of space-related issues, in terms of its convenience, is really great. Heinderaiwichi likes it very much. Picking up the small bag in the treasure chest that was as big as a sachet, Heinderaiwichi happily put it in his arms, and then set his eyes on the last silver treasure chest in front of him. Silver treasure chest, give me a big explosion. Reach out and touch, ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the pure yang true body. This is to cherish the physique. After the fusion, you will permanently gain 50 points of affinity with the fire attribute, and permanently increase your physique by 10 points. Heinderaiwichi. His eyes widened, looking at a golden red ball of light in the treasure chest. This is actually a physique. Chunyang true body. The fire attribute affinity is 50 points. This is not ordinary from the name. What I am practicing now is the fire attribute breathing method. Now I have increased the fire attribute affinity of 50 points. Wouldn't it be faster to cultivate in the future? And these 10 points of physical blessing, the body is all the capital. Although theoretically speaking, Zanpakuto Zanjutsu Shikai has added 10 points of 4-dimensional attributes, which is far from the fact that the pure yang body in front of us only adds 1 item, but this fire attribute affinity makes up for this, which is enough. Increase the fire attribute affinity of 50 points. Not bad, not bad. Heinderaiwichi is satisfied, mainly because this pure yang true body is suitable for him. If there is any water attribute true body, wind attribute true body, it will make him speechless. Fortunately, it is a fire attribute, which is easy to handle. Excuse me, host, do you immediately integrate the pure yang real body? The system prompts Heinderaiwichi after touching the golden red ball. Of course, immediately merge. Heinderaiwichi chose to merge directly. Ding, the fusion begins. Heinderaiwichi had an accident with his head, lying on the tatami, as if unconscious. Afterwards, the golden red light ball merged into the whole body along the arm, and his body began to emit a faint red light, with a faint golden light in the red light, slowly but firmly blending in. Into his body, the internal organs, bones, bone marrow, and even the brain, every part of his body, completely merged. In the end, the light disappeared and Heinderaiwichi's body also changed dramatically. His face was originally beautiful, but it was still imperfect. Now, after the pure yang body is completely integrated, it still looks like that in general, but the details have changed drastically. His face is fairer and more delicate, like a knife, straight nose, slender eyelashes, black and silky hair, not to mention more robust and taller. Even though his complexion is still fair, he is more healthy, even his height. They are all a few centimeters taller. The whole person is more energetic. The fire attribute affinity of Chunyang Zhenzhen was also fully revealed at this moment. Although he was asleep, Heinderaiwichi's flame-burning sun-breathing method started to operate automatically. He hadn't been able to practice all-weather full concentration breathing techniques before, and the reason was nothing else, it was because his cultivation time was too short, and he couldn't do the things that these column levels could only do. But now, the pure yang physical body had just merged, and he did not need to deliberately adjust it, and he actually carried out the full concentration training automatically. This kind of 24-hour uninterrupted practice has been too helpful to the swordsman. It is equivalent to many times the effect of the previous practice. It is worthy of the pure yang body, and the perfectly matched flame-burning sun-breathing method is absolutely incredible. Match. Chapter 35 Soaring Strength. Return. This ability to run pranayama 24 hours a day is called the full concentration constant. It is a column-level cultivation method. The entire demon-killing team, in addition to the column level, only has the stepson of the worm column, Tsuyuri Kanawo has reached it. Tsuyuri Kanawo, also called chestnut deciduous sakura, is called differently because of different translations. The protagonist Tanjiro behind can also be reached. Well, the geniuses of the same team as Tanjiro also finally reached. That's the protagonist, who can do it with their own, they can do it naturally, but ordinary demon killers can't do it. And now, Heindaraiwichi has only achieved a special physique, and the speed of cultivation after this can be imagined how terrifying. The next morning, Heindaraiwichi opened her eyes, stretched her long waist, and breathed, making her whole body comfortable. Huh? Why did I fall asleep? Heindaraiwichi touched his chin and thought about what happened last night. Storage bag, pure yang true body. Am I fused with pure yang true body now? After checking his body a little, he immediately noticed the difference in his whole body. Now my body is really strong. Heindaraiwichi squeezed her fist, feeling the change in her body. I have increased my physique by 10 points, and I can clearly feel the strength of my body. Heindaraiwichi felt it again, and immediately noticed the problem with his practice. The breathing method is running automatically. The speed is really fast. Heindaraiwichi took the storage bag and put all the things that were opened last night on the surrounding floor into the storage bag, then got up and went out happily. Fortunately, I opened the storage bag, otherwise I don't know how to carry the good things I opened before. Heindaraiwichi looked at the sachet-like small bag in his hand, stuffed it into his arms, and walked out leisurely room. Brother Heinda is early. Makomo has already got up early and is practicing the sword technique in the yard. Sister Makomo early. Heindaraiwichi was in a very good mood, smiled and raised his hand to say hello. Where is Sabito? I don't seem to get up yet. Makomo said, continuing to practice. Her talent is not as good as Sabito, and she can only make up for it through diligence. Sabito's talent is very good, even better than Tomioka brother, the only talent in the entire teacher. It is estimated that Heindaraiwichi is the only one who crushed Sabito. Read more at fictionzone.net. Go and wake him up first, and later we will have breakfast together, and then we have to hurry back. Heindaraiwichi said. Okay, brother Heinda. Makomo still listened to Heindaraiwichi's words. Basically, he would not disobey. Hearing this, he immediately stopped practicing and went to get Sabito up. After a while, Sabito breathed and walked over and said, Brother Heinda, Sister Makomo, why don't you sleep longer? This bed is much more comfortable than the cave where we slept in Fujigai Mountain. You are still asleep. Makomo rolled his eyes. The sun is up, we have to hurry, the master is still at home waiting for us. Yeah. Speaking of the master, Sabito immediately became energetic. Then let's clean up and hurry back. Go for breakfast first. Heindaraiwichi smiled, I treat you. Wow, long live brother Heinda. The two cheered with bright eyes. They have just become demon killers and have not officially started to accept the mission, so they are not like demon killers, and they will have huge rewards after completing the demon killing mission. Now they don't have much money, this is still the travel expenses given by the master before going out. Crack, there are us. To us. Have breakfast too. Rice ball, I want a dinner party. 3 blackbirds fell in the sky, nothing else but rice balls, radishes, and shiitake mushrooms. The 3 cravens immediately fell on the shoulders of the 3 of them, clamoring to eat. All right, let's eat together. Heinderaiwichi waved his hand indifferently. He opened the treasure chest yesterday, and there was a lot of money exploded in those wooden chests. The total amount is tens of thousands of yen. At the current price of goods, he is definitely a rich man, even if he goes to Tokyo. It is enough to buy a small mansion with a courtyard. After another hearty breakfast, the 3 of them continued on their way, and finally returned to Zyao Mountain in the evening. Master, Master, we are back. Sabato yelled happily. After all, he completed the trial, which is considered to have lived up to the teacher's teaching and expectations. Well, I'll be back. At a table in front of the wooden house, Urokadaka Kanji certainly noticed the return of the 3. Although the tone was still calm, Heinderaiwichi still heard some excitement in his voice. Teacher, we have completed the trial. Makomo smiled and said to Lintaki, especially Brother Heinda, this time we are exhibiting Kamui in Fujiaki-yama, but I didn't lose the teacher's face. Well done, Heinda. Urokadaka Kanji nodded with a little joy in his tone. You are tired from the long journey. Let's rest for a few days. After a few days, your Nichiren blades are built. At that time there will be tasks assigned, but you will be busy at that time. Haha, I've been looking forward to the demon killing team mission. Sabato wiped his nose. With our current strength, it must be a trivial matter for demon. Don't take it lightly. The strength of demon is different. Of course you can deal with ordinary demon, but some demon have abilities, and the strengths of supernatural demon are also different. After all, the power of blood demon is also different, and, don't forget, there is 12 Kazuki on top of ordinary demon. Urokadaka Kanji said in a deep voice. If you know the teacher, we will definitely pay attention. Makomo nodded solemnly. Of course I don't worry about you and Heinda. Urokadaka Kanji glared at Sabato. I don't worry about you. Teacher, what are you worried about me? I'm very obedient. Sabato said with an innocent look. You are still obedient. Urokadaka Kanji snorted. Your talent is second only to Heinda, even better than Tomioka, but it's a pity that you are not as hard as others in your practice. When I don't need to urge you to practice, I'm really relieved. Woolen cloth. Upon hearing this, Sabato twitched and pursed his lips. Teacher, don't worry, I will definitely work harder in the future. I will definitely not be thrown too far by Heinda and Tomioka. Hope. Urokadaka Kanji shook his head, knowing Sabato's character, so he stopped talking about him, but looked at Heinda. I already know what you encountered in Fujiaki-yama. As a former Shuizu, naturally he has his own way to pay attention to these things. Even if they are retired, demon hunters of their level are also valuable assets for the demon killing team. Even when the demon killing team encounters a difficult disaster, he would still try his best to help with this old body. Urokadaka Kanji himself is also connected with the current leader of the demon killing team Yubayashiki Kagaya, otherwise Heinderaiwichi and others will participate in the trial and Yubayashiki Kagaya's attention will not be attracted. Teacher, we encountered a demon riot in this trial. Sabato said quickly, but these things have been settled by Brother Heinda. Brother Heinda is amazing, no demon can withstand a few swords in front of him. Makomo nodded again, and the look in Heinderaiwichi's eyes was full of worship. Chapter 36 Gift. Sabato and Makomo. Time flies quickly, and a week later, at Sajiri Mountain. Drink it? In the open space behind the wooden house, Sabato and Makomo are practicing swordsmanship, while Heinderaiwichi, standing quietly, looks indifferent. as if not practicing? But in fact, his cultivation is going on all the time. It's been a week. Since the fusion of Chunyang True Body, his cultivation speed has continued to increase, and his strength has become stronger and stronger. Even Haindariwichi himself does not know how strong his current strength is. It seems that I need to find an opponent to test it? Haindariwichi thought, touching his chin. Brother Hainda. At this moment, Makomo walked over. The little girl was tired and sweaty. She walked and looked at Haindariwichi, her face flushed. Brother, you look better and better. Yes, if Haindariwichi, who just merged with the pure yang body just a week ago, does not seem to have changed much, then this week later, because of the effect of the fusion of the true body, the changes in Haindariwichi are getting bigger and bigger. The main change is not in the appearance. Although the appearance has become more delicate and refined, the temperament and body shape are more perfect. This is the main change. Hearing that, Haindariwichi smiled and said, this is because the breathing method I practice has improved the effect. Brother Hainda is really a genius, and he has improved again. Makomo looked at Haindariwichi enviously. My strength is still so low, and I will definitely hinder senior brother Hainda if I do tasks in the future. Haindariwichi took a look at the somewhat lost Makomo, and then at Sabato, who was gritting his teeth not far away, to allow the lazy Sabato to grit his teeth and exercise. It seems that he has put a lot of pressure on them these days. After thinking about it, Haindariwichi looked at Sabato and shouted, Sabato, come and take a break first. I have a gift for you and Makomo. Ah! Oh good. Sabato was stunned for a moment, then happily agreed, and ran over here. Hey! Makomo tilted his head to look at Haindariwichi. Gift? Brother Hainda, it's not our birthday today. What are you giving us gifts for? Can't you give gifts if it's not a birthday? Haindariwichi said calmly, then treat it as a birthday gift I gave you in advance. Okay. Makomo nodded, and then solemnly said, thank you brother Hainda for the gift. I will prepare gifts for you later on your birthday. You haven't seen what I want to give, so thank you. Haindariwichi smiled dumbly. The gift from brother Hainda is definitely the best. Makomo smiled innocently. Come here. Sabato ran over and asked curiously, Brother Hainda, are you going to give us gifts? Come with me. Haindariwichi turned around and walked to the wooden house. The wooden house is very quiet. Urokadakase Kanji is not here today. It seems that someone went down the mountain to pick up someone. When he left in the morning, he said an old friend was coming. Haindariwichi and others asked, but he didn't say anything. Haindariwichi guessed from the bottom of his heart that the so-called old friend could definitely be the steel mound for forging Nichiren blades, or the Iron Cave Forest. Crunch. Read more at fictionzone.net. The door of Haindariwichi's house was opened, and there were two small boxes on the wall inside the door. The boxes contained the things Haindariwichi had prepared in advance. These things are some small things he opened out of the wooden treasure chest. To him, it is really not very useful. There are a few things in this box, one of you. Haindariwichi picked up the small box and placed them one by one in the hands of the two, and then solemnly said, these things are not ordinary things, they are Nichiren blades are similar, something with special power. The two of them had only solemnly accepted the gift. They didn't expect that the gift from Haindariwichi was still similar to Nichiren blades, with special powers. The two of them nodded sternly, indicating that they would use it well. Let's take a look first. Haindariwichi said with a smile. Yeah, great. Sabato didn't have to wait, and immediately opened the small box. In the small box, 3 small glass bottles appeared first, with red, blue and golden liquids in them. Brother Hainda, what is this? Sabato was stunned, completely unable to understand what it was. The same was true on Makomo's side. there were 3 bottles of liquid, and the two looked at Henda in confusion. The liquid in these 3 small bottles is a kind of medicine. The red one can restore physical strength, the blue one can restore energy, and the golden one can heal the injury, even the serious one can be cured. Henda solemnly said, "These things are for your life-saving use. In the future, we will be doing missions to kill demon. The 3 of us may be separated for missions. It doesn't matter. Don't use these 3 bottles of potions, you know." "I see, Brother Henda." The two looked at each other. Although they felt that the medicine that Senior Brother Henda said was too magical, they did not suspect that Henda words were lying. They believed Senior Brother Henda would not deceive them. And if this potion is as effective as Henda said, it is really an absolute treasure. Not to mention anything else, just the golden healing potion, at a critical juncture, is equivalent to a life. There's more below, take a look. Henda gestured. Is this, shoes? The two had a meal, and each saw a pair of shoes. These are magical boots and flying feather shoes. Sabato, your shoes have the ability to increase your movement speed, while your Makomo shoes, although not as much as Sabato, have the function of reducing weight. You are already petite and weighed. After lightning, your movement speed will naturally increase. Henda said. Flying feather shoes can increase 2 points of agility after wearing them, and can reduce 5 kilograms of weight. This is because the 2 feathers on the flying feather shoes are made of a kind of magical bird feathers. Henda does not know this kind of shoes. From what kind of world, it is useless for him anyway, but for Makomo 2 people, it can increase a lot of strength. Wow, does a pair of shoes have such a function? Both of them suddenly brightened their eyes. Why don't you try it? Henda smiled. Okay, let's change it now. The shoe size system can be customized and changed. Before preparing, Henda let the system change according to the feet of 2 people, which is very fit. After the 2 put on their shoes, they ran around for a while, and then they were pleasantly surprised to find that, as Brother Henda said, they were moving faster. You know, this kind of speed increase is very important in the battle with demon. 1 step slower, maybe you will be killed by the demon, 1 step faster, you can kill the demon. This is really a powerful pair of shoes. Thank you, Brother Henda. The 2 returned to Henda and bowed gratefully. No, there is one more thing below, the last one. Henda waved his hand. What he prepared for the 2 of them, in addition to 3 bottles of potions and a pair of shoes, and a pair of gloves. Clothes or something, there are demon killing team uniforms. The demon killing team uniforms are also made of a special fiber with strong toughness. Although not as powerful as the equipment developed by Henda that can increase the 4-dimensional attributes, it is also a defensive equipment. NS. More. The 2 looked at the small box in surprise, and sure enough, there was a pair of gloves lying in it. Is this a glove? The 2 took up the glove. This glove is also different, Sabato's hand is black, Makomo's hand is white. The black gloves in your hand Sabato are called Julie gloves. After wearing them, you can increase your strength. Henda said, Makomo, your hands are dexterous gloves. After wearing them, you can increase the dexterity of your hands and the skill of swinging the sword. Will be more superb. This is really amazing. Without saying anything, the 2 immediately put on their gloves, and then they drew their swords and began to wave them. Sure enough, they felt a huge change on their hands and feet. When they looked at the 3 bottles of medicine, there was a trace of suspicion in their hearts. No. Brother Henda, the gifts you gave us are really great. The 2 said excitedly. Chapters with nearly 3,000 words will not be uploaded separately. Chapter 37 Inspire Nicaran Blades. Shocked everyone. At the foot of Xiao Mountain, two masked men walked towards Xiao Mountain step by step. "Lintaki, your place is great." The man beside Urokadakase Kanji said, "Elegant and clean, I will find a place like this when I retire in the future." Ha ha ha. How old are you, do you think about retirement? Urokadakase Kanji glanced at the other person. Don't you think about it in advance? The man was carrying 3 long knives behind his back. It was not someone else, but the steel mound that brought the 3 Handa knives to him. "You guy, you have to come personally to send a knife, won't you ask the hidden person to send it?" Lintaki said, "Did you think of me eating rice? How is it possible?" Steel Tomb looked at Urokadakase Kanji's expressionless face, and his eyes flickered. "Even if it's a meal, it's just by the way. Actually, I'm very curious about your disciples. This time I also came to see what the Nichiren blades I built by myself would look like in their hands. Nichiren blades are very important. After the forgers have built them, they will usually deliver them to the door. By the way, they also want to see what color the Nichiren blades they have built in the hands of their respective swordsmen." "Okay, then hurry up, they have been waiting for Nichiren blades to get it these days, and then go on the task of killing demon." Urokadakase Kanji said, taking the lead in front, and quickly started climbing. "Hey, hello, I'm carrying 3 Nichiren blades, this thing is not light, you can't slow down." The steel mound yelled, but Urokadakase Kanji didn't slow down, and hurriedly ran over. After a while, the two finally arrived at the wooden house. "Handa, Sabato, Makomo." Seeing that there was no one in front of the wooden house, Urokadakase Kanji shouted towards the back mountain. He knew that the 3 of them were not in the wooden house, so they must be practicing in the back mountain. "Teacher." Sure enough, 3 voices came from the back mountain. Afterwards, the 3 Handaraiwichi walked out from the back door, and the 3 also saw the steel mound next to Urokadakase Kanji, especially the 3 long swords behind him. Sabato and Makomo's eyes suddenly lit up. "This is the Nichiren Blades Blacksmith Steel Tomb." Urokadakase Kanji introduced, "This time I'm sending you a knife, by the way, I'm here too. Read more at fictionzone.net. Cough cough." Steel Tomb coughed awkwardly, gave Urokadakase Kanji a bitter look, then ignored him and turned to look at the 3 Handaraiwichi. "Hello. Master Iron Tomb, hello." The 3 of them saluted politely. "This is the Nichiren blades that I personally built for you. Try it first." The Tomb of Iron untied the cloth strips tied with the Nichiren blades behind him, and handed the 3 Nichiren blades to the 3 of them. Kang! The long sword came out of its sheath, and the blade suddenly began to change color. Sabato and Makomo's Nichiren blades turned light blue. "Well, because you 2 practice the principle of water breathing. Because, it is normal for Nichiren blades to turn blue." Urokadakase Kanji explained from the side. "Yes, this is a normal color." Steel Tomb nodded, and then his eyes almost fell out because he saw the Nichiren blades in Handaraiwichi's hand. This is Kang." Handaraiwichi pulled out the Nichiren blades, and the power of the blazing sun breathing method poured into the Nichiren blades. Suddenly, the color of the Nichiren blades in his hand turned into a fiery red. No, it was still changing. This is red." Steel Tomb opened his eyes wide, and then asked Urokadakase Kanji, "Your disciple, isn't he who practices water breathing?" "No." Urokadakase Kanji shook his head. "Handa is an art apprentice. This is a breathing method inherited from ancient times by his family. It may belong to the branch of the flame breathing method. It is more in line with his physique. Did not let him change to my water breathing method. Fire attribute physique, it is really suitable for the flame breathing method." Steel Tomb nodded. "Actually, it is also suitable for forging masters. How about you disciple learning forging swords from me? Go." Urokadakase Kanji spit out a word blankly. The corners of the steel mound's mouth twitched, and he stopped talking, but stared at Handaraiwichi's Nikarin blades. The Nikarin blades in Handaraiwichi's hands are still changing. As he continues to incorporate the power of breathing into the knife, the fiery red on the knife becomes more and more shining. The little sun is average. This. Not only Sabato and Makomo were shocked, but Urokadakase Kanji and Steel Tomb were also shocked and inexplicably shocked at the moment. This movement is not a branch of the flame-breathing method. No, even the flame-breathing method can't activate Nikarin blades to such an extent. This completely arouses the power of the sun contained in Nikarin blades. The steel mound's breathing became rapid, and he looked at Urokadakase Kanji nervously. Is it the legendary day? No. It's different. Urokadakase Kanji paused. There is still a big difference. Although I haven't seen the breathing method of the sun with my own eyes, the form of the breathing method of the sun is also recorded in some ancient books. This should be a branch of the breathing method of the sun, a breathing method of the same level as the breathing method of the inflammation. Even so, this is an incredible breathing method. Iron Tomb sighed. Handaraiwichi calmly stopped the surge of power. This was enough. He did not use his full power. Before, I didn't think how strong the flames of the sun breathing method is, at most it is the level of the flame breathing method. Now, I heard Urokadaka. In the words of Seikanji and Iron Tomb, he felt that his breathing method should be the same level as the ancestor breathing method of this world, the sun breathing method. Just now, he only used 50% of the breathing method power to stimulate such power. If it is really fully stimulated, it may even attract the attention of the leader of the demon-killing team. Handaraiwichi doesn't want to be troublesome. Although he is not afraid, it is not necessary. Chapter 38. The task is here. Go to Osaka. A few more days passed, and on this day, the letter Crow came back. Kwaka, the mission of the demon-killing team headquarters. Go to Akameko, Osaka, and kill the evil demon there. The rice ball stopped on Handaraiwichi's shoulder and said. Huh. Not far away, Sabato and Makomo looked at the rice ball curiously. Then what about us? Isn't our mission with Brother Handa? I don't know your mission. The rice ball shook his head and said that he didn't know. Quakwa. At this moment, the crow's cries sounded in the sky again. It's a radish. Sabato exclaimed happily. The shiitake mushrooms are back. Makomo smiled and saw the shiitake mushrooms fly over. Quagwa, the headquarters mission is released. Shiitake shouted, go to the next county. There is a small town where demons are killing and devouring people at night. We will lead the way. You and Sabato will perform the mission together. Hey? Are we two performing the same task? Sabato said, looking at Handaraiwichi. Sure enough, the headquarters knows that Brother Handa is powerful, and the first task can be performed independently. Senior Brother Handa's trial in Fujiki-yama, the high level of the demon-killing team must be in the eyes. Makomo also nodded. Senior Brother Handa is so powerful, even if it is okay for the demon. Probably, I haven't faced it before, and I don't know too much. Handaraiwichi didn't say much, but instead told the two of them, this is your first task. You must deal with it carefully. Can't you know it lightly? We understand, thank you brother for your concern. Makomo looked at Handaraiwichi gratefully. Read more at fictionzone.net. Let's go, report to the teacher first. Handaraiwichi took the two to the wooden house. After reporting to Urokadakase Kanji, the three of them prepared for the mission. They each put on the demon-slaying uniforms. Sabato and Makomo also put on the gloves and shoes that Handaraiwichi gave them. Bringing the 3 bottles of potions, just as Handaraiwichi said, although the demon-killing team won't choose too difficult demon for them in their first mission, they must not be taken lightly. They really made perfect preparations. Heinderaiwichi doesn't need to do too much preparation. Some of his important things are put in the storage bag, while Zanjutsu and Nichiren blades, he is pinned to his waist, and they are not in the storage bag. The storage bag is still don't be exposed. The three bid farewell to Urokadaka Seikanji and embarked on a mission journey. The mission of Rabbit and Makomo was carried out by the two of them, and the mission location was relatively close, while the mission location of Heinderaiwichi was farther away, so they had to go to the Osaka area. This time on the road, you can't just run on your legs. The current era is the Taisho era, some high-tech things have appeared, and the atmosphere of the industrial era is getting stronger and stronger. Heinderaiwichi went to the nearest county seat, took the tram that seemed very old to him to an inland port, and then took a boat to Osaka. After arriving in Osaka, I took the tram to Akameko where the mission was located. The total journey took several days. Is this Akameko? Heinderaiwichi looked at the small town in front of him, a little surprised. He thought it was a big city in Osaka, but he didn't expect it to be just a small town. Also, ordinary demon don't dare to act in big cities. Demon that have the courage to attack humans in big cities, either have powerful blood demon themselves, or are the level of 12 Kazuki under Kibutsuji. The demon of that level are themselves. Almost all of them have blood demon and are very good at hiding themselves. At the same time, many of them are demon that have devoured a lot of people and have lived for a long time, one by one. Otherwise, many of those big cities are places where the demon killing team pays great attention. Where can the little demon dare to act in those places? Those are the battlefields of Zu and Gyo. Only places like these small villages, where the demon killing team pays little attention, are the places where the little demon like to stay. Many demon change places with one shot. Although they are arrogant, they dare not confront the demon killing team head on. The habits of demon, many demon act alone, and seldom will act together. Once there are many demon together, the blood in their bodies will be stimulated, and they may kill each other. This is what Kibutsuji left behind. Backhand. This guy is very shameless, and he is very afraid of demon uniting and overthrowing his absolute rule over demon. He can sense the position of the demon according to his own blood in the demon, or he can remotely control the blood in the opponent's body within a certain distance, let it explode, and kill the opponent. However, in this world, there are still some demon who can get rid of his control. For example, the protagonist Tanjiro met Miss Tamayo, or Tanjiro's sister Nezuko. No one knows, among the demon that this guy has created for thousands of years, is there any other existence that can get rid of control? Chapter 39 Invisible Demon. Mysterious Tree Demon. Rice Ball. Heinderaiwichi looked at the crow standing on her shoulders. When did that demon act? In the middle of the night, every time I jump over the fence and enter the homes of human beings. Rice Ball said, although this demon is only a little stronger than ordinary demon, the headquarters suspects that there are other demon behind him, so this task is only possible. I'll leave it to you to perform it. Otherwise, the headquarters may send a pillar. For ordinary demon killers, it takes more than a dozen people to complete this task. You've already told me about this halfway. Heinderaiwichi calmly said, hasn't the headquarters been found? There is only one demon behind this demon. Two demon unite. Each time one demon acts, the other it's smart to guard against demon. It's a pity that they are not lucky, but this time you met the owner, you must be over. The rice ball flattered. Is there any ability for the demon behind the headquarters? The demon shot is just a normal demon. Even if it is stronger than the demon before, it is not much stronger. Heinderaiwichi is a little uninterested, just hope behind it that demon can bring him some surprises. His current strength is not comparable to ordinary demon. Those little demon can only explode some wooden boxes if they are killed. He still thinks that it is better to be able to open some bronze boxes or silver boxes. If it is a demon with blood demon art, the bronze chest has a high chance of exploding. If it is a powerful demon like Tni, maybe it can continue to explode silver treasure chests. Go, let's advance to the town. Heinderaiwichi entered the town with rice balls. It was already evening, and the streets of the town began to be sparsely populated. This may be the reason why demons have appeared during this period. Going home to hide, it is estimated that no one will come out at night. Heinderaiwichi found a restaurant to eat something, and then wandered the street alone, looking for demon that might appear. While observing the terrain of the town, read more at fictionzone.net. Not long after, the sky became completely dark, and the streets became completely empty and quiet. Heinderaiwichi walked by leisurely, and the shadow behind him pulled the old man. He is a little regretful that he does not have the ability to search for demon. If he can smell the demon through smell like the protagonist Tanjiro of the plot, then there is no need to wait for the demon to appear, just follow the smell to find the demon's lair. So far, he has not revealed a skill in this area. It's not a way to find it this way. In the middle of the night, let's wait. Heinderaiwichi stopped running around after getting acquainted with the town, but waited in one place. End of time. In the middle of the night after I arrived, although the whole town was extremely quiet, many people still had oil lamps lit in their homes, and people did not sleep, as if they were on guard. Heinderaiwichi saw a house not far away. The house was lit up. A family of 4, parents and 2 children huddled together, afraid to sleep. My lord, I acted. Outside the town, under a big tree, a short demon with short hair bowed respectfully to the tree. Well, go, bring me some delicious food this time. There was a low voice from the tree. Sir. The short demon bowed again, then turned and ran towards the town quickly. His figure became a little faintly transparent, as if he had the ability to become invisible in the dark. After the short demon left, the demon on the tree slowly raised his head and looked at the moonlight in the sky. His face was extremely gloomy. In his left eye, there seemed to be a few words engraved, but it was hidden by the branches and couldn't see clearly. In the small town, the short demon has entered here. His feet are light, his figure is hidden in the darkness. Even if someone is in front of him, he can't see his appearance clearly, and he can't even see his figure. This must be a blood demon technique, yes. A demon with blood demon. If Heinderaiwichi sees it, he will surely smile with relief. Well, this is a nice house, there is a cute little girl. The short demon kept walking around, and finally stopped at the door of the house. Through the window, he saw this house with 3 people and a young couple. A cute little girl shrank on the tatami and dared not fall asleep, but the little girl was already sleeping sweetly in her mother's arms. The little girl is not very old. She looks only 5 or 6 years old. She doesn't seem to know that what her parents are worried about is about to happen in her house, and she still sleeps soundly. What a sweet smell! The short demon looked at the little girl greedily, seeing her white neck and skin, and sucked back the saliva that was about to flow out. The short demon did not hesitate, and immediately started to act. He has been to this small town many times, so many actions have been done perfectly. No one in this small town can deal with him at all. Even if he was ambushed by a few strong people once, he was still besieged. He was all counter-killed by him, but several people were killed that time. With so many people, his strength has also been greatly improved, and he has also realized the blood demon technique that can be invisible. Hey, I'm here for good food. The short demon rushed towards the house with a grinning grin. Of course, he had to leave the little girl with an adult, but the parents could be his food. If you want to have such a delicacy, that adult will be satisfied. Chapter 40 Crush the Invisible Demon. Chapter 2. At this moment, Heinderaiwichi doesn't know the situation here. Others are in an alley in the distance. This place is relatively dark and unpopulated, and I figured it out with the surrounding streets. The main road is in front, and you can go in and out of the town directly. If I were that demon, I would definitely choose to live here. Heinderaiwichi looked at the surroundings secretly thinking. By the way, the system, bring up my data panel. The past few days have been busy with cultivation matters, and I haven't seen how my four-dimensional attributes have been integrated with the pure yang true body. I just happened to check it while I was waiting so that I could have a good idea. Ding. Host, Heinderaiwichi. Race, human. Age, 16. Occupation, swordsman. Physique, 51. Strength, 37. Agility, 53. Spirit, 45. Skill. Flames and Sun Breathing Method, LV3, this breathing method has a total of 9 levels. After practicing, it can greatly increase attack power and additional damage to demon. Practice in the hot sun can speed up the progress of the training. You can attach weapons to attack, or attach fists, etc. Attack on body parts. Observation Haki, LV3, Haki permeates the body, perceives everything around him, and predicts the enemy's movements. Pure Yang True Body, it has been fused, adds 50 fire attribute affinity, and increases 10 points of physique. Read more at fictionzone.net. Zanpakuto Zanjutsu, Shikai, Zanjutsu after Shikai can cause huge soul damage to 12 Kizuki level demon. The blade is extremely sharp. After Shikai, increase 10 points of strength, 10 points of physique, 10 points of agility, and 10 points of spirit. After Bankai, it has great damage to all demon. Shadow Dagger, when used at night, it can increase the user's agility by 5 points and 3 points of strength. Storage Bag, a space storage bag with a length of 2 meters in length, width, and height, which can be opened by mental power. 4 bottles of healing potions, 6 bottles of psychotropic potions, and 5 bottles of physical potions. Both physique and agility have reached 50 points. If I now compete with Tomioka Jiyuo again, I would be able to beat him in an instant. My current strength, even in the column level, can be ranked 1 or 2, right? Heinderaiwichi looked at his attribute panel with satisfaction, and then thought, such a luxurious attribute, let alone the column, even if I encounter the winding, I will not be afraid of it. Pure Yang True Body is really terrible. I saw that the flames and burning Yang breathing technique has reached the 3rd level, a total of 9 levels of breathing. It is only LV3 at this moment. It would not have made him so strong, but superimposed. It's different with the Chun Yang True Body. Observation Haki has also arrived at LV3. Zanjutsu has not changed. If you want Bankai, it is estimated that you will have to wait for a while. Zanjutsu's spiritual space has not been opened, and I can't go there to fight with the spirit of Zanjutsu. Heinderaiwichi shook his head. Then I was thinking about cultivation. Suddenly, there was a scream in the distance. Heinderaiwichi suddenly raised his head, 2 dazzling golden red rays of light burst into his eyes. Appeared. Heinderaiwichi's figure has disappeared from where she was, and when she reappeared, it was already tens of meters away. His current agility is the highest among the 4-dimensional attributes, reaching as many as 53 points. Even among the columns, the wind column, which is estimated to be very good at speed, can be faster than Heinderaiwichi. All other columns, in terms of speed, it is estimated that they will not be Heinderaiwichi's opponent. In just a few seconds, Heinderaiwichi had come to the place where the screams came from. Sure enough, here. Heinderaiwichi's face was frosty, and people had already rushed into the house, and the scene inside the house made him look colder. This should have been a warm little home, but now it is flooded with blood. The wooden floor is full of bloodline. A short figure is squatting on a corpse and torn apart by money. Not far from him, there is a woman who died tragically. The woman held her hands tightly to a little girl who had fallen into a coma. Seeming to hear the movement behind him, The short demon quickly turned his head and looked at Heinderaiwichi with a mouth of flesh and blood, his eyes full of murderous intent. Hey, who are you? Do you know, anyone who disturbs my meal will die miserably. Heinderaiwichi glanced at him blankly, and didn't want to talk to him. This kind of little girl really doesn't interest him. However, he is still a little interested in the demon behind him, so I don't want to talk to him. Don't talk to him. Although you speak calmly and your expression is very hideous, but your twinkling eyes show that your heart is in panic. Heinderaiwichi slowly stretched out his hand and pulled out Nichiren blades from his waist. He wanted to try his Nichiren blades demon slayer effect. Zanpakuto didn't plan to use Zanpakuto. If he used Zanjutsu to deal with this kid, it was too overkill. What? You said I was panicked? How could it be possible? The short demon panicked, but he didn't care about it on the surface. You are just an ordinary demon hunter. If you want to be dispatched here to deal with me, it's definitely not high grade demon hunter, hee, you are not afraid that I will kill you. It's not on you. Heinderaiwichi shook his head, and then asked directly, give you a choice. Tell you where the demon behind you is, and I will give you a happy way to die. Otherwise, I will use Nichiren blades to cut off your limbs. I know that demon have a strong ability to recover. I want to see if you keep cutting off your limbs and recovering. How strong is your demon's recovery ability? It's not light yet, we have a whole night to play slowly. Heinderaiwichi Nichiren blades has been completely out of the sheath. As the power of the breathing method poured in, the golden red color on the Nichiren blades began to appear, and a breathtaking hot breath rose in the air. As a short demon, his complexion suddenly changed. This kind of sun breath is the most feared power of their demon. And the person in front of him actually possesses this kind of power. How can this not make him frightened? Now, he only hopes that the power of the person in front of him can be weaker, and the power of this solar aura is not strong, so that he can escape. First try his strength. If it is not as good as mine, just kill it. A ruthless look appeared in the eyes of the short demon, and his body suddenly disappeared with a violent forward. Huh? It turned out to be a stealth ability. This is really a good blood demon technique. Heinderaiwichi nodded in admiration, and then lightly waved Nichiren blades. Unfortunately, you met me. If it is another demon killer, even if it is estimated that the veteran who has performed the task many times will drink hate in your hands, but it is a pity that, again, it was me that you met. Chi. Nichiren blades flew through the air, and two clear voices came out, followed by a screaming scream. What? The short demon suddenly appeared, but at this moment he was very miserable. His arms were cut off, and his arm was broken with a terrifying hot breath, which prevented his severed limbs from recovering. Surrounded by the arms, even extended to the whole body, making him fall into the hot lava. Chapter 41 Threatening Invisible Demon. Encountered the last chord. Since you don't want to say it, let's continue. Heinderaiwichi looked at the short demon who screamed calmly, there are two more legs. With that said, he has raised the Nichiren blades. He deliberately does not chop the opponent's neck, just to deter him. He is not afraid of his invisibility, and his power is far above it. He has enough ability to play with him and clap. In between, it depends on whether he has to choose to conceal it. No more. The short demon hadn't finished speaking yet, only two golden red sword lights flashed by, and his legs flew out. The short demon screamed again, and the intense pain from his arms and legs made him kind of feeling painful. Do you see the gap between you and me now? Heinderaiwichi said calmly, I said, there are still a few hours before dawn. We have time. Look, isn't your arm about to recover? I have to say that the demon's recovery ability is indeed strong. Even with the flames of burning sun breathing method and the roasting of Nichiren blades, it only slows his recovery speed. Now, looking at the arm of this short demon, there is already a bone abruptly. He has recovered a few centimeters, and the whole arm will be restored to the original condition in a few minutes. Of course, even if his limbs recover, he can't escape Heinderaiwichi's palm. Nichiren blades with a surging flame aura, approached and pointed to the short man's brows. Heinderaiwichi threatened him and said, "Just tell you where the demon behind you is, and I will give you a happy one right away, otherwise." Damn it! The short demon gritted his teeth, but couldn't bear the pain in his body. I thought I understood the blood demon art, so how can I say that ordinary demon hunters are no longer my opponents? How can I know that a demon hunter swordsman who has appeared casually now crushed himself? What can I do? The short man thought bitterly, and then thought of the adult again. He turned his head and glanced at the little girl who was unconscious not far away. The adult had always been timid and afraid of death. He let himself out hunting, but he was sitting behind. Sit back and enjoy it. I was afraid of him before, and now I am dying. How can I keep it secret for him? And that adult is the demon of the last string. The person in front of him should not be Zu. As a demon, he is very familiar with the strongest demon hunters. If you are not familiar with it, you can't do it. Unfamiliar demon can even run away when they encounter Zu. There is no way to escape. Read more at fictionzone.net. After being familiar with it, you can escape as soon as you recognize it. Since the person in front of him was not Zu, then he went to find the Lord Xian. Maybe this guy would die in the hands of that adult, and that adult could even use this feat to gain the blood of Lord Gaizu again. Thinking of this, he was a little envious and jealous. Because he is an ordinary demon, but Kibutsuji randomly made it out to make trouble for the demon-killing team, and he didn't value it at all. Only the 12 adults could be valued by him. Don't tell me? Then we continue. No, I said. Upon hearing this, the short demon immediately yelled, I said, that adult is outside the town, just 130 meters from the north exit. On the big tree, that place is very conspicuous, you can see it when you go. Really? Heinderaiwichi raised her brows and said it simply. Didn't you lie to yourself? Seeing Heinderaiwichi's suspicious eyes, the short demon nodded quickly. What I said is true, really. If you don't believe me, you can go there and see first. I'm waiting for you here, you can tie me up. Heinderaiwichi looked at him calmly without speaking. This lord. The short demon pleaded with pitiful eyes, I'm telling the truth. After you prove it, can you spare my life? I have to become a demon. I used to be just a demon. Ordinary people, I don't want to be a demon, I don't want to eat people, but there is no way. In this case. A smile suddenly appeared at the corner of Heinderaiwichi's mouth. Now you get up and lead the way and take me to the place you said. As for spare your life, don't think about it, at most I will give you a happy one. Okay. The short demon nodded helplessly. In fact, there was some expectation in his heart that Heinderaiwichi would fight with the demon of the lower string. If the demon of the lower string could kill Heinderaiwichi, he would naturally not die. Since you don't kill me right away, then you're done. If you want to kill the demon of the last string, it's impossible for other swordsmen to do it except Zu. The short man thought triumphantly, at that time, your flesh and blood, I will have a good meal, in order to avenge the revenge for beheading my hands and feet. After a few minutes, the short demon recovered his hands and feet and stood up to move his hands and feet. Heinderaiwichi looked at the unconscious little girl. The little girl's parents are dead, and Heinderaiwichi frowned. He is a step too late. Who said that this demon has the ability to be invisible? If the little girl's mother's scream before her death caught her attention, it's probably impossible to catch her. To this demon. Heinderaiwichi thought for a while, walked over, picked up the unconscious little girl, looked at the little girl with some headaches. What should this girl do in the future? Of course, You don't need to think about this now. I'll talk about it later. Heinderaiwichi looked up at the short demon and found that he was pacing lightly outside, and suddenly said coldly, "Do you want to run?" "No. No, no, no. Why do I want to run? I'm leading the way for an adult." The short man trembled and waved his hand to deny. "Well, then lead the way." With the short demon in front, Heinderaiwichi hugged the little girl and walked behind, and headed north along the street. After a short while, he came to the exit of the town. Heinderaiwichi looked up and saw something. A big tree, and on the trunk of the big branch, there is indeed a figure sitting. As Heinderaiwichi looked at it, the figure suddenly opened his eyes and looked towards Heinderaiwichi. Chapter 42 Spike the End. Golden Treasure Chest. My lord. As soon as he saw the demon on the tree, the short demon yelled, and at the same time ran towards the tree quickly, shouting, "This is a demon hunter from a demon killing team, please do it soon, my lord. Kill him. Idiot." The demon on the tree cursed coldly, "How dare you bring the demon killing team to me? My lord." The short demon just wanted to speak, but at this moment, a blade of light flashed, and his head was already flying, with an indescribable astonishment. "Your usefulness is done." From behind, Heinderaiwichi held the little girl in one hand and Nichiren blades in the other, and said calmly. Seeing the short demon dying in front of him, the demon sitting on the tree remained unmoved, looking at Heinderaiwichi with a gloomy and calm expression. "Damn, the demon killing team has come here. Boy. I think you're a bit familiar, are you the new demon hunter this year?" "Not bad." Heinderaiwichi nodded, staring at the demon on the tree tightly, especially when seeing the handwriting in the other's eyes. A smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. "It's really lucky, Juan. I never expected that I would encounter a 12 Kazuki in this mission. Are you the sixth of the last?" Hey, lucky. The demon on the tree is indeed the sixth last one of 12 Kazuki. At this moment, he sneered, "Is it lucky or unlucky? You'll know later." "Of course it is lucky, a demon of the last string, it is a rare treasure to me." Heinderaiwichi smiled, and there was indeed some surprise in her heart. "I thought that behind the short demon was just a powerful demon like Tianai, but I really didn't expect it to be the sixth of the last." Speaking of the demon of the last string, in fact, in the original plot, there were more shots of the first one and the fifth of the last string. As for the other four, they were killed by Kibutsuji himself within a few minutes after they appeared on the stage. As for the reason, it was even more simple and weird. Kibutsuji dismissed them for being too weak, so he killed them. Now, before they have been killed, Heinderaiwichi has to hurry up and kill one first. This is a demon that can burst a high-level treasure chest. As for whether it is a silver treasure chest or a gold treasure chest, it is possible. Why is it possible? Not certain. Heinderaiwichi feels that the strength of the demon of the upper string will definitely explode the golden treasure chest. As for the weaker ending, there is a high probability that it will be a silver treasure chest. The strength like one of the lower strings should be able to burst the golden treasure chest. Of course, this kind of probability is unclear. No matter how weak the demon of the last string is, its strength will be much stronger than Tianai. Tianai exploded the silver treasure chest. The sixth of the last string in front of him has at least a percentage. With a probability of over 50, the golden treasure chest will be revealed. The details will be known after he will be killed. Read more at fictionzone.net. Heinderaiwichi walked aside, put the girl in her hand on the ground, then took Nichiren blades and thought about it under the tree, and said as she walked, "Why, do you want me to ask you to go down the tree myself?" Humph. The sixth of the last string hummed coldly and patted the tree trunk beside him lightly. The person had already fallen down, and his true appearance was also revealed. This was a demon with the appearance of a teenager. His face was still painted with a pattern of, his face was a little gloomy, and his eyes revealed a fierce killing intent. I didn't expect a demon of the last string to hide in such a small place. Heinderaiwichi shook his head. It really disappointed me. I thought 12 Kazuki was so strong, I didn't expect it to be so unbearable. Do you think I am hiding from your rubbish? The sixth cold voice, first of all, I am not afraid of ordinary demon killers like you, but Zu. Finally, even Zu cannot kill me at will. I still have no problem if I want to run. It's not you who want to hide. Oh, who? Heinderaiwichi's heart moved, and the corners of her mouth smiled. I guess, is it Kibutsuji Musen? You. The eyes of the sixth of the last quarter burst, and he looked at Heinderaiwichi in disbelief, surprised that the other party could guess the truth. I'm really worthless for you guys. Everyone is so loud, claiming to be the strongest existence among demon, but in the end it was taken care of by Kibutsuji so miserable, there is a risk of being killed if you are careless. Heinderaiwichi tisk tisk said, such a demon, is it worthy of you to follow? You don't understand, huh, once you accept his blood, everything will become involuntary. The sixth last said indifferently, who doesn't want to escape his control? But few can do it. I heard that one of the first strings is not under his control. Heinderaiwichi said lightly, why don't you have the ability to get rid of the last strings? Is it just that you are not as good as others? I told you you don't understand it? Hearing this, a trace of jealousy and awe flashed in the eyes of the sixth chapter, but then he did not want to say more, but looked at Heinderaiwichi murderously. Having said so much, I should send you to death. You're wrong, I should have sent you to death. The Nichiren blades in Heinderaiwichi's hands began to glow and glow, obviously dazzling in this dark night. It's better to see the real chapter under your hand, Blood Ghost, Claw of Shadow. The sixth of the last string looked at the Nichiren blades in Heinderaiwichi's hand, and suddenly a trace of fear appeared in the depths of his eyes, and he did not want to delay any more time. He used all his strength when he shot, and immediately began to use the blood demon technique. A huge bone-like paw appeared and grabbed Heinderaiwichi. Its power looked very breathtaking. My blood demon art is very powerful in all the endings. It is impossible for you to be a newly promoted demon killer. It is impossible to block it. Seeing this, the sixth chapter of the ending gave a satisfied smile, as if already seeing Heinderaiwichi die under this claw. However, Flaming Sun, Type 3, Dragon Flame. Heinderaiwichi also does not underestimate the enemy, and one shot is the strongest move he has realized so far. The rising flame of Nichiren blades instantly turned into a galloping fire dragon, rushing to the sixth of the last string fiercely. After a loud bang, the position of the sixth of the last string was empty. Looking at the ground again, a broken, almost incomplete headless corpse was lying quietly on the ground. Gurulu. Not far away, a head fell to the ground and rolled several times, with a look of horror on his face. His mouth could still move, and he was not completely dead. No. Impossible, how could it be possible? But 12 Kazuki's last string, how could I be killed by a demon hunter in a single shot? Even Zu can't do it, right? However, no one came to answer his question, and with regret, the head and corpse of the sixth part of the last string were all turned into dust and disappeared. Boom! A golden box appeared in front of Heinderaiwichi. The chapter written in the middle of the night, post it first, and write the rest during the day. Thank you for your support. Give me some free flowers and evaluation tickets. Thank you. Finally, friends from Shuhuan can go and read my previous 2 books, One Piece beginning with hundreds of billion skill points and Dragon Ball in the Marvel world. Chapter 43 Stealth Skill, Wind Walk. Yellow. It turned out to be a golden treasure chest, unexpected. Heinderaiwichi's eyes widened. Sure enough, no matter how much he guessed before, nothing actually happened was more accurate. He also thought that the strength of this bottom 6 was not much better than TNI, but the result was a golden treasure chest. It seems that no matter how weak the demon of the last string is, it is still at the level of 12 Kazuki, and Handaraiwichi thought, Tianai looks very strong. In fact, his blood demon is not strong. Even his blood demon art only belongs to the aspect of body strengthening, making his body huge. And 12 Kazuki, basically knows blood demon, and some blood demon are very powerful and weird. From the previous explosion rate of bronze treasure chests, only ordinary people who know blood demon can explode bronze treasure chests. Handaraiwichi's eyes flickered at the treasure chest on the ground. I seem to know the explosion rate of the treasure chest system. Regarding this question, it is still the same sentence. I have guessed before, but now I am more certain. After all, the treasure chest system will not tell him about what demon will explode. Let's not mention those. The most important thing in front of you is the two treasure chests in front of you. Yes, the two treasure chests, in addition to the golden treasure chest exploded by the sixth of the last string, there is also a silver treasure chest exploded by a short demon. Such a guy can even burst out a silver treasure chest. It seems that the blood demon technique that can be invisible is indeed a good ability. He placed the two treasure chests in front of him, rubbing his hands. Handaraiwichi's face was full of expectation, and he started to open the treasure chest. Start with the silver treasure chest. Of course, the precious golden treasure chest will stay behind. This is the first golden treasure chest. Handaraiwichi guessed that even the original newcomer spree, it is estimated to be silver and gold. Read more at fictionzone.net. After all, gold is the supreme treasure box. No matter how you say it, it can't be the supreme treasure box level. And now, he is about to open the golden treasure chest. Think about it, this golden treasure chest will definitely contain a treasure that shocks him, or it may be an item, a weapon, or a skill, and so on. Handaraiwichi reached out and opened the silver treasure box first. The treasure chest opened, and a book was lying quietly in the treasure chest. Looking at the handwriting on the book, Handaraiwichi's eyes lit up. This is Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the skill Wind Stride. Wind Stride, consume 10 points of spirit to start Wind Stride, increase agility by 10 points, increase strength by 5 points, and gain invisibility. The duration is 30 seconds, and the cooling time is 3 hours. Handaraiwichi is very satisfied. Obviously, this hurricane step is an active skill, which can be activated by itself using mental power. Not only does it last for up to 30 seconds, it can also increase 10 agility and agility during this time. 5-point strength, although the cooling time is as long as 3 hours, its ability is absolutely powerful. With Handaraiwichi's current strength, he has also increased so much agility and strength after being invisible. 30 seconds is enough for him to do a lot of things. Ding. Excuse me, host, do you immediately learn Wind Walk? The treasure chest system asked. Yes, learn now. Handaraiwichi, with a book in her hand, nodded immediately to confirm. After swiping, the book in his hand disappeared and turned into a light into Handaraiwichi's mind. In an instant, he seemed to have learned this skill a long time ago, and knew this skill well. Clicking on the attribute panel and checking it a bit, Handaraiwichi found that there is no upgrade mark for this skill. There is only one level in total. In the future, you cannot rely on upgrades to extend the duration of invisibility. Yes, 30 seconds of invisibility is already exaggerated. Isn't it too perverted to extend it again? Handaraiwichi immediately consumed 10 points of mental energy, started the hurricane step and moved quickly, and ran around for a while. 30 seconds later, his figure was revealed. Not bad. Handaraiwichi nodded and said with satisfaction, although this is only a kind of optical stealth, it may be that for people like Tanjiro and Urokadakase Kanji who rely on the nose to smell, the hidden ability is not enough to deceive their sense of smell. The senses, but for other people and demon who rely on their eyes to distinguish objects, they can still have a great effect. High Feng Step is a kind of optical invisibility, that is, the ability to shield the reflection of light outside the body by consuming mental power. After shielding the reflection of light, it uses unknown mysterious power to reduce the impact on his body. Gravity traction and increased strength of part of the body's muscles, so there is an increase in agility and an increase in strength. Silver Treasure Box has a wind walk skill, so, this is the highest level of treasure chest that has been released so far. Golden Treasure Box, I hope it can give me a big surprise. In the end, Heinderaiwichi focused on the only treasure chest in front of him, the golden treasure chest. Reach out, click, open the golden treasure chest. Suddenly, a golden halo flashed, and something appeared in front of Heinderaiwichi, which made his eyes widen. Chapter 44 Burn the Fruit. Sun Eucharist. That turned out to be a fruit like a flame. Fruit. Heinderaiwichi tilted his head to think, then suddenly placed his gaze inside the golden treasure chest. Isn't this burning fruit? Isn't this the burning fruit of Ace in the world of One Piece? When Heinderaiwichi was stunned, the treasure chest system's prompt also sounded at the right time. Ding! Congratulations to host, get a devil fruit from One Piece world, burn a fruit. Burn fruit, after eating, get the permission to use fire, you can make fire out of thin air, you can control all flames in the world, the affinity of fire attributes, increase 50 points, physical fitness 5 more points. It really is burning fruit. Heinderaiwichi suddenly showed joy, picked up the burning fruit, and took a bite without saying a word. Vomit. Happy Heinderaiwichi forgot, the taste of devil fruit is devastating. As a result, while pinching his nose and pinching his neck, he finally did not spit out the edible fruit, and ate the whole fruit. After a while, a warm feeling rose from his stomach, and a warm breath filled his whole body. Ding! At this time, the hint of the treasure chest system is here again. Congratulations to host, the fire attribute affinity has reached 100%, and the Sun Eucharist is on. Pure Yang True Body is upgraded to Solar Eucharist, the original Eucharist of the fire system, with extraordinary fire attribute affinity. You are the spirit of fire, you are the owner of fire, and you are the source of fire. Read more at fictionzone.net. The Sun Eucharist, the fire attribute affinity is 100%, the physique increases by 50 points, the strength increases by 20 points, the agility increases by 20 points, and the spirit increases by 20 points. The attribute adjustment has been completed, please check the attribute panel on host for details. The hint of the treasure chest system fell, and Heinderaiwichi called up his attribute panel while feeling the changes in his body. Host, Heinderaiwichi. Race, human. Age, 16. Occupation, swordsman. Physique, 106. Strength, 57. Agility, 73. Spirit, 65. Skill. Breathing method of burning flames, LV3, this breathing method has a total of 9 levels. After practicing, it can greatly increase attack power and additional damage to demon. Practice under the scorching sun to speed up the progress of the training. You can attach weapons to attack, or attach fists and other body parts to attack. Observation Haki, LV3, Haki permeates the body, perceives everything around him, and predicts the enemy's movements. Burning Fruit, initially merge, control all the power of flames in the world. Sun Eucharist, fire attribute affinity is 100%, physique increases by 50 points, strength by 20 points, agility by 20 points, and spirit by 20 points. Zanpakuto Zanjutsu, Shikai, Zanjutsu after Shikai can cause huge soul damage to 12 Kizuki level demon. The blade is extremely sharp. After Shikai, increase 10 points of strength, 10 points of physique, 10 points of agility, and 10 points of spirit. After Bankai, it has great damage to all demon. Shadow Dagger, when used at night, it can increase the user's agility by 5 points and 3 points of strength. Storage Bag, a space storage bag with a length of 2 meters in length, width, and height, which can be opened by mental power. 4 bottles of healing potions, 6 bottles of psychotropic potions, and 5 bottles of physical potions. I took a closer look and found that his attributes have increased a lot, especially in terms of physique. The strengthening of his physique makes his physical strength very terrifying. Knife techniques, etc., all appear very simple as drinking water. This is simply hanging up. He was on the hook. The treasure chest system is really abnormal. This is the first golden treasure box. It has improved me so much, so terrifying. Handaraiwichi felt the terrifying power contained in his body, and sighed, I am not compared with Kibutsuji. Kokushibu, who is one of the first strings, can also fight, right? As for the column level, it can't be regarded as an opponent. My current 4-dimensional attribute. Haha. Handaraiwichi smiled lightly, no longer thinking about these things. It's time to deal with the endgame after the war. There is nothing to deal with the so-called endgame. Both demon have turned into smoke and dissipated. Handaraiwichi glanced at the surrounding battlefield for a moment, and then left with the little girl on the ground. The little girl's parents were killed by a short demon, and he couldn't bear the little girl being kept in the dark, so he took the little girl back to her home. After arriving at her home, she thought for a while and didn't move, but after a while, the little girl woke up from her coma and opened her eyes blankly. Chapter 45 Aftermath and Leave. 12 Kazuki. I am. The little girl was a little confused, but then saw the situation at home. She was shocked. She remembered the situation of the money in a coma. Her father was killed by a monster. Her mother desperately protected herself, where the monster turned towards her mother when he pounced. He fainted in shock. Is he dead? Are you awake? At this moment, a gentle voice came from the side. The little girl turned her head to see that she was a handsome teenager with a soft face. At this moment, she was looking at herself with gentle eyes. Your parents are being killed by demon in order to protect you. Killed? I'm sorry, I'm a step late. I can only save you, but I can't save your parents. Mom, Dad and them, oh. The little girl suddenly understood, looked at the corpse of her parents next to her, crying bitterly. After the dawn, the surrounding neighbors also knew about the situation here. After learning the identity of Handaraiwichi, everyone suddenly showed joy, especially after learning that Handaraiwichi had solved the demon that attacked the town at night. Overjoyed, one by one began to help the little girl bury her parents. Of course, Handaraiwichi stayed here to help. He completed the mission very quickly, so there is no need to rush back. In fact, he still has a special idea in his mind. One of 12 Kazuki was beheaded by himself. Wouldn't the other party show anything? Maybe, those guys have already reacted. It's possible. One day later, everything in the town was settled, and Handaraiwichi was about to leave officially, but when he was about to leave, Handakayako came to him. Handakayako is the little girl, and she is looking at Handaraiwichi with her lips tightly closed at the moment. Big brother Handa, I want to go with you. Why? Handaraiwichi frowned. The neighbors around you are very kind to you. You are the best choice to stay here. Who am I? I told you before. I am a demon hunter. From now on, I will continue to fight with demon, but you will be dangerous if you follow me. Because you are a demon hunter, I want to follow you. Hanada Zyongza said, my parents wanted to protect me from being killed by demon. I also want to be a swordsman like Handa's brother. I will fight demon in the future to protect me. Humans fight without being killed by demon. Heinderaiwichi stopped talking, but looked up at Heinda Keiko with this look. Read more at fictionzone.net. The expression in Heinda's eyes is pure, without hatred or anger, with a trace of sadness, looking at Heinderaiwichi with slight tension. Being a demon hunter and swordsman is very hard. Can you withstand that kind of training? Heinderaiwichi said calmly, this road is very dangerous. I'm not afraid of hardship, I want to be a swordsman. Hanada Xiangzi clenched her fist and said firmly. The last time I participated in the trial, there were nearly 100 swordsmen who participated in the trial together. In the end, only a dozen of them survived. This is just the selection of the swordsmen of the demon-killing team. In the subsequent battle with demon, many swordsmen die every year, and new swordsmen join in every year, round after round, crop after crop. Are you really afraid? Heinderaiwichi asked again. Heinda Koko is different from Fujii. Fujii was too old to be a swordsman anymore, so Heinderaiwichi did not take him, and that guy still forced Heinderaiwichi to kneel down, and it's even less likely to be due to his temperament, and Hanada Keiko is still young, so he can lay the foundations from a young age and become a qualified demon hunter in the future. It's very big. Besides, with Heinderaiwichi, everything is possible. I'm not afraid. Hanada Xiangzi said firmly again. Okay. Heinderaiwichi smiled slightly, looked at Hanada Koko and nodded, then, prepare yourself and leave with me later. Okay, thank you Heinda brother. Seeing Heinderaiwichi's promise, Heinda Keiko suddenly let out a sigh of relief, then grinned, showing two small tiger teeth, and after a little smile, she turned home and packed her things. An hour later, two figures, one large and one small, left the town. In a luxurious villa in Kyushu, several figures hidden in the dark gathered here. The sixth of the last string was killed. A figure said in a low voice, "My lord is very angry." Well, I also heard about it. Another figure said, "It was done by a demon hunter who had just become a demon killer. Haxian Liu is really a waste. It was killed by a novice. It really lost us 12 Kazuki. Face. He really deserves it when he is dead, but..." Another figure looked up, his eyes filled with bloodshot eyes, and he said coldly with a dazzling red light, "We are not optimistic at the end, not only adults do not optimistic about us. Even the few adults who wind up are ready to propose to the adults to abolish the position of the bottom string." What? As soon as these words came out, several other people were shocked, and their faces trembled. Abolish the last string, then what shall we do? What else? Ghost dance? Ahem, you don't understand what the adult did. A demon almost said the name of the adult. This is not a joke. With that existing temper, he dared to speak that name bluntly, and it was a tragic end immediately. Yeah, it's because you know me that I'm afraid. The red-eyed Xian said, "So, we must take revenge. Only after killing that guy and avenging Xian 6 will we be worthwhile, otherwise. Not only does the winding look down on us, but the adults will definitely not keep us. After all, our strength is too far apart from the winding." Well, that's what I mean, so next, let's prepare to act. I have already figured out the route of this road while that guy has just left Osaka. We can intercept and kill here. The map pointed to a place and said fiercely, "This interception must be successful and must be foolproof. Therefore, I propose that all of us take the action together." Well, this time our last party, only 3 came, the first and last 5 have missions. Can we 3 demon beat the demon hunter who killed the last 6? There is one. The demon asked hesitantly. What are you afraid of? With the 3 of us working together, we can't deal with a newly promoted demon-killing team swordsman. Another demon suddenly angered, if we really can't deal with it, then we really don't have the need to exist. NS. Yes. This is just a newly promoted ordinary demon-killing team swordsman, not a column. If we shoot together, even he can't deal with it. What is the meaning of our existence? Chapter 46 Way Home. Revenge of the Last String. Quack. The mission is complete, go home. On a big river, there was a boat floating with many people on board. At this moment, seeing the crow on Heinderaiwichi's shoulder talking, they all looked at them with a little surprise. Brother Heinda, is this crow your pet? Heinda Coco widened her eyes and asked curiously. Pet. Heinderaiwichi turned to look at the rice ball, then said after a pause, that's right, but this guy is different from ordinary pets. Different? Hanada Zyongza was a little confused. Rice balls are not ordinary pets. Heinderaiwichi smiled and said, you will know when you become a demon hunter and swordsman in the future. Every member of the demon killing team will have such a letter crow, which can help you transmit information. It can also help the demon killing team convey the mission to you. Wow, is it so convenient? Hanada Zyongza cupped his chin in both hands, looking at the rice ball with glowing eyes. The rice ball felt Hanada's gaze, and suddenly raised his head, with a haughty look. Mr. Onigiri, why do you call it onigiri? Hanada Zyongza asked suddenly, are you particularly good at eating? Read more at fictionzone.net. The rice ball, who was still proud and raised his head, was immediately sluggish, turned his head stiffly, and stared at Hanada Zyongza and exclaimed, who told you that I can eat very much? I can't eat at all, I have plenty of food. Very small, the rice ball is just my name. Hello. If that's the case, can you stop being so angry? You are completely embarrassed and angry. Heinderaiwichi rubbed her forehead, and was speechless to this guy. The speed of the boat is much faster than the speed on the land. It would be great if you could go back to the Zyao mountain by boat. This is of course only Heinderaiwichi's fantasy. But I really look forward to other golden treasure chests. It would be great if some teleportation skills can be opened. It is not only a great skill to save your life, but also a great skill to hurry. Heinderaiwichi thought, 90% of his time on this mission was spent on the road. The time to actually do the mission was only one night, even if it was added to deal with the funeral for Hanada Zyongza's parents. Just one more day. It takes nearly 10 days to travel back and forth. It's really not a good deal to count this way. Like Fujitsuyama, there are too few cases where demon get together to kill themselves, and Fujitsuyama's the level of demon is too low, and it can be considered a good result before, but now, Heinderaiwichi really looks down on those ordinary demon. What he wants is the demon of the lower string, and it doesn't matter even the upper string. If so, he really wants to weigh it out, how strong is the so-called demon of winding. And just when the ship Heinderaiwichi was riding was about to dock, 3 demon of the last string had already gathered on a hill on the shore. It's here, it's his only way. The second part of the last string said coldly, we are here, killing this guy completely, in the name of waiting for the next string. Not bad. The third part of the last series also smiled coldly, we must not take it lightly this time, and we must not have the slightest mentality of underestimating the enemy. This is a battle of honor. The guy in the 6th part of the series, I guess he just looks down on a new demon. Killing the team will underestimate the enemy and eventually die at the hands of the enemy. We must never make this kind of mistake again. After using 3 absolutes in a row, it can be seen that the third of the last string is more important to this battle, because it is not only for the so-called rectification of the name, but also for self-protection. According to the exact information they received from an adult who was winding up these days, if they can't kill Heinderaiwichi, Kibutsuji may indeed cancel the winding configuration, and their current winding, the final result can be imagined. This mountain should be regarded as the graveyard of Heinderaiwichi. The 4th part of the last string said viciously, when the 3 of us make a shot together, I don't believe that I can kill him. In any case, as long as he is not a pillar, the three of us can definitely kill him without underestimating the enemy. Correct. Kill him. Kill. At the same time, Heinderaiwichi and Hanada Keiko have also formally disembarked from the boat, walking slowly toward the side, as if they did not notice the dead end set by the three lower strings here. Chapter 47 The Three Chicken Dogs Dare to be Fierce. Brother Heinda, how long can we get to Sao Mountain? By Heinderaiwichi's side, the little girl followed Heinderaiwichi's steps step by step. Fortunately, Heinderaiwichi knew that she was still young and didn't walk fast. This time the return journey was obviously slower than when she came. But it's nothing. After all, the task has been completed, so slow down. This is also Heinderaiwichi's intention to exercise her physique. Now she is just walking, and when she comes to Sajiri Mountain in the future, she can bear the sin. I hope she won't suffer by that time. It's fast, it's coming soon. Heinderaiwichi said. The little girl suddenly wrinkled her face when she heard it. Brother Heinda, you have said this several times before. We have all changed boats several times, and the tram has taken several times, so why didn't we still have it? It's so pitiful, the little girl's feet have been rubbed out, and I haven't suffered such a pain for so many years. I know your feet hurt and people are tired, but if you can't even take this bitterness, then I will send you back now. Heinderaiwichi glanced at her calmly, her indifferent eyes made Hanada Keiko a little scared. But still did not let go of the little hand holding Heinderaiwichi's sleeve. Hanada Xiangzi pursed her mouth tightly, and said firmly, if I can hold on, let's move on. Yeah. Heinderaiwichi nodded and continued to walk forward. Through the observation of the little girl along the way, he also knew that she was only complaining. A girl of this size can persist until this time, and persist until her feet are worn out. Nothing else, just this. Will is enough to become a demon hunter. She is only 6 or 7 years old. However, Heinderaiwichi still noticed from the corner of her eyes, the little girl's footsteps were a bit unstable, too. The socks on her feet faintly showed a hint of red. Obviously, the bloodline had already leaked out of the torn foam. Many adults can't do it, but the little girl gritted her teeth and walked. Heinderaiwichi's eyes suddenly moved, and she raised her head to look at a hill in front of her, with a smile on her mouth. His observation haki is no longer the previous level 1 state, and now he can already feel a little dangerous aura. On the hill ahead, there was a dangerous breath. With his strength, ordinary beasts obviously cannot bring him a dangerous breath. Even if this breath is only a trace, it does exist. Needless to say, there is absolutely only one possibility that can bring him such a dangerous breath. Ghosts are lurking on this mountain. Read more at fictionzone.net. And it's definitely not an ordinary demon. Is it finally here? I'm walking so slowly this way, not just to train the little girl. Heinderaiwichi's mouth wore a cold smile. Well, you are tired too, let's go to that mountain to rest for one night, and leave tomorrow morning. Heinderaiwichi looked at the sky. It was already late. When it gets dark, when these demons are out, the other party is really witty. This is a good time. I will pass by here tonight, so I wait here. Of it? Oh, okay, brother Heinda. The little girl also breathed a sigh of relief. Her feet really hurt so much. She had never suffered this kind of crime before. Mom and Dad loved her very much. How could she suffer? It's just that now that Mom and Dad are killed by demon, she must become a demon hunter no matter what, not only to avenge Mom and Dad, but also to avenge those killed by demon, but also to kill innocent people in those demon. Don't let tragedy happen. Heinderaiwichi took Heinda Keiko up to the mountain. At this moment, the sky finally dimmed. There were many tall trees on the surrounding mountains. The two people walking in the mountain forest were shrouded in darkness. This situation made Heinda Keiko it feels terrible. But that's okay, I'm not afraid of Handa's presence. The little girl clutched Handaraiwichi's sleeves. Even if it was in the terrible darkness outside, she didn't feel terrible. Handaraiwichi walked so leisurely, her face was extremely calm, as if she didn't know that the danger was slowly approaching. In the darkness, a pair of scarlet eyes looked towards the side with a murderous intent. Hey, I didn't expect that this guy actually went into a snare, and walked into the mountain forest where we were ambushing. The third of the last string smiled. Yes, I thought before that when he passed by here, we went down the mountain and attacked him together. I didn't expect that he ran in by himself. The fourth of the last string savagely said, but this is fine, and it saves us the time to go down the mountain, and this place we have already figured out before. It belongs to our home court. He came in this time, but don't even think about going out. Two of you, are you ready? Prepared long ago. Xiaxian Er said coldly, I repeat, this guy can kill Xiaxian Lu. In any case, he is definitely not a so-called new demon hunter. We must do our best to make it happen. One hit kill. Clear. That's it? Okay. The second part of the last breath took a deep breath, and then suddenly shouted in a low voice, then do it. Kill. In the silent mountains and forests, it suddenly became a piece of silence, as if the fallen leaves had become blades. No, it's not as if, but real. Blood demon. Fallen leaves weapon cut. It turned out to be a blood demon technique, turning the fallen leaves into sharp blades, and directly attacked Handaraiwichi. Even Handa Keiko was included in the attack range. Blood demon technique. Ultimate assassination technique. A dark shadow suddenly appeared behind Handaraiwichi, in the shape of a flash movie, and rushed to Handaraiwichi very quickly. The claws flashed with a terrifying cold light, and it seemed to be able to kill. The claws just scratched his body. Blood demon art. The last cold voice appeared, blood imprisonment. A chain of blood coagulated chains rose from the ground and was directly locked on Handaraiwichi's feet, holding him firmly in place. When he could not move, Handaraiwichi would face two big things again. The blood demon attack. In this way, Handaraiwichi is bound to die. Well, at least in the eyes of the three demon of the last string, it is true. What? It was Keiko's scream. The little girl was walking in the dark mountain forest with Handaraiwichi. Her heart was a little confused. Most of her fear was blocked by Handaraiwichi, but when she saw the scene suddenly, she couldn't help but scream. And at this moment, Handaraiwichi, who had been quiet and silent, spoke. He looked calm and composed, with one hand on his side and the other behind his back. A calm voice came from his mouth, what is it that I dare to ambush here? It turns out that it was three punk off the strings, huh? With your three chickens and dogs, dare to be fierce in front of me. I can't help myself. Recommend a friend's book, which is also written by Guimi. It has just been put on the shelves. I hope you can give some support in the past and give it a first order. I am grateful. The title of the book Ghost Slayer, Zanpakuto. Chapter 48 The Momentum of Crushing. Sweep Invincible. Hum. After a hum. Seeing Handaraiwichi's body turned into a sun, it became hot and bright again in an instant. Steaming flames soared into the sky, illuminating the incomparably dark mountains and forests throughout the night, just like daytime. This is the real flame, not just the flame breath revealed by the breathing method, but the real fire. This is the real flame from the burning fruit, inspired by the sun Eucharist, which is 100% fire attributable. Now Handaraiwichi is simply a Vulcan who stepped on the flames in the world. Boom. The flames of Handaraiwichi's sun's sacred body smashed the chains that bound his footsteps to pieces. At this moment, the blood demon art, known as the ultimate assassination art, came from behind. Ding. With a crisp sound, the demon behind him was dumbfounded. This is his ultimate assassination technique, so powerful, how can it be impossible to even pierce the opponent's body? Damn it, this is simply unreasonable. Heinderaiwichi turned around and took a look at the demon behind him, with two horns on his forehead. At this moment, his arms also turned into spikes. Just now, a pair of arms pierced his body. However, his current "How strong is your physique?" A physique of more than 100 points, this is the basic physique, and after the Sun Eucharist itself ignites the fruit-burning flame, the flame next to the body naturally turns into a layer, which looks thin, but actually has a protective ability. Extremely strong protective layer. Although this protective layer is not an independent skill, it is only an ability attached to the Sun Eucharist, but it cannot be pierced by the lower string demon in front of him. The assassination was blocked. This guy immediately rolled his eyes and wanted to escape, but Heinderaiwichi would let him go? The answer is obviously impossible. Heinderaiwichi slashed after turning around. Laugh. Read more at fictionzone.net. The last demon was cut in half immediately, but before it died, the vitality of the ordinary demon was so strong, not to mention the last demon, but Heinderaiwichi then made another knife, but the knife was cut in its neck. Superior. Boom. The head separated and the tragic death of the demon, also brought a golden treasure chest to Heinderaiwichi. Why, how could it be possible? Let's go, just die like this. The other two lasting demon were shocked at this moment. They were not ordinary demon, but one of 12 Kazuki's lasting demon, but in front of Heinderaiwichi, they were killed in a few seconds. It's no wonder they are not surprised. When we were actually killed so easily. The second part of the last string muttered in a daze. Third of the last string, his face is grim, and the X-shaped scar on his face has been wrinkled and corrected by him. Damn it, fallen leaves kill, weapon. Cut, die for me, die. The fallen leaves in the sky turned into sharp blades and cut to Heinderaiwichi, which is a pity. Such a pity. Heinderaiwichi didn't even look up, the fallen leaves were burned out and turned into dust. Impossible, how could there be such a strong newcomer? Hasien-san shouted in disbelief. If you don't believe it, it doesn't mean you don't have it. Heinderaiwichi whispered, dead. A blade of light flashed, and the third part of the last string was in a different place. With a bang, a golden treasure chest burst out again. You are the only one left. Heinderaiwichi turned his head and looked at a big tree directly in front of him. On the tree, a man with a bruised forehead was standing, with the same horror on his face. You, how could you be so strong? This is unreasonable. The second part of the last string said with some difficulty, if you knew it, we would. You are not here, are you? Heinderaiwichi said calmly. Yeah, I knew it earlier, how could we still come to die? The second of the last string was unwilling, and at the same time, his eyes began to flicker, as if thinking about other attention. Brother Heinda, are these people all demon? At this moment, a crisp little girl's voice rang beside Heinderaiwichi. It was Hanada Keiko. Xiangzi also calmed down at this moment. She saw that these demon were very powerful, and they were so breathtaking when they shot, but such powerful demon were just a face-to-face in front of her brother Heinda, so she stopped cooking. This shows what? This shows that his brother Heinda is the strongest. What kind of demon? That demon, in front of his Heinda brother, nothing. Sure enough, his brother Heinda is the best. The little girl looked at Heinderaiwichi with admiration. He. At this moment, the second stringer who was standing on the tree over there suddenly sneered, want to come, that little girl is important to you, right? As for me, I definitely can't beat you, but, as the second string, do you think my ability is just as simple as imprisonment? The second string is cold with a trace of despair, and then with despair. With a hint of resentment, I know, if you can kill the third and fourth parts in such a simple way, I am definitely not an opponent. Then, I will make you regret it for the rest of your life. Blood Demon Art. Blood Curse. Xiaoxian Er suddenly vomited blood, his face turned pale, and smiled sadly, "Go to death with me, little girl." The second of the last string pointed out that a bit of blood hit Xiangzi at a transcendent speed, and then he laughed, "Ha ha ha, this little girl is dead, she has been killed by my death curse, she will definitely die." Heinderaiwichi turned his head to look at Hanada Keiko, and saw that she was pale, as if she was about to die, suddenly furious. Chapter 49 Shameless, Phoenix. Treatment. Blood curse, corrupt the chains. The second string of the second string grinned and said, "Under my trick, no human being can survive. You are ready to watch this little human girl die in front of you. Ha 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 ha, I'll do it. It's dead, I have to pull a backside, ha ha ha." The second string laughs proudly, as if he has defeated Heinderaiwichi. In fact, in his mind, it is true. No one can unlock his corroded chains. In this world, there is only one existence that can solve it. Open, that is the ancestor of all demon, Kibutsuji Musen. However, not to mention that Kibutsuji Musen is not here, even if it is here, will it detoxify a human being? Therefore, the second part of the last string laughed, and felt that even if it was dead, he would be stunned. Heinderaiwichi has no expression on her face, looking coldly at the second last string in the distance, ignorance. Nichiren blades waved suddenly. The golden red flame above the blade, carrying Heinderaiwichi's anger, turned into a golden red bird and flew out. The flames were shining, and a noble and sacred phoenix sounded across the sky. Flaming Sun, unrestrained type, Phoenix. This is a powerful move that Heinderaiwichi is comprehending recently. It is an attacking move that is stronger than Long Yan. Its attack range is much farther than Long Yan, its power is more concentrated, and its explosive power is stronger. The only weakness is the lasting ability. It's weaker than Long Yan. The golden red flame phoenix flew out of the sky, and at an extremely fast speed, rushed to the second string, and in its horrified to desperate eyes, one head hit him. Read more at fictionzone.net. No other accident happened. The phoenix's attack power was so strong that it burned the second string of the last string to ashes without cutting its neck. The second death of the last string, the golden treasure box comes out. Brother Heinda. Next to him, although the corroded chains on Hanada Xiangzi's body disappeared due to the death of the second string, but the legs that had been corroded by the blood curse before, the bones are already visible at this moment, and the flesh and blood of the legs have even rotted. Hanada Xiangzi looked at her legs and feet, she was scared in her heart, but she didn't feel the pain, she looked at herself with some fear. Legs and feet, then looked up at Heinderaiwichi. "It's okay." Heinderaiwichi did not worry too much. This kind of blood curse is indeed incurable to others. Even the Butterfly House estimates that there is nothing to do. It can only be treated by amputation. If it is true amputated, then Hanada Xiangzi's life will be over, and she will never be a demon hunter anymore. But Heinderaiwichi has a way to treat her. Yes, it's a healing potion. Heinderaiwichi came to Hanada Keiko and squatted down, flipping her hand, and a small bottle appeared in her hand. The bottle was filled with golden liquid, which was a healing potion. "Come on, open your mouth and drink." Heinderaiwichi opened the bottle and placed it in front of Hanada Keiko's mouth. Oh! Although Hanada Keiko was curious about what it was, she had no other doubts. She knew that Heinderaiwichi would never harm her, so she opened her mouth and drank the potion. After taking the medicine down, Hanada Xiangzi suddenly felt warm all over her body. Looking at her legs and feet, she was recovering at a terrifying speed, and he was completely healed in a short while. Not only that, but also all the minor injuries she had suffered before as a child. All right? Henda Xiangzu raised her head and looked at the handsome young man with golden red brilliance in front of her. Her heart was full of warmth and she had a pure smile on her face. Thank you, brother Henda, Xiangzi is ready. Henda Raiwichi nodded, reached out and touched her hair, then got up. Clean up, we need to change a place to rest. Okay. After a while, Henda Raiwichi took Hanada Keiko and left the forest, walked to a small village on the other side of the forest, and rested in this small village for one night. Although it was late, the villagers were still willing to help both of them under the money-spreading offensive. And killing the 3 demon of the last string also exploded 3 golden treasure chests for Henda Raiwichi, which made him a fortune at once. With the 3 golden treasure chests, plus the previous one, the demon of the last string has been killed by him. 4. These 3 golden treasure chests, I have to wait until tomorrow to open, hoping to explode some good things. Henda Raiwichi muttered, and then rested. Chapter 53 Consecutive Open Gold Treasure Chests. Super Skill. Early the next morning, Henda Raiwichi got up early, bathed in incense and opened the treasure chest while the eastern sun was rising. The first one. Henda Raiwichi stood alone in the morning light and opened the first golden treasure chest. Ding. Congratulations to host, get the skill, blink. Blinking, move instantaneously within the range of your eyesight, and consume 10 mental power once using it. Hiss. Seeing such a skill, even Henda Raiwichi can't help but take a breath. This skill has appeared, it is a golden treasure chest, it is instant movement. But, this range of movement is only within sight, it's not as perverted as the whole universe teleportation like Monkey King. Henda Raiwichi has some regrets in her heart. It would be fine if it was Monkey King instant movement. He might be able to travel directly through time and space, teleporting back to real time. Of course, that kind of teleportation skill is definitely not something that can be opened by a golden treasure chest, and it is not certain whether the supreme treasure chest can be opened or not. Moreover, the power level of the 7 Dragon Tamayo world is not at the same level as the Demon Slayer directly. It is difficult to obtain the skills of the Dragon Tamayo world, even the weakest and weakest skills. If you get the Sun Fist of Klin and Tianjin Fan, don't deal with Demon too easily. I don't want this, let's learn the skills first. Henda Raiwichi reached out a little, and the skill ball in the treasure chest merged into the body. Excuse me, host, do you learn a skill, flashing? The treasure chest system asked. Yes, learn now. Henda Raiwichi nodded and confirmed. Ding. The flashing skills have been learned. The system said. Henda Raiwichi felt it for a while, and found that he had indeed learned to blink. He looked up not far away, moved his mind, brushed it, and appeared on the clearing tens of meters away. Then he looked behind him again and counted. 10 meters away, isn't it the place where I stood just now? Read more at fictionzone.net. Swipe. It flickered 3 more times, after which Henda Raiwichi felt his head dizzy and a little languid. This is. Is there too much mental power? Yes, I have a lot of mental power now, but using one flash requires 10 points of mental power, and some other skills also need to use mental power, such as wind stance weight. It seems that you have to be cautious in using blinking and wind walking in the future. Henda Raiwichi hurriedly stopped using blinking. Although this skill is extremely powerful, it will be used as a very powerful whole card even in battle, but the number of times it can be used is also limited. This limit is mental strength. The second treasure chest. Open. Henda Raiwichi reached out and opened the second treasure chest. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining Grandmaster level sword forging. What? Henda Raiwichi looked at a book in the treasure chest blankly. Not a skill? Not a treasure? And? Is it sword making? Perhaps, this sword making technique is also considered a skill. Grandmaster level swordsmithing? What do I want this demon thing to do? Heinderaiwichi scratched his head a little. Have you learned this thing to fight iron? He felt that this treasure chest was a bit at a loss. He didn't want to be a blacksmith. It's good to be a demon hunter, swordsmith, and blacksmith, whoever loves to go. Oh. I lost it? Heinderaiwichi shook his head and clicked the skill book casually. The system prompts, excuse me, host, do you learn Grandmaster level sword forging? Learn it? Heinderaiwichi sighed and nodded. Although it feels like learning this thing is of no use, but how to say it is to open it with his own hands, even if you lose money, you have to learn it, otherwise, wouldn't it? Even worse? Now, there is only the last golden treasure chest left. Heinderaiwichi looked at the last golden treasure chest. The first two treasure chests, one gave him a surprise, got the skill flashing at the bottom of the box, and one surprised him. Acquired the tasteless skill he felt, forging swordsmanship, and this third treasure chest. Ahem. Heinderaiwichi looked solemn and solemn, staring at the golden treasure chest in front of him for a while, then clicked it fiercely, and the treasure chest opened. Ding. A small ball appeared in the treasure chest, only as big as a thumb. The ball was like a water polo, undulating up and down, and there was the sound of steam surging waves. Congratulations, host, for getting the heart of the water element, the core crystal core from the Lord of the Water element. One-time consumption of items, after swallowing and using it can improve and strengthen the body, increase the affinity of water attributes by 80 points, and obtain exclusive water skills. Water Curtain Waltz. Water Curtain Waltz, water defense skills, a range-based defense skill that uses itself as the core area, and the range depends on the mental power consumed. Water Curtain Waltz, this defensive skill is good. Heinderaiwichi smashed his mouth and he could tell at a glance that this so-called Water Curtain Waltz is a group defensive skill. Of course it is not just a group. It can also be used alone on itself, only defending small places, or it can expand the scope of defense by consuming mental power. It is indeed a skill with a high degree of freedom. It's a pity. I'm a fire attribute physique. If you give me a heart of fire element, it would be great. Heinderaiwichi shook his head. He felt that these three treasure chests were really lost today, and the first treasure chest made money. Yes, the last two have lost. This water elemental heart, what do I want to use? Heinderaiwichi touched his chin. However, under Linteki-sensei's school, all he learns is the water breathing method. Would you like to use it for Sabato or Makomo? Tomioka Jiua. Not so good, this thing can't be explained. Brother Heinda. At this moment, Hanada Keiko's shout came not far away. Heinderaiwichi's eyes lit up suddenly. Yes, Xiangzi is also a water attribute physique, which is suitable for learning the breathing method of the water system, so I only had the idea of taking him back to Sajiri Mountain. Then, the heart of the water element, just give it to her.